Take Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut has hosted racing since 1957. This 1.5-mile racetrack is a haven of motorsport on Fridays and Saturdays all through the racing season. And for the fourth year in a row, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends visits this historic facility for 2 days of amazing racing and time attack and drift and everything else that comes with the GRIDLIFE event. Kyle Heyer, as we get set for our first racing action of the weekend, it's going to be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series headed out for practice on course here in just a moment's time. And when they head out on track, they'll be doing laps in just under a minute. Over 30 cars joining us here for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Of course, this is our fourth year here at Lime Rock Park, and a big thanks to everyone who makes this event possible and to Lime Rock Park for being such a great host over the years. We're going to have a chance to chat with Dickie Regal later this weekend, and it sounds like some famous individuals are going to be hopping in some cars throughout the weekend, and we'll bring you all the stories throughout the day. So cars headed out on course now through Big Bend. 7 turns here at this racetrack, including a big one, the 40-foot uphill climb at turn 5. They call it the uphill. We'll talk to you more about that later in the race weekend. But first car on the racetrack is the number 8 of Blair Hosey. And right behind him, I believe that is Ayrton Grimm, who has just purchased a brand new chassis for his Grimm Racing, CRP Racing entry. Has rented cars for the last couple of seasons. There's already a car stopped on track there at turn 3, but cars accelerating up onto the back straightaway and headed up towards the uphill for the first time. And there it is. It's a 40-foot climb from the bottom to the top. Right at the crest, the car gets a little light. But these Rush SR cars have a little bit of downforce, enough to stick them to the road over the top of the hill, maybe just a slight lift to those front tires. And down the hill for the first time. Here comes the field around the corner and up onto the front straightaway. And already from the main flag stand, a black flag being displayed. There's a car, I believe, stalled at turn 2, which means that they'll come right back to pit lane next time by. So an early stop to a session right before it even got started. And there's a look at it. I think that was, couldn't quite get a look at the number there, but stopped sideways in the middle of the racetrack. So no doubt that will bring out the black flag. The safety trucks will go out. Should make pretty quick work of this one. And the safety truck's headed out on track. So the field will come right back down to pit lane. I was incorrect. The second car in line behind Blair Hosey was the 51. Ayrton Grimm, I haven't quite gotten a look at the livery of that car yet. It's got some reflective striping on it. That will look good. But you see there also the black and white car. That is Ryan Leach, the championship points leader that up until Road America had won every single race on the season. And obviously was, and still is, a fierce threat to win the championship. 339 points earned so far, 16 starts, 12 wins. He was 12 for 12 before he went to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and did not have a great weekend there. While he finished second in the first race and third in the last race, the 37th and 41st put him way down the order and opened the door for James French and Blair Hosey to each win a pair of races and puts them on the board for the first time this season. Andy Vogel has been second in line so far this season a number of times. Finished second 8 times in a row from Carolina Motorsports Park to Road Atlanta. And then when we went to Midwest Festival, had 4 top 5s there. Road America was a little bit more troublesome. 5th, 41st, 10th, and 4th for Andy Vogel, but still yet to win a race, though he's second in the championship, but almost 100 points behind Ryan Leach. That is the number 20 car stopped over on the back side of the course there. And looking at my entry list here, I believe this is, I don't have this one on the entry list. This is a new entry as of last night. Field's on pit lane. You see the teal and gray car. That's Brett DiGiacomo back after renting the car out for Road America. So he missed the event at Road America. If you hadn't seen that event at America's National Park of Speed, it was pretty exciting. There was the closest finish in GRIDLIFE history, 6 1/1000ths of a second between Blair Hosey and James French. It was French that stole it right at the end. And just by a couple of feet. There's a look at Blair Hosey leading the way. And a pretty sizable field here this weekend as well. 30 of these Rush SRs. If you're unfamiliar with the Rush SR, it's by the Rush Auto Works team based down in Texas. And these cars have a 1-liter GSX motorcycle engine. These are chain-driven sports racers, and the whole idea behind them is to have an affordable race car that also is relatively easy to work on and has a low cost to run. It's about $120 an hour to run these cars, which is significantly less than a lot of other cars in the category. And drivers have really found these to be exceptional drivers' machines. And we've seen them with fields well over 30 a number of times since they debuted with us at GRIDLIFE Laguna in 2023. That's our next big event here. We've got a handful coming up. This is GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends as we make our way through the season. We've got our GRIDLIFE Chicagoland event coming up in a couple of weeks in September, and then we head off to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca September 26th through 28th for GRIDLIFE Laguna. Then we finish things up at Pit Race at the end of the season. So running out of events as we make our way through the year. This is round 6 of 9. And cars are back on the racetrack here at Lime Rock Park and backing away. James French in the black and blue car making his way around the outside, waiting for nobody. And going right back out on the racetrack. There's Andy Vogel in the pink and black turn-in Concepts machine. Matt Wilson in the 188. Ethan Alexander in the blue number 33. His teammate Nico Bratz in the number 7 is back there as well. And getting some tire temperature in these cars. There's a look at the arcade tent there. Look at that beautiful drone shot over the absolutely gorgeous scenes here at Lime Rock Park. And coming up over the crest there on a warm-up lap, coming back around. And hopefully we'll get some more laps here in this practice session. Another 10 minutes or so. The one great thing about Lime Rock Park being so short and the laps are under a minute, you get plenty of laps around here. Where in contrast to Road America, you might only get 6 or 7 laps in a session. You could easily get 15 to 20 in a session here. So Hosey, Leach, big wiggle on the brakes for Hosey. There's the 51 gauge who's sparking there. Low tire pressures here in the morning temps. It'll take a couple of laps to build up the pace here. Let everything come up to temp. It's actually fairly cool outside at the moment. High 70s. This morning it was almost long pants and long shirt weather, but onto the back straightaway, heading towards the uphill once again. Get a pretty good benchmark of the lap times around here in just a few minutes. You can hear the splitters scraping on the ground. There's Ryan Leach chasing Hosey. Big compressions around this racetrack as well at the uphill and the downhill. The uphill you gain the compression and then lose it at the end, and in the downhill you gain the compression and you keep it all the way through the corner. Look at Blair Hosey again, struggling on the brakes to blow the car down just a little bit. And sneaking around into turn 3, the only left-hander on the course. Gnarly rumble strips there on the inside to get you lined up for turn 4. Don't touch the curbs basically anywhere other than turn 1 around here. They're very, very tall, especially in comparison to the height of these Rush SRs. You can almost see the air that these cars get right at the crest of the hill there. They're not going to come up all the way off the ground, but they're certainly going to get light. And whatever the way the car is pointed at the top of that crest, it's going to keep staying that way until the tires touch back down and gain purchase again. Across the line there for Hosey and Ryan Leach. Another wiggle on the brakes. That car looking a little nervous, I have to say. I'm not sure if he's trying to brake a little harder than Leach down into that first corner, but he's not running away from the championship leader. And black flag again from the main stand. Not sure what for this time, but a little bit of trouble getting this session to stay green here early in the weekend. This is the first session we've had on track all weekend long, besides the test days that were here yesterday, unofficial sanctioned test days. But black flag on course as the leaders head back around. Only one timed lap on the board so far. And safety trucks again dispatched just around Big Bend there. It's 51 of Gage Hughes. And there it is. I think that's the number 33 of Ethan Alexander, the Diversion Motorsports car. And it's over, I think, on the outside of turn 2 over there, turn 1. It doesn't look like he's gone in all that hard, just kind of slid, and the grass is probably fairly dewy this morning. And as soon as you touch that grass, you're going to go for a ride. So crew's working on getting Ethan Alexander up on the hook here. By the way, fun story about that tow truck you see rolling into the shot there. That is the Lime Rock Park tow truck in the sort of forest green paint. And that truck is actually in iRacing. If you've got the iRacing simulator, take a look at the inside of the pit lane right towards turn 1. That truck was laser scanned and dropped into the simulator and has sort of become a piece of the racetrack in a way, at least on the sim side. And I don't know that there's that many tow vehicles that have been represented specifically in racing simulators, but that particular truck has. And they're going to probably try to pull this car out sideways from the tire bundles over there. Again, didn't look like it went in all that fast, just kind of maybe just a lazy dropped wheel and then just slid all the way until it met the tire bundles and now can't drive out straight. And the 31 is the car at the pointy end of the pits there. That's Michael Perotti. I believe it's his first run here with us in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. And there's a look at the West Bend chicane as well. We won't be running that nor the uphill chicane. We're running the old school classic circuit, the original 1.5 mile layout. Another little story about the racetrack that many might not know is this track was actually planned to be much longer than this. And down at the end of the front straightaway, there's a runoff area that just basically goes straight off the end. If you take a look to the left there, right where that concrete barrier is, all the way at the end, that was supposed to continue straight for another quarter mile or so, climbing up into the forest. And they actually started clearing the trees. And the original layout would have taken you up into the mountains. And in Big Bend, the corner that you have now, was going to be a much faster corner up in the woods up there. And it would curve back around and rejoin basically where the left-hander is now. Which was supposed to be over a 2.5 mile track layout. And one has to wonder, you know, if that racetrack was built, how different would the facility be today? I think it was a funding-related issue, and they couldn't clear everything out and settled for the 1.5 mile layout we have today. 33 cars up on the hook, and again, very, very minor bodywork damage there. And he should get set back down on the ground and ready to go here shortly. So as the Rush Series practice finishes up, I'm going to be joined here in the booth now by, I'm so thankful that he's here also. I'm really, really excited for the weekend. James Houghton joins me. And James, you've got a busy weekend because you're running in GRIDLIFE GT in your Honda TCR. So tell me a little bit about that, and because you've offered to give me some assistance in time attack here this weekend. So it can't be that busy.
No, I'm so passionate about GRIDLIFE, and you know, both the time attack side and the wheel-to-wheel side. You know, we came from a time attack background, and so I'm just really excited to be able to help out with this. And you know, last year we were doing dual duty with GLTC and with time attack, and we're just doing the GT thing this year. So there'll be a little bit extra time, and hopefully we don't have to, knock on wood, don't have to work on the car too much or anything like that. And I don't have to bail on you.
This is a really exciting event for me because Lime Rock to me is one of those famous racetracks. Look at the 1950s, the tracks that popped up: Road America, Watkins Glen, VIR, the original VIR, WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, Lime Rock Park. This is just one of those, like, the circuits that came up in the boom of American racetracks, and this is our 4th year here. What makes Circuit Legends feel so special? Because this racetrack has an aura to it.
It does. Like, they've kept it modern, but it just has that, like, classic vibe for some reason. The colors of all the white buildings and everything like that. It feels like, although you're, in 2025, you're also kind of in 1960 at the same time. And, CTMP is one of my home tracks, and they've updated that so much. It doesn't really have that classic vibe anymore. The tower is gone, some of the old buildings are gone, and it's just so different. And it feels new, and I love CTMP. I hope that we get a GRIDLIFE event there at some point. Comment in the chat if that's something that you're interested in. But it doesn't have that 1960s vibe anymore. It's just not bad because of that, but it doesn't. And this place does, and it's just got just gets me excited. Every time I pull in the gate here, I just get butterflies.
It's a little gate too, so you have to really squeeze it. If you have a larger trailer, you go across the track crossover. But we've got GRIDLIFE Rush Series cars on track. First practice, a couple of black flags to start the day. There's some of the cars here, and actually a lot of the cars here this weekend had an opportunity to do a test day, James. But as you know, sometimes testing doesn't always expose all the flaws that you've got in your setup, or maybe there's a mechanical issue you've been fighting. This is really the time to get it out of the way.
Exactly. I'm really curious to see what the lap times are going to be like for these guys. It's always interesting to see how it compares to TC, depending on the track, if it's more of a momentum track or more of a power track. Just stepping in the booth, I'm not really sure where we are. Maybe we don't have timing yet because it's still practice, right?
Yeah, we're firing it up here shortly. I think I needed to get everything connected there. So it should be good here, but
okay.
I think already, it was an out and an in because we've got cars gridding up here for our first track battle session of the weekend. So they didn't really get a lot of flying laps.
No.
They got 1 flying lap total.
Hopefully they can behave in qualifying if they don't have too many laps in practice.
Well, to your point, qualifying, and we've talked about this a lot, how important is qualifying? Because at a racetrack like this, you get 1 really good passing opportunity. The rest you kind of have to force. And while the fields are smaller than some of the other tracks we have, just because we can't put that many out there, if you qualify at the back of the field, your weekend is sort of at risk already.
It is quite something, and we had Group A and Group B for GLTC last year, and we had a very large qualifying field, and that was one of the most interesting qualifying sessions I've ever been a part of. Probably the most interesting qualifying session I've ever been a part of. That was big, and I think we stayed out on track for about 30 minutes straight, which I've never even done in the TSX before, and it ended up working out. We ended up qualifying on the front row, but I think it was about 25 minutes before I finally got a lap where I was kind of proud of, because like you say, there's just no passing opportunities here. You can get runs all you want, but you don't want to hurt the other person's lap either. Everyone's got to work together in qualifying. So it was quite an interesting experience, and hopefully people can make good judgment calls when they're qualifying today.
All right, well, it's time for GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack. 6 sessions that we've got on the racetrack here this weekend. And you're going to be here for about 4 of them, because I think tomorrow you got the schedule gets tighter with GRIDLIFE GT. But notably, Paul Darling is headed out on the racetrack. This is an Eibach GLTC car that is headed out, but he's running it in Track Battle, looks like.
Well, Joel did that same thing at Road America this year, and it worked very well. Joel had some of his best finishing, positions that he's had probably for the last year or so. So I like this call. If you can find a time attack ticket for sale or something like that, why not get some extra practice, especially with the way the schedule is. He's going to effectively have 2 practice sessions now. Can't argue with it.
So as the cars head up over the hill here, warming up, and again, kind of a cool morning, actually. The track temps should be pretty low. They're going to come up quite a bit. How much does this racetrack change over the weekend as far as the track temps? Because the time attackers love when it's nice and cool in the morning sessions.
I've found that this track in Mid-Ohio is not as crazy as, like, Gingerman really seems to degrade when it gets hot out. I have been able to do some pretty good lap times sometimes here when we were in time attack in afternoon sessions still, whereas at some of the tracks it just seems to be impossible. So I would put this track on the same level as Mid-Ohio with being able to still get some decent laps in the heat. But obviously, if everything is optimized and if you're feeling perfect and the car is perfect, you're going to do your fastest lap in the morning session most likely.
And we're going to be running in reverse order here with the heats, as we've done most of the season, groups D through A in reverse order. So the big focus in this session is always the Club SC cars. This is kind of a fun. You've actually done some of this, from my understanding, in the past.
Yep.
With a Honda Fit, and already we got one pulling off to the side there. Okay, that's one way to do a point back. As cars head out on the racetrack, Club SC, 25-to-1 power to weight. This is about the most fun you can have for your money at a GRIDLIFE event, I would think. But that doesn't mean it's it's intro level as far as the speed is concerned, but not from the competition side.
I just love, at the beginning, it was spec fit originally, right? And now it's transitioned to, different cars and stuff like that. And I love how it's, you're seeing some other varieties of cars with Minis and Corollas and Civics and all this sort of thing. I find that really interesting. And I have my own theory on what a really fast Sunday Cup car would be. I'm not going to share it because I might want to build it someday. But there is still some good options out here that I don't think that everyone has explored yet.
All right, well, you'll see on the left-hand side of the screen, the Club SC cars are the ones we're going to focus on here in this session, and already Sam Dooling is going to be the first one to lay down a time, 112.039. And as far as track records and stuff as well, we'll keep you up to date on that. I believe the record for Club SC, I have to look it up myself, but it should be in the 104 range, I want to say, based on past year. Oh, here we go. And actually 104.160 from 2024, Chris Rice. And Chris Rice will not be here this weekend, so that record's up for grabs.
That is not slow for a track that I think is actually more of a power track than people give it credit for, because it has so few really low speed corners. I think power is more important here than some people give it credit for. Sam came to me last night and he looked at me and he said, I am coming for that this weekend. So let's see what he can do with it.
There's a really interesting smattering of cars here. And Circuit Legends tends to bring out, now we have the car concourse up at the top of the hill. We're bringing out all sorts of really neat JDM cars, tuner cars. There's some really neat cars on this racetrack. This Porsche 911 and then the Ford Fiesta ahead of it. Really interesting cars. I haven't seen these before here.
I'm really excited about that Fiesta. I pointed by when it went past in the hot pit here. That's the livery on it, the wide body, everything like that. Circuit Legends just always brings out really, really cool stuff.
That's Dominic Tucci in the number 328 in Street Mod. And again, this is Group D, so as for drivers that haven't been here a lot or haven't been with us a lot, they kind of get ordered based on what their pace should be, but as we go through the weekend, they'll get bumped up into groups higher and higher if their pace is requisite with that. Also, the 494, is Tom O'Gorman on track? I thought that he didn't have that car sorted, which this was a big storyline. For those that weren't aware, it could just be a transponder that's misassigned, but Tom O'Gorman was supposed to run an Oldsmobile 4, I can't remember the name of it.
442?
442, thank you. 1973 442. That was supposed to be in track mod, but from my understanding, he had a rear main seal leak, but he is showing up on the scoring, and I haven't seen that car, so I wonder if it's just a transponder that got traded off.
And it's a 1 flat, so it's a quick. Do you think that he's in this FL5 Civic Type R?
That's Chris Nahill.
Okay.
And I do see him separately, so he should be.
So another car that's kind of faster than some of them out here. Let's see if we can
figure out who's playing Tomo Simulator here.
See if I can recognize a helmet when they come past here.
Yeah. John, that's Mark Gatos in the 444. He just came across line at a 116. There he is. That car is also running an Eibach GLTC here this weekend.
494? Is that?
That's 444.
No, but we're 494. I think it's Dakota from ASM.
Oh, that
driving
was, okay.
Yep.
They'll correct the name on that at some point then.
Yeah.
Unless it is Tomo behind the wheel of the car.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
I think Dakota was also running in Eibach GLTC. So there's a couple cars here that are running in maybe for a little extra practice time. But times on the board so far, Paul Darling at a 1:02.81. Again, that's an Eibach GLTC car. We'd expect that to be in the mid-58s, I would think.
Pole, I believe, last year was a 58.8, but I think it was a little hotter. And Pole has been low 58s before, I believe. So it's probably just shaking it down a little bit, getting ready for the next practice session, and going out hot for that, I would think.
Yeah, there's Dakota's car. You see the Eibach GLTC banner on it. So again, with limited time in practice and qualifying, I really don't fault it. If you can get an extra ticket, get some extra time on the racetrack, that can't hurt.
Absolutely. That EK with no arrow on it is pretty cool. I like that.
Actually, he's got 2 door cards on it, so he's probably running the whole weekend.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe because Tom, that's a shame. I didn't realize that car had a rear main failure. I was really, really excited to see that thing in person.
And he was excited to drive it too, and didn't really know what to expect, but it had a DCT, an 8-speed DCT in it, and a whole bunch of power.
Did we hear if it went kind of quick before it had the issue?
I don't know what the lap times were, but he said it drove like a modern muscle car, which means that would have been interesting. I'm not sure if it would have been pointy end track mod, but it would have been in the conversation, I think.
If it drove like a modern track car and it had an LS7 and a DCT and big tires on it, it was not going slow with Tomo driving.
No, probably not. Chris Nahil across the line again there. You see him pop up to 3rd overall in the session 101.888 for his street class car. And there's the Club SC group again coming into the shot. And we'll take a look at the Club SC times again. But Sam Dooling, Gorley, O'Brien, those are all Club SC cars.
Sam's getting close already. It's the first session of the weekend and he's within 6:10. So that's going to be exciting to see what transpires there.
Oh boy. Some brake lights there, blue flags waving. Traffic management here at Lime Rock is always going to be tricky, especially with so many cars that aren't really quite placed yet where they will be by the end of the weekend in the heat. So you have to be courteous, and as you and I think it was, well, Dewey primarily, the 10 Commandments of Time Attack. Again, I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but traffic management's in there.
Dewey would definitely probably rhyme them all off right now if he was here.
Yeah, and I think one of them was value the lap of a competitor as much as thy own.
I agree. Yeah, that was definitely part of that. One thing that's very interesting that you have to be ready for is if you're coming to a GRIDLIFE event for the first time and you're used to doing, some calmer laps, first lap of the weekend, be ready because a bunch of angry Finns are going to be out here. I shouldn't say angry, but a bunch of fast Finns are going to be out here and they're not going to be wasting any time getting up to speed.
Look at Darling at 57.8. That's a really quick lap.
That's GLTC track record.
Is it already?
I believe so.
Wow, I don't have the records for GLTC loaded.
I'm pretty sure if it was, I think Tom did a 57.9 in 2022, I believe.
I think you're right about that. I have to look this one up on the sheet because I don't have the GLTC ones plugged into this, but GLTC qualifying record was a 57.6. It was in a race.
Okay, so not there yet. That was, I believe, on RE71 RSs though, which later I believe were pulled out, right? So if he did that without a tire like that, that is quite something.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how much that ebbs and flows here as the temperatures rise, but especially once the drift cars hit the track, that can always kind of mix things up a little bit, keep things exciting and interesting. But Paul's into the pit lane now as we take a look at the Club SC cars now headed onto the backside of the racetrack. You mentioned that they're getting close already. Mark Johnson's out there in an unlimited car. That car is going to go mighty quick by the end of the weekend. And there's a look again at Sam Dooling leading the way, 104.0. Oh, that actually is already the track record. 104.031 for Sam Dooling. That is a new track record for Club SC already, session 1.
When he told me he was going to do it last night, I wonder if he expected it to do it first session 10 minutes in, or however many minutes we are in.
And see, in line there's a couple other cars to take note of. The 122 of Jason Davidson. There's the 357 as well, which is Luis Rodriguez in Club SC. Pretty good fit field here this weekend. About 10 of those cars out here. Mike Jansen, who was the new track record holder in Club SC at Road America last time out. He broke the track record, did 116 miles an hour on the backstretch, and the car dynoed at 86 horsepower.
It's incredible. The speed that car has been showing this year is really, really impressive.
Yeah, super, super impressed with that for sure.
I'm just so excited for the feeling that Paul must have right now. As a longtime GLTC competitor, you're always worried, how's the pace going to be this weekend? And to come out before practice even happens and go that fast, he probably doesn't have a small smile on his face right now. He probably has a big smile on his face.
And this place is like a momentum track, too. If you can get one decent lap strung together, like Road America, there was a lot of drivers in the Track Battle Championship that could get one good lap, really, because the track's so long and it was so hot. But here, you can get 2, 3, 4 good laps if you got clear racetracks. So I really think that if you can just keep the momentum up and just chase, you can find a lot of driver self-improvement through the weekend as well. Look at that shot here over through Big Bend. Checker flag is out here on the first group of the weekend.
It's funny when you mention about so many laps in the session. I have never turned as many flyers as when we were here in the Evo in 2022. We ran so many laps that weekend, and we just kept on kind of getting comfortable and making adjustments and getting faster and faster. And it's, like you say, it's just something that's not going to happen at a Road America or some of the other bigger tracks. But man, I can't believe we didn't wear that car out that weekend.
I was told that the Time Attack pace car did 500 laps. No, not laps, 500 miles worth of laps.
No kidding.
Which there was a lot, because think about, 4 miles a lap. Doesn't take that many laps to do that. And when you're doing 3 days, with cleanups and spills and pace laps and all those other things.
That's a fuel stop.
Yeah, or 2.
Yeah.
And it was a first-gen fit, the 981 of Forsheimer. Tim Ford, I think it's Tim Forsheimer. Correct myself if I'm wrong here in a moment. No, I had it right. Tim Forsheimer. He was here last year, but he's a local guy running his fit, so that's always fun. There's a lot of drivers that are sort of local to the Northeast because this is really the closest that we get to this region. And there's a lot of racetracks up in the northeastern United States, like the Watkins Glens, the Palmers, the Lime Rock Parks, that we see a lot of kind of specialists at this racetrack, and I think we're going to see a lot of that experience play in this weekend.
Well, especially in GLTC, Barbato told me after Mid-Ohio that he has over 1,000 documented laps at Lime Rock Park. Gosh. So I'm very excited and curious to see how he will do this weekend as well.
Yeah, that will be fun.
1,000 documented laps at the same racetrack. That is not. I think he's very close to here, like within an hour or something like that.
I don't even know if I have 1,000 laps at Watkins Glen in iRacing, and like Watkins Glen being my home track that I run all the time. That's, when you think about how many laps it actually is.
Toronto Motorsports Park has been my home track of testing for a long time, but so often we'll go and only turn 7 or 8 laps just because we're working on something or whatever. It takes a lot of trips to the track when you're going 7 to 10 laps per time to get to 1,000.
Yeah, so cars are headed back to the pit lane here. Gorgeous scenes from around this, and I have to say that this facility is just kept to such a top notch. We mentioned how it's a historic racetrack, but it is just maintained so meticulously. I'm really excited to chat with Dickie Regal later today and chat about this facility and how Circuit Legends really plays into the history of this place and the concourse that's up at the top of the hill that's going to be filling in this weekend. There's so much to look forward to, so many really cool rare cars, and even within the GRIDLIFE series as well. I mean, we have a grid walk tomorrow during the lunch break for IBOC GLTC, and I made a poster that has a couple really interesting cars on it, like an old Volkswagen Golf, and there's also the Merkur XR4 Ti that Alan Newsom has run with us, and it's just people building cars that have history in motorsport for this little silly grassroots thing.
And R32 GTR as well. I didn't have that on my bingo card for GLTC, that's for sure.
Did anybody?
No, no.
Well, one of the cars on track here in this next group as they head out on the racetrack, this is going to be Group C, is Clay Coughlin in the Fields Auto Works Cardinal. So that's a super unlimited car, as it's not doesn't have a VIN, but just kind of an interesting track day sort of oriented car that hails back to the 60s, or I guess it would be the 50s and 60s, sort of, maybe 70s.
I think that kind of design.
Yeah.
That car though could take the penalty for non-VIN'd car and probably run in GLTC as well. So maybe we'll see one of those in GLTC someday.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yep. There's there is a modifier if you wanted to bring a tube chassis car that was originally built for another series. So I guess that would be a gray area with that if it wasn't really built for another series. But I've always lusted after bringing a Trans Am TA2 car out to GLTC. Detuned. It would be tricky with the wheel sizes and everything like that, because they're built around a 15-inch wheel, and so you'd have to get some different wheels for it. But I think a Trans Am TA2 car would be a great car for GLTC. Maybe that would too.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to look at. So here's a look also now at, as we get the classes now for the track battle ticker here. Things getting kind of sorted up. I see Paul Darling is running in track mod here this week, and that's sort of naturally where an IBOC GLTC car will fall. He ran it in Super Unlimited at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, so he's kind of been bouncing around. But we're going to see the classes mix up. We'll show you the per class tickers once they fill out a little bit more here. As Bruce Yoon jumps for the top. There's Darling the 494, the 444 Ogatis. That's another Eibach GLTC car. And then in street mod, this is a record we're expecting to fall this weekend, previously held by Alan Patton, but Dewey is hunting that in Boogeyman. And then basically all the rest of the category, street class and street GT, I think all of them are going to fall this weekend, given the conditions and given the firepower we've got in all of our classes.
Well, I mean, when you look at all the events that we've had this year, it'd be interesting to know in 2025 how many individual records have gone down between all of the tracks.
Yeah.
It is a big number.
At Road America, every single class had a record fall, and in some classes, more than one drivetrain record fell also. And I know we're on new pavement, but the first year we didn't see a ton of records go.
It would be interesting if you could go back and see, like, if a record got broken multiple times in the weekend.
Oh yeah, we saw that happen.
How many records have been set? Individual records have been set in 2025. It might be like, way over 100.
Oh, I would easily. I mean, I think Alan Patton broke his own record like 4 separate times that weekend. So
that starts to get wild.
And he wrapped up the Track Mod Championship technically already. He has 103 points with that's 4 wins and 3 track records. Now he has the record at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but the record that he set is the new track mod rule set, which we didn't have back in 2019. So that wasn't worth an extra point. So with 4 events left, in theory,
you could get 104 points.
You could. So the challenge is if there's someone here running this weekend, if they want to win and get a track record, that's great. But then they have to do all the other events too and win those.
And you have to make sure that Alan then doesn't show up to pit.
Correct.
Because if you win the next 3 and set the record in the next 3,
he's going to pit.
That black C7 might have something to say about that at pit race.
Yeah. All right, so here's some more times. Lots of green here on the timing and scoring. When you see the green, that's a personal improvement. And when you see the purple, that'll be best of the session so far. So Devin Hoffman's out on track in her Subaru WRX STI. That's the 145 car leading street mod right now. The street mod record, as you saw a little while ago, is a 53.887 from Alan Patton. Although, hey, look, you're a record holder here back in 2023 in front-wheel drive.
There it is.
So we'll see if that one falls as well. I'm not exactly sure what firepower we have in front drive in street mod here this year. Not a ton.
I promise that will get beat someday, I am sure. But I promise that whoever beats it, it won't be that easy because I tried really hard to beat Dewey that weekend.
Yeah. Well, and I know Dewey has the all-wheel drive record, but he's going for the overall track record here this weekend to see Devin improve to a 1:08.74.
Dewey has had so much speed this year, it'll be very exciting to see. I would be shocked if he didn't get it.
Yeah, I think that kind of sequential gear set and the OEM housing and all the other improvements they've made to Boogie, they've really started to dial that car in. So we'll see him a little bit later in this session. But as far as, look at number 7. Who is that? Question mark, question mark. I've never seen that before.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's a really funny failure method.
I like it.
Who is it?
It's a secret.
It is. That's the Stig out there, James.
I think that white E90 BMW has one of those GTS rear wings on it, which is a cool little loophole for street GT. So that's kind of exciting as well. I stare at time attack rulebooks, even though I don't do a lot of time attack these days, just because I just find all that sort of thing really intriguing.
Yeah, so the rule of street GT, and it's a class that is basically for modern muscle, the 5, 6, 8, and 10 cylinder engines. And the rule is OEM aero, but there's a little bit of a caveat to that. There's an MSRP limit. I think it's adjusted to inflation, $125,000. You can put aero from a different trim on the car as long as it's below 125 grand MSRP. So if you have like let's say a C6 or whatever, you could put on aero from any other Corvette of that generation of a different model, so long as it's below that MSRP limit. So especially the Porsche world, that can really play in when you've got like GT RS stuff floating around, and to your point, BMW as well. There's a lot of performance parts on those higher trims.
And that would be the same thing. It would fit into street as well, because I think those follow along the same lines. Adam knows he's very nervous if I ever win the lottery, because I have a recipe for a street class 996 with GT3 Aero and a 992 GT3 RS engine and drivetrain in it. That would that might break that a little bit.
That would be interesting to see. Mark Johnson, by the way, that 127, that's an unlimited class Honda Civic. That is a front-wheel drive car. Should be fun to see that. Try to go for the track record in unlimited. I am not confident that we're going to see anyone beat Sasha Anis's time. that he set last year, 50.6 something in Unlimited.
And that Golf R32 in Club TR is a really interesting, kind of a different mousetrap than you'd normally expect, but still really cool.
Yeah, Falcon Club TR, what a great class that is. That's a really fascinating one. Basically, track day cars, track rat stuff, really designed for cars that are relatively inexpensive. But hey, you wanted to swap a different Honda motor into your toy, and so now there's some clever rules around turbocharged engines that are 1.6 liters or less, or 2.5 liter or less, NA engines. You get a lot of twins, 86s, Integras, Civics, that sort of thing. But really, extremely high performance cars. Often they're some of the fastest cars of the weekend when we're here.
Even a rotary this weekend. I think that RX-8 has a Club TR on it, so that's going to be very interesting.
Is that the red one?
I believe so.
Yeah, that's Garrett Glossary's car, the 238. So he's currently 12th overall of the cars that have run so far. Kevin Horn in the 71. That's a Scion FRS. It's purple. It's easy to spot.
Paul Darling still looking pretty sporty at the top of the board.
Again, holding pretty tough here through Group C. And we're only going to see times get quicker, but Street GT starting off pretty strong. 3/10 between Cheng and Alvarez in the 868 and 669.
No Street GT front-wheel drive records. That would be an interesting way to try to figure something out, how that would work.
Yeah, I guess there's not a lot of front-wheel drive cars with V8s, right?
But you can have boost as well. So maybe an FL5 on 315s.
Yeah, I mean, at a track like this, I think you'd be in a pretty good spot.
Might not be bad.
Right.
Maybe no one's thought about that yet. Everyone wanting to put 285s and run them in the street, but I think they'd be interesting to see. I'd have to really look at the rule book as the way it relates to that and see if there was something in there that would, allow it to get a little bit of an extra advantage.
Yeah, there's not a ton of all-wheel drive cars in Street GT either. Conor Gallagher's really been the lone exception to that in his Nissan GTR. We've seen him on occasion this year. But again, things filling out. You see in street class there, that's Bucky Lassick in the 540 Subaru WRX, and that is a Subimans supported car. We'll talk a lot more about Subimans here this weekend, but he and Mayhill and Cody Umba having a pretty good fight. Chuck Myers, another Subimans driver, and it's all pretty tight there at the top of the street for the time being.
Speaking of all-wheel drive in Street GT, I lust after a G80 M3 in Street GT with max amount of legal weight reduction, of course,
yeah.
exhaust, seats, battery. I think that car would be pretty nasty. I think you can make about 700 wheel horsepower on one of those and still be within the Street GT guidelines. That's my recipe for that.
It's so interesting to hear you kind of go through and find the different recipes, because you were a track battle time attack competitor for a long time before running in IBOC GLTC and now GRIDLIFE GT. But it is a fun sport because it's not just about driving, it's about the building, but it's also about the creativity to, this is your box. How do you maximize the box? What do you start with and how do you modify it?
We ran in Unlimited for so long, and in Unlimited it's kind of, I feel like sometimes you're not as creative because you're not like looking at a rule and thinking, what can I do with that? You just build, this fire-breathing monster, and sometimes you're not as challenged with the creativity. But trying to get a G80 M3 light, that gets me excited. And class legal and light, that gets me excited.
Yeah, can't be replacing body panels in Street GT either, so unless they're from a higher trim car, maybe there was carbon doors or something, I don't know.
We should Google how much a driver's seat weighs in a G80 M3, and I bet it's really heavy.
Yeah, all the electronic nice controls and cushy everything. But this is Dariusz Lotfi, I believe, in the green MX-5 chasing Garrett Glossary. Whoop, big little slide there on the turn-in for Glossary in the RX-8. But this is such a fun racetrack in a Club TR car. We're working with Fire Laps this year with installing Fire Links in all of the GRIDLIFE GT cars. But some of the competitors upload their aim data to the Fire Laps software after the fact. And I was looking back at data from a couple of years ago here at Lime Rock Park, and some of the Club TR guys were within a mile or an hour or two in the uphill, which is where I've got my speed trap located for the Fire Lap stuff this weekend. So really, really fast corners. And so far this weekend, I hadn't seen anyone touch even 85 miles an hour in the uphill. So Club TR cars really push that limit. It's cool.
Well, I know at Mid-Ohio Turn 1, I was hearing some data from some people, and one of the Club TR competitors was within, I believe, 2 or 3 miles per hour of the overall record. So that is quite something when you think of, a Club TR car being within 2 miles an hour of the fastest lap time at Mid-Ohio.
Garrett giving a point by there a little bit. I think they're both knocked off there, which works out. But again, traffic management, super challenging here at Lime Rock. But again, we haven't seen a lot of shifting in track mod here. Look at street. Bucky Lassick improves to just about a 1 minute flat as the checker falls here on this session. And Kevin Horn will be the next car across the line here. This is a Club TR car, so he'll come across the stripe and wrap up his session. There's that R32 Volkswagen that you were mentioning.
Sounds so good.
Yeah, that's Connor O'Mara. That's a really neat car. And he was talking to me last night. He goes, you know, it's interesting when people see that car, half of them are like, why are you doing this to this incredible car? And the other half is like, yeah, this is awesome. A tale of two worlds.
It's like turning an Integra Type R into a track car. You know, why do you do it? Because it's just what I do. Come on, leave me alone. I wonder if that MR2, that third gen MR2, has a K in it, or what sort of engine is in that car. I know that those are starting to be more commonly K swap, but I know that some people put that 2ZZ in them as well, and that can make some good power as well.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting chassis, right? Because it's such a short wheelbase that they've always been a little bit of a struggle to get to handle properly. And if you follow along Gears and Gasoline, Ben Lynn really struggled to get his to do the right things. And now he's going to the moon with it currently.
I've driven a friend's at Toronto Motorsports Park. Pretty basic build, you know, fairly light, 15-inch wheels, some suspension, but stock power. And I really enjoyed it. But, you know, I imagine as the car gets crazier and crazier, it probably gets a little bit more and more challenging. And of course, at a shorter, smaller track, it's a little bit different as well. So as you pick up speeds, some of those handling, you know, I don't want to call them flaws, but difficulties probably get accentuated.
Bucky Lassick, by the way, his last lap around at a 59.297, so that was about 0.8 quicker than the lap prior. So he found a big pickup somewhere.
Finding a whole bunch of time in the last lap of the session is always a good feeling.
Yeah, and in the Falcon Club TR class, you know, Dariusz Lotfi in that green MX-5 just dipped under the 1 minute mark, 59.547. But as we continue to climb up here in the groups, we're going to see faster and faster times from all the classes. The only exception to that is the Club SC cars, which we've already seen all of them. So this is going to be, is this going to be A or B? This looks like this will be.
I think this is B.
Yeah, this is, I think you're right. I don't actually know if we're splitting into 4 or 3 groups.
This could be A.
This could be A.
This could be
Mark
A.
Kilgore is out there. Peter Gramberg.
Evan with a 57.7 last year is out there. I'm not sure. It depends on you know, who we have here this weekend and stuff like that. But that C6, which I believe is in unlimited at the front of the pack here, I don't know that that car is going to be that slow. It looks quite, it looks a little menacing there.
Yeah. And let me see it on the schedule.
And as you mentioned with locals, you know, I don't necessarily recognize that car, so maybe a local probably is going to go pretty quick, pretty fast.
Yeah, this is going to be B because we still have another 30 minutes before we have our next session. So we should get.
Oh yeah, because Dewey's not here.
Right.
So no. So
wow, this is a fast group of cars.
This is a fast Group B. What is Group A going to look like?
Oh,
who do we have in Group A?
A bunch of prototypes. And go ahead.
Speaking of G Series BMWs, there's one just rolled out onto the track, an M4, not an M3, which I'm not opposed to that either.
Yeah, we've got. I'm excited also for this weekend for GRIDLIFE GT. When you're out on the racetrack, Mark Kilgore from Perfect Lap Podcast is going to be joining me for the whole weekend there. So he'll get an opportunity to kind of see the other side. As I was like, who's some podcast hosts I could bring in? Some Heat Exchangers, some Perfect Lap. Lizard Brains on at Road America. We're just hitting all the podcasts.
We love it. We love it.
Slow outlap here as we make our way around. I mentioned Mike Jansen earlier. That red BMW is his.
It's funny that Luke McGrew is not here this weekend, but then there's a black, looks like Street GT C6. Yeah. Did he sneak in here? Oh, no, it's not black. That's the charcoal one. Yeah,
that's Nick Hendricks. And
that's
so
right.
He used to have a very similar charcoal-colored Grand Sport, but he got rid of that, and now that's a Z06. So he has basically gotten the same car visually, but upgraded it to the Z06 platform. And laps are beginning here in Group B, and that is the 379. Now that's Ertel that is behind the wheel of that. Jake Ertel. That is an unlimited class car. One of about a half a dozen we have here this weekend. And pretty interesting. We have unlimited cars at the pointy end of Group B. This is going to be a really, really fast day.
It's going to be interesting to see how Evan and Peter do in Club TR in this first session here, chasing each other, and those guys have done a lot of chasing of each other over the past couple of years, so it'll be interesting to see the first couple laps. Those guys are not going to waste any time. And we've got the 244 GTK out there as well. It's always exciting to see it on track. That car, the build quality of that car is always amazing, and if you're here at the track this weekend, get over to the Falcon booth and have a look at that car because it is just beautiful.
So coming down the hill to start the lap, there's Nick Hendricks in that 364. This should be his first time lap across the stripe here. And it's a 58.140 on the first lap. And these C6s, long wheelbase, but not a lot of arrows, so they can be a little bit of a handful. You see him kind of pedaling it there through the first corner.
I haven't spent a lot of the time in the tower up here, and seeing how fast a street GT car goes down into turn 1 at Lime Rock is visually quite something.
And we'll also keep our eyes again on Street and Falcon Club TR, because I think those are going to be pretty volatile here this session. But Hendricks working his way down towards the uphill again. Tyler Hensley, or Jeremy Hensley rather, jumping up. So we'll have a look at Unlimited Street GT, Street, and Club TR in this session. We'll bring up Street Mod and Track Mod in Group A. I think that the pointy end of those fields is going to be there. But here comes Hendricks down the hill again. Big compression at the bottom of the hill. Squeezing back on power all the way to the rumbles.
Wow. I hope they never allow aero in Street GT because seeing those cars move around is just so right.
And Nick Hendricks, 56.9. Ryan Matthews has 2 transponders because he's running, well, he shouldn't. I think he's just got 2 on the car, but 57.007. And then look at Josh Halka jump up into second in street class. We'll see that go high. But look at already Falcon Club TR, Granberg and McLaren, 58.3, 58.9. That's going to be a dogfight here this weekend.
So Hendricks within a second of the Street GT lap record, first lap of the weekend. So let's see what happens there. I believe that's a 56.3 by Andy Vogel.
Yep, that's the 2024 time he set in that C8. So Hendricks slowing down there. And it looks like Matthews is also slowed down off pace. So they're going to cool things down. There's that Ertel car, the 379, the Corvette out front. But a 1 minute .1 that car ran last time around.
For the record, I didn't realize that it said that 56.3 off the top.
Oh.
I did that off of memory.
That's impressive. It takes a while to like, that graphic was new as of Midwest Festival, and I still have, like, I mean, Mike behind the scenes always surprised me because he keeps up with it so well, and I'm like looking for the record, boom, there it is. You know?
I love it. I love it. It gets me so excited because, you know, it's such a big part of track battle is the records, and to be able to see those up there all the time is just super cool. And like I say, Street GT, nothing in front wheel drive there.
Speaking of records, let's have a look at the Falcon Club TR records because I do have an update for you. We told you that it was going to be pretty volatile down there. Peter Granberg and Evan McLaren. Have a look at this. The previous record was Evan McLaren in 2024, 57.754. Goodbye. Peter Granberg is now your new overall track record holder in Club TR, 57.556.
That is not slow. That is a very fast lap around here in Club TR.
That is really impressive. And again, that's the first session of the weekend. So
last year that class was on a Falcon 660. This year it is on the new and improved Falcon 660 Plus. I think there is definitely some improvements there, so maybe those correlate. So it'll be interesting to see as they go faster throughout the weekend, you know, how much of that is attributed to the new tire and how much of that is attributed to them just, you know, figuring the car out and making improvements to themselves in the car and everything like that.
Yeah, Nick Hendricks just hit a 56.756, so that's only a couple tenths off.
Getting close.
Yeah, getting real close.
Those conditions are good out there. When I rode my scooter over here to come to the tower, I thought, oh, we're going to see something.
And Evan McLaren also did a 57.571, so it's what, 15 thousandths between those two right now?
Wow, that's exciting.
Insanely close. And I think it was 31 thousandths between the winners of Road America, the podium sprint, between Stan Feingold and Peter Granberg.
It was very tight. It's been tight all year in Club TR. It's been completely incredible. I was very lucky to get to drive the JZ car in Club TR last year, and it was super fun. And that class is one of the classes that is very dear to my heart.
So Peter Granberg just improved again. 56.855 for Peter Granberg in the Subaru BRZ, and McLaren improved as well, just slightly, at 57.538.
if you're on Falcon 660s, go get yourself a set of Falcon 660 pluses.
Those are incredible times.
Those times are fast, and those tires are fast.
And they're on a 255.
They
right?
are.
So these tires aren't crazy wide either.
Nope.
That is unbelievable.
I wouldn't have even thought that was possible. I would have said that, maybe a mid to low 57 could be possible, but 56 is in Club TR?
Yeah, Dan Persing, by the way, in a BRZ just did a 58.8 as well. So already this is going to be a really fun fight. There's Mike Burrows, by the way, in the K20 Ferrari of all things. But have a look. I mean, this was much closer a minute ago. But Peter Granberg had a 56.855 McLaren, 57.538.
Is that second fastest lap of the weekend so far?
It looks to be, yeah. That's.
Oh my
I told you Club TR
gosh.
cars were fast. You knew that.
I knew that.
That's incredible.
56.8.
Wow. That is really, really impressive stuff. And again, they just crossed. Did he even go quicker than just then? 56.855. I don't remember what it was a minute ago, but that was.
It was an 8. I don't know where it was in an 8.
That's so fast. Oh, you know what? He just tripped the timing
that's
in
what
pit
it is.
lane. Yeah. So, Jeremy Bailey on track as well. Now, let's talk championship fight in Falcon Club TR while we're here, because the points are really close. There's 4 drivers that are going to be in this championship battle, or currently are. 3 drivers at the moment that are very, very tight at the top, includes Jeremy Bailey. Bailey is second in the standings right now.
Granberg looks like he's going back out. He's got his hands on the steering wheel still. If he goes back out there and tries to find even more, I am going to be shocked. That's going to be amazing.
Yeah. And
doesn't he have a vibe like he's like kind of like maybe he's going to go back out right now?
It looks like he might, and they've got time to do it. And again, you don't need a lot of time to get a lap in here, so you can wait pretty late in the session. But the point I was going to make is Granberg has been charging as of late. He's 3rd in the championship standings, 4 behind Mario Moroni, who's not here. So right now, Bailey in this BRZ here it would be the leader of the championship because Mario's not here. So 76 to 73, and then you've got Evan McLaren, who, if he were to win this event this weekend, he would take the championship lead from everybody. And he's 6th in the standings. So that's how close things are.
And with no podium sprint this weekend, you've got some work to do now. There's no, I'll get it later. You better get it now, or you better get it tomorrow morning.
And Evan McLaren is going to roll to the end of the pit lane, and he is going to turn in. Peter Granberg looks like he might.
I feel a little bit bad for Evan right now, because he's probably stoked that he did a 57.5. And I've been in this scenario in track battle before, and you come in and they're like, so I've got good news. You PB'd. I've got bad news. You have 7/10 to find. That is a daunting task at Lime Rock, where 2 or 3 tenths is very challenging to find.
I took my eyes off Granberg for 2 seconds. I wasn't sure if they released him or if he went back to the paddock.
He took his gloves off finally. I think he was probably just in shock. That's why his hands are still on the steering wheel.
Incredible. So Jeremy Bailey's really got to start laying some times down. Again, you got a lot of heats this weekend. You don't need to rush it, but when you're looking at the championship battle, he's in the mix. He's already had a number of good events, so he just needs to get another really good event, steal one. He does really well in the podium sprint format, but this weekend he's got to just get good points here and defend from everybody else. It's not about him earning the points, it's about keeping the others from earning the points, because again, 76 points. He won CMP, 6th at Road Atlanta, 2nd at Midwest, and 4th at Road America. So he gets another 2nd or 1st. He's really in championship contention.
Would a 3rd would even be an improvement as well, which would be, so there's points out there to be had still.
Yep. And then for Peter Granberg, he had a little bit of a slower start. 5th at Road Atlanta, 6th at Midwest, but then 3rd at Mid-Ohio and a win and a record at Road America. And then for Evan McLaren, we've only seen him, at 3 events, 2nd, 8th, and 1st. So McLaren is a real threat.
It's really, really exciting to see how the points championship is shaping up in Club TR this year. That's really good.
Yeah, and it's going to continue. That'll be a storyline the whole weekend as well, because McLaren, even with a 2nd place, like if I did the math right now, if McLaren were to grab a 2nd, which would be 21 points, and if Granberg were to win, which would be 26 points, that would put McLaren 2nd behind Granberg by 5 points.
It's just going to be a non-stop conversation probably to the end of the season. It'll be interesting to see who shows up at Audubon, who's going to show up at Laguna, who's going to show up at Pitt. I imagine Granberg is probably going to go to all of them.
Yep, and 4th fastest car on the racetrack at the moment, behind Hertel, Matthews, Hendricks at the moment. So that's really impressive. There's that red BMW in trail. That's a street GT car, Mike Jansen, who we talked about earlier, 102.674. That's a lot of car to throw around, but doing a nice job with it. And we were close in Street GT, but didn't quite get there for the record in this session. And we're not done quite yet. We might be. Group A might not have any Street GTs in it if we saw the pointy end.
Maybe not. I'm so curious to see who is. Oh, Jackie is here.
Oh, boy. Oh, there's some good cars in this lineup.
This is going to be exciting. This is going to be exciting. I can't tell you how pumped I am to see. I think that Dewey is going to put one down first flyer. And, you know, we know that Jackie will. There's no question about that.
So Jackie Ding is the lead car in this group. It'll be Dewey DeWitt. And then it's Jimmy Rock in the 921 Honda Civic Unlimited car. Then Chris Smith in the Track Mod 1 Series. Then Chris Boersma in the Honda Civic in Track Mod. Then Cal Fortner. And then a car I haven't seen before, the 167. Do you know anything about this car?
That is a Canadian car. That is from NV Auto. Those are my boys.
Those are your boys. So Michael, is it Kozior?
Yep.
In a Lancer. So look, again, do you see the cars lined up there on pit lane? This is a Super K is here with Alex Moss?
That car has been here before, but without a wide body and a different livery.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool to see it all looking fresh.
And then Igor Keselov in a souped up Tesla. Dude, this is a great Group A. This is awesome.
Look at the wing on that Plaid. That is a big wing on the back of that thing.
Oh my God, that is huge. And it's in track mod too. So
yeah, he's got the small, you know, the track mod, or because of the modern cars or whatever have to have the smaller splitter. So I think that looks correct.
Here's a look. Let's have a look here. I think it's probably worth looking at our street mod overview as well here.
And a C7 in Unlimited that I don't recognize, I haven't seen before, with some big canards on it. So what is that car going to do? Does, you know?
Yeah, that's Rich Kirok in the Corvette. So Group A on the racetrack. This is going to be really, really fast. We should see a lot of sub-56s, I would imagine, in this group. And again, Jackie Ding in the blue M2, and then Dewey DeWitt in the IAG Performance Subaru Impreza. Those are the cars to watch. Jeremy Lauder's here with his Pikes Peak Hill Climb car as well.
There's a lot of horsepower on the track right now. There's a lot.
Want to total it up and give that back to me?
Oh my gosh.
So Jackie warming up the Track Mod M2. This is a car that PhD has been dialing in and make that car drive so light. It's not a light chassis to begin with, but they have really done a nice job making it drive light. And there's Dewey in the IAG car, 1995 Subaru Impreza L Championship leader.
More horsepower coming out on track.
Bronson McNeamer is headed out as well. But here's Dewey. Again, street mod leader in the championship standings right now. And I wouldn't say that he feels comfortable by any stretch. He can't get comfortable, but they've really started to make big gains with this car. So here we go. Green flag here. Street mod and track mod, the ones we're watching right now. There's Jimmy Rock as well.
The track mod record, it'll be interesting to see if Jackie can do it, and if he does it, how long it's going to take. 54.6, I think I see there. I think that he's going to get that fairly quickly.
So coming back around here to the Paul Newman straight. There's Jackie in the M2. Look, Dewey's charging, actually. He looks really, really dialed right now, doesn't he?
Dewey doesn't like to waste a lot of time.
Got a little light over the crest there. Jeremy Lauder just takes the green, but here comes Dewey. Little sparks off the rub blocks on the left front, right out to the edge of the curbs. That was tight.
This is a fast lap. I'm going to call it right now. This is a fast lap. It's tight. He's using all the track. Oh,
boy. Here we go. Jackie Ding in the M2. Where does Jackie end up? 55.774. Dewey to a 54.648. And in Street Mod, that is going to be awful close if it isn't already. Street Mod was previously a 53.887. So he's got a little ways to go there. But as far as his previous personal best, he's only a 10th off.
Yep. It looked, I don't know if we missed it somewhere, but the right side of his splitter looks curled up a little bit. I wonder if he got a curb strike a little bit awkward there or something like that. We'll have to see.
Jimmy Rock, 54.962 in the Unlimited Civic out of the gate. Ooh, Jackie again with the crest, little wiggle there. He looks like he's still on it, trying to get another fast lap in here before the tires go off.
John Veloso handing out on track in the Super Unlimited Acura NSX GT3. That's exciting.
And Jackie, 54.186. And for Jackie Ding, that is a new overall track mod record.
Wow.
Just like that, lap 2. And that was not by a little bit either. That was by 0.4 of a second.
Pack it up, put it in the trailer, get the barbecue going.
Oh, there's John Veloso in that Acura NSX GT3 that you mentioned in the Super Unlimited class, letting Jackie on through. And Igor Keselov in the 369. Jackie, again, the car comes over the crest and just settles down pretty quickly.
That new aero package that he's got on that car this year is working very well.
Yeah, there was a great image of, I think it was Sean Bassett coming up over the crest of the hill last year, just fully, nose up like it was taking off. And aero balance is always a conversation. Brunson and Niemer grinding down the pavement there into turn one. Jackie's off pace now on a cool down lap. John Veloso coming into the shot. I think he was just letting some traffic through, but he's going to chase Dewey, I think. And looks like we got a black flag out as well. Oh, big crash, turn 3 on driver's right. Oh, no. That is Kurok. That's that 63 C7 Unlimited Corvette we had mentioned earlier, and he's put it in the wall in a big way.
Hopefully he's okay. That's a bit of a hard hit there.
Yeah, that is a big one, and that was driver's right. And it's kind of an odd spot, I suppose, when you're on acceleration, leaving Big Bend there, James, when you're on throttle. But that car has seen both ends into the tire bundles.
Yeah, sometimes you drop the edge of the tire off the exit curb exiting 2, and then it's just hard to catch it there.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate. Again, so early in the weekend, just getting your bearings there. But he had just run a 57.859, and that will likely be the last lap that car will run here this weekend. There's John Veloso, by the way, in the K-tuned NSX. Just bought it for fun, basically. And we told him, like, this car, technically, with the way the rules work in Unlimited, we have seen GT3 spec cars in Unlimited before, but when we told him that, he goes, I'm not here to go for trophies. I'm just here to have fun and run this car around and get the logo on the screen, and he's doing just that.
He got really well up to pace at Mid-Ohio and turned some pretty quick laps there, and he's really enjoyed that car. And I really appreciate his passion for the sport, and even supporting myself for so many years. It's really cool to see a guy that's really excited about it.
Yeah, super neat to have that car here. It's also great context, right? We hear guys talk on podcasts all the time about how is a race car built by a manufacturer count as a time attack car, and you could argue either way. But I think what's so cool about it is, everyone is familiar with a GT3 car from IMSA, from SRO, from around the world. Everyone knows how much performance they have. So what I love is the context of how fast are these home-built time attack cars really going. Mm-hmm. And when you have a car like that to kind of set a benchmark for you, it's really neat and actually quite handy when you're trying to explain to people how fast these cars actually are. But man, that car did take a really good wallop, didn't it?
Oh man.
It's so unfortunate. That's really not one of the faster areas of the racetrack either. So I guess, you're never excited about having an off like that, but you'd almost rather it there than in the uphill or going into West Bend or something. But yeah, so this is likely going to put us under delay here for a couple of minutes in track battle Q1. We'll probably bring the end of the session if I had to imagine. Everyone got a good crack at it.
Feel bad for Johnny. Got out there a little bit late in that session and might not get re-released, but you never know. They've got them lined up there. They might try to get them out for 2 flyers or something like that.
The one thing I would be worried about there is to see where the car impacted. The Armco's bent a little bit, so they'll want to check the structure of that.
Oh man, that was a hard hit.
Yeah. So
is he out of that car?
I think I haven't seen him get out, but it looks like they're just picking up debris at this stage. So
yeah, he's probably out.
Yeah. Again, Lime Rock Park. So here's an interesting thing about Lime Rock Park. This was the first racetrack in the United States that was built to U.S. highway safety standards.
Interesting.
So all the runoffs and all those other things, the guardrails, how they were designed and put together, was all in consideration of how the United States built highways for safe conditions. So there was a lot of racetracks back in the day that were not very safe.
I've seen early pictures and video of CTMP and Road America back in the day, and it was not good. We're very lucky that they are as good as they are now, because back in the 60s it was a scary time.
Yeah, so this racetrack has a lot of safety features built in. Though it's small, there's not a lot of places in several corners to add runoff. Where they don't have a significant runoff, they've got things like tire bundles and things of the sort. And James, I think you tested one out a couple of years ago here.
That's last year. It was not one of my finer moments.
No, but the tire bundles are, while they do mess up bodywork quite a bit, they are a much softer thing to run into.
They mess up the bodywork, but they save the shell, right? And that's a really important thing. And I shouldn't say the really important thing is they save the driver, and then the second part is they save the shell. right? You can fix a quarter panel, you can fix a bumper and stuff like that, but if the whole car is actually tweaked, then sometimes you're looking for another chassis, and then if it's a cage chassis, then that's, you know, even more of a, you know, big deal. So.
Well, some more safety vehicles headed out on the racetrack here for Track Battle Q1. And James, I want to thank you again for being here. I know we'll turn you loose here in a couple minutes because we've got plenty of stuff going on here today. And next up after this is going to be our first IBOC GLTC practice. Then you hit the racetrack at about 10:35. So if you need to get rolling, you just let me know.
I should probably head down there right now, but we will see you back in a couple of hours.
All right. Thanks so much, James. I appreciate you, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks so much for listening.
All right, so James Houghton's going to go down and get set up to run in the K-tuned Honda Civic Type R TCR. And I'll take you through Track Battle Q1 and then into IBOC GLTC practice. I'll be joined by Mark Kilgore for GRIDLIFE GT in just a little while. So there is Kozior in the Mitsubishi Evo. And it looks like Dewey's going to make the hard right into the paddock. They're going to be followed by that Lancer as well, Cal Fortner. I just don't anticipate getting back on track in this session. But a bit of a slowdown here in the first session of the day for the Track Battle Series. Again, if you're interested in coming to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, tickets are still available at the gate. You can join us here at Lime Rock Park today or tomorrow. All day, and especially tomorrow, we've got the concourse, we've got karaoke scheduled up at the arcade tent. There's so much to see and do here at Lime Rock Park this weekend. So make sure you get out here if you haven't. We'll be streaming all day today and all day tomorrow. Of course, no racing on Sunday here this weekend, so you will not see anything on Sunday from us for this event. There's a look at your schedule. Next up, IBOC GLTC, followed by GRIDLIFE GT, then Drift before we go to GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack Heat number 2 at 11:25. Then we'll be watching some qualifying in the early afternoon before we get to our first races. There's Rich Kerouac again, the number 63. That car has been has seen better days, I have to say, unfortunately. But Rich out of the car, and the car is on the rollback now. So if the barrier is still in place and sufficient, they're going to maybe turn them loose for another lap or so, but we'll see. Looks like most of the grid has cleared. And taking a look way down the pit lane, I don't yet see the IBOC GLTC cars rolling just yet. So a couple minutes extra time here, I'd have to imagine, with the cleanup ongoing. There's the checker flag. That will be the conclusion of Track Battle Q1 after an incident at turn number 3. And with IBOC GLTC practice coming up next, we'll have GRIDLIFE GT following that, like we said. But it is over 30 cars in IBOC GLTC, including our championship runners. And we'll see more of them here in just a moment's time. Let's have a look at the results here, though, for Track Battle Q1. It was a pretty interesting session, I have to say, with a number of records already falling. Club SC, you see Sam Dooling there at the top. We've got a little bit of a data thing we're sorting on the back end right now, so Sam is the only one showing in Club SC. But let's have a look here at Falcon Club TR. Peter Gramberg and Evan McLaren already showing some really, really strong times. 56.855, that is a track record for Club TR. Evan McLaren is in pursuit. Then in street class, Bucky Lassick leading the way, 59.297. Josh Hulka still working up to it, 59.4 for him in the 777, with Eddie Siegel in the Honda Civic in third. In Street GT, things are looking pretty spicy there as well, with Nick Hendricks with a 56.756. Ryan Matthews right behind it, a 57.007, so 3 tenths between them. Mark Kilgore, who will be joining me for GRIDLIFE GT, just sits third in the running order there for now. In the street mod running, Dewey DeWitt closing in on the record, 54.648. Cal Fortner at a 56.264. Alex Moss and Super K. These cars did not get a lot of laps, so we'll see if they can improve on that in Heat 2 later in the morning. Then in track mod, it was Jackie Ding already setting a record in the track mod category. Chris Boersma, Igor Keselov, and Chris Smith. These drivers, again, didn't get a lot of laps, so we'll see them go again in heat number 2 a little later this morning. And then in Unlimited, it's Jim Rauch leading the way right now, 54.313. Very, very strong times there. Jake Ertel in the 379 runs second. Jeremy Lauder in the Camaro runs in third. GRIDLIFE Track Battle qualifying 1 is complete. It'll be IBOC GLTC practice up next. And Ibach GLTC heading out on the racetrack for the first time this weekend at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. This is our original wheel-to-wheel racing series, 12.5 to 1 power to weight. And have a look at your GLTC championship points, 320 for Matan Rosenberg. And he is the championship leader. Eric Cattell was absent for Road America, but see him there at 290 points. Eric Magnuson at 285, Matt Walbaum 176, and Neil Tab at 150. So the championship is going to be fierce this weekend, especially with Cattell being so strong at this racetrack. If you recall, last year was right up at the front, but had a couple mechanical issues that prevented him from really capitalizing on this weekend. Eric Magnuson has been really impressive all season long, but Emil Tab has just been unbelievable, climbing to 5th in the standings in just 2 rounds at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and then again at Road America. So watch that 374 here this weekend. There is Eric Cattell, second in the championship, and onto the front straightaway here. Here we go, GLTC practice underway. There's Matt Walbaum. We mentioned he's 4th in the championship standings. That is one of the ASM S2000s and has a 7-speed sequential gearbox in that car. That makes it kind of a unique car. But here's a couple other entries here as we pick up a couple cars. Still yellow's working around for most of the lap here. Raul Iriardi in the number 79 climbs the hill. Andy Smedegaard is back as well this weekend. It's a field primarily consisting of our core Ibach GLTC group. Natalie Latos of the 462. There's Azmat Muhammad, Peter Zhang for Turn-In Concepts. There's a lot of drivers that we're familiar with, having run a whole bunch of seasons with us. There's Matt Walbaum, Salil Shukla, and Dana Basinski. If you recall, just a couple of weeks ago, this car had blown up in a race at Road America. It was race 1, I believe. And he already got a new K24 in that car, so he's ready to go in that orange BRZ. There's Smedegaard, there's Iriardi, 2 FA24 swapped Scion FRS chassis. And then 2 championship competitors side by side there, Eric Magnuson and Matan Rosenberg. Oop, they're gonna split the difference there with Lena Chin. And for those that had been following very closely, Matan Rosenberg had an 8-speed automatic gearbox in his C5 Corvette, but due to it just being a little bit outside the rules box, there was a whole lot of conversation and discussion around this, but he's been requested to switch back to a manual gearbox for this event. So while it shouldn't really change the performance of the car too much, it was already a winning car before. It's going to keep him right in that box in the window that Ibach GLTC was designed for, with Eric Magnuson right behind him now. Get a pretty good idea of where 1st and 3rd in the championship stack up as they head down towards turn number 1. Look at Basinski behind Eric Dalla Riva there, and Salil Shukla. And there's Rosenberg using all the racetrack at corner exit here. We'll get a good idea of lap times here in just a couple of minutes when they start coming across the board. But there's Matan in the Falcon and Ibach Corvette, championship leader. Has had a lot of success so far this season, but looks like he's opted for a smaller rear blade on that car. If I recall correctly, he's had a bigger blade on that car in recent events. There he is, 59.186 is his best lap here so far. So coming up over the crest there at the uphill. In the past, if you recall, in last year in particular, and the year before that, we had over 40 cars on the entry list, and we had the time to have an A-B format, but we don't have that this year. We got the introduction of GRIDLIFE GT, so all the cars had to fit into one group. So there's only 33 or 34 cars here this weekend, but that is still a very sizable grid, as you'll now see the lap times up on the top of the screen. Rosenberg, Magnuson leading the way. Then Andy Smedegaard, Lena Chin, very strong efforts. Then Nick Barbado, Donald Louis in the number 404. That's another FA24 swap FRS. Look at Paul Darling right up into 2nd place with a 58.669. Very strong opening moments here. And what I love about Lime Rock is that it really shakes things up in Ibach GLTC. And we tend to see some drivers like Nick Barbado, like Lena Chin, like Sam Scott, really perform well here. Even Kevin Zhu in the 243, that car, that blue Honda Civic was backed into a wall here not too long ago and basically grafted some new body panels on the back and is here ready to party. Look at Basinski, third in the orange 109. Catil, second place, 58.654. And the lap times are ripping here now in practice. Look at Lena Chin to the inside of Eric Magnuson. We talked to her on the GRIDLIFE drivers meeting on Tuesday. Jake Price. Looks like Brendan Ganem pulling out of the pits. It's so hard to get out of pit lane here and not get in the way of traffic. Barbado went to the top and then Darling to the top. That 55 was another driver that was robbed of a potential victory last season at this event from mechanical issues. But 57s in IBOC GLTC, these times are wicked fast. There's Magnuson in that 330 BMW. Now shifted down to 7th place, hot in pursuit in the championship standings. Basinski chasing him in the orange and white. Actually, that might be Donald Wee, or rather in the white BRZ. And Nick Barbado back up to 2nd place, 58.381. Then Catil takes it back, 58.1 for 2nd place for Catil. There's Magnuson in that gold car. 3rd in the championship. This is going to be a tough round for him. This car is much heavier than a lot of the cars in the field. It's an LS swap BMW M3. And this car really excels at the long, big straightaway tracks with lots of digs, but this is not a track built for this kind of machine. Moving by Pat Huxley there in the 179 Honda Civic, another local driver. Definitely a track that seems to favor the lightweight cars. It doesn't really penalize front-wheel drive all that much. And that's why Catil is able to find a lot of pace around here. Debuted this car, I think it was at Mid-Ohio right before Lime Rock in 2022. This current sedan that he's got based on the JTCC cars of the 1990s. Magnuson looking good there. Got a little bit of clear racetrack and just needs to find a little more time. 34 cars have taken to the racetrack right now. Catil's in pit lane. Lisa Keys is on pit lane. Some green on the scoring. Lena Chin up to a 59.024. See Magnuson working the wheel there. Now only 9th on the racetrack. Chasing Carlos Mendez in the Condor Speed BMW. And Lena Chin is all over the back of Carlos right now. I think Carlos just getting up to speed at the moment. Lena Chin is already up to speed with that new livery. We talked to her about it on Tuesday on the GRIDLIFE drivers meeting. She chose 917 as her entry number. Her original area code when she was born and raised in the New York area was 212. But because that wasn't available, because her team owner Andy Smedegard had it, she went with 917. Or maybe 917 was the area code. 212 was the one that she wanted. So 917 was her New York area code. And when she went to go relivery the car this year, she chose one of those classic Porsche liveries for the 917 Porsche. And just really playing into the history of that number in motorsports. Really neat to see. Here she comes. We're going to go 3 wide in practice. Why not? De La Riva on the outside. Carlos Mendez on the outside into 1. And there's Lena Chin. Just sneaking around, completely disappeared behind the white and black BMW for a moment. Look at Sam Scott up to 5th place. Jake Price in the Louisville wide body, number 202 up inside the top 10. Just a lot of cars that we don't typically see up in this mix, already showing off their speed early in the race weekend here. Aaron Lichty's on track, by the way. You see him 8th on the scoring, as you see him glow yellow there. That's a C8 generation Chevrolet Corvette. Jeff Wasilko improving to a 21st. Emil Tab in the winning Formula car up to 9th in the MX-5 Miata. That car debuted at Mid-Ohio and won its first race, K24 MX-5. Kevin Zhu now knocks Tab down to 10th. Been really fun so far to watch the shifting and shuffling on the timing and scoring. Lena looking good. The bumpers sort of tucked in really tight in front of that wheel on both sides. She's been trying some new things with this car to find a little extra speed. And finished 3rd in a race here last year, but was just a couple horsepower over on the dyno unintentionally and took that result away. She went on to win one of the B races. I think it was race 3B that she won by a large margin before driving up into the mix, getting the best lap of the race in race 4 last year. Emil Tab knocks Lichty back down to 9th with an 8th place run. Andy Smedegaard in the FA24 Swap ASM FRS jumps to 3rd. Just about a half a tenth behind Eric Catil, who does not improve on that lap of asking. Salil Shukla, though, does. P8 in the 715. I mentioned that right front bumper. It's actually kind of coming dislodged there on Alina's car. Kind of flapping in the wind there a little bit. And on the brakes here into turn 1. I'm not sure how much that's going to cause her strife. Working her way through Big Bend now. Lots of shuffling inside the top 15 still. One car I haven't seen jump up to where I'd expected is the 94, or the 90 car rather, of Matt Waldbaum. I don't think his transponder is reporting the correct times. 9:37, 5:74 as a lap time is not conducive to speed. So I saw him go around the racetrack, but haven't seen him lay down a representative time just yet. Nick Barbado told me in the practice days he was in the mid-58s, but he's seen mid-57s. If he could get there, he would be up at the very pointy end. Here's Rosenberg again, championship leader through turn 7. Chasing, I think that's Chandler Rowe in the 313 just ahead of him. Magnussen peels off. Matan's on the brakes into turn 1. No pickup there, P5. Barbado no pickup that time. Matan has dialed this Corvette in. For those that aren't familiar, this car looked a lot different in 2020, I want to say 2023, when it was black and red, and it didn't like the way the cage fit the car. So in the 2023 off-season, took the car completely apart, put a brand new roll cage in it, decaled it up to look like one of the Corvette racing cars from ALMS all last year. Went on to win the championship last season, and then now, with support from Falcon and Eibach, has re-stickered the car and is currently leading the championship. There's Emil Tab, the blue and white and gray car I mentioned, the K24 swapped NBMX5 from the winning formula. Emil has been with Eibach GLTC since 2019, won a handful of races in 2019 and 2020, and he only has run 1 or 2 events a year since then, but when he comes out, he's always a threat. When he introduced this car at Mid-Ohio, immediately won his first race. It was the first race win he had since 2020, and just shows the strength that when winning formula shows up with a car, it's going to be competitive. Sam Scott runs 5th. Jumps back up inside the top 5. There's Jake Price working around Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus. Matt Waldbaum finally puts down a time, only a 1 minute though. There's Thomas Moss in the 515. That is another Mazda MX-5, and then one of my favorite cars here in the field, the 155 of Michael Pagano. For those of you here at the event, at the racetrack, tomorrow we have a fan walk for Eibach GLTC, and Michael Pagano's car is one of the vehicles featured on it. You can get his autograph and get a poster featuring Michael Pagano's car, Tom Panzarella's car, and also Alan Newsom's Mercury XR4 Ti. Those are on the poster here this weekend. We have 100 of them, so you have to make your way to the pit lane tomorrow during lunch to score yourself some autographs and a free poster for Eibach GLTC. Eric Catil just went to the top of the board, 57.651, and that is really getting close to, that is a new track record for Eibach GLTC. Eric Catil pips Tom O'Gorman's time from 3 years ago. It was previously a 57.678, but now with the advancements in tire technology and the builds getting better and better, Catil goes to the record books with the fastest time we've ever seen in Eibach GLTC around Lime Rock Park. That's really impressive. Goes to the top of the board, of course. Knocks Darling down to 2nd, Smedegaard to 3rd, then Barbado, Scott, Rosenberg, Basinski, Shukla, Tab, and Magnussen, your top 10. Now, if you look across the order there, there is a V8 car in only 2 spots out of the top 10. We talk about horses for courses and racetracks that seem to prefer different builds. This is a track that seems to favor the lighter weight cars, often front-wheel drive. And the 888 Die Win is back with us again as well. You see the K-Swap Subaru BRZ. Sam Scott there, the bright yellow NC. There's Salil Shukla, had some really strong runs at Road America in that BMW, up inside the top 10 a number of times, had one of his best weekends on record. And already looking pretty quick up inside the top 10. So rolling into Big Bend here, and for GRIDLIFE GT, I suppose the tail end of GLTC. I'll bring him in now. We've got one of the hosts of the Perfect Lap podcast, Mark Kilgore, joining me. And Mark, thank you so much for being here. It's a tough weekend with everyone being so busy. But I've got you on for GRIDLIFE GT this weekend, but we're also just watching the tail end of IBOC GLTC practice. So first of all, welcome to Lime Rock and welcome to Circuit Legends.
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Super excited to be here. First time here at the track. Been doing a lot of sim time on it, getting prepared, talking to some of the other drivers, and it is as expected. An incredible facility and an incredible track.
Oh, yeah, we're really excited to be here again for a fourth year. Daniel Geraldo going up there at the exit of Big Bend. So you got your first laps on it this morning. First impressions of this sub 1 minute lap for you in your Street GT car?
Yeah, I ran a 58.0 so far, so pretty good, pretty happy with that. But, and I'm sure we will say it throughout the broadcast, only except for maybe the front straight is your steering wheel ever actually straight. Every turn leads into another turn. You've always got some sort of steering angle in it. You know, some of the curbs are friendly, some of the curbs are not. You kind of have to figure that out, how your car reacts over them. So, and one of the other things that was interesting was that, especially coming from Road America, right? This is such a dichotomy compared to Road America last race. Very smooth at Road America. Here, it's got that character built into it with bumps. You know, some of the pavement changes, things like that. So there's a lot to kind of figure out.
Yeah, so much to figure out, and a lot of the drivers here in IBOC GLTC have been here for a couple of years, but already noting in this first practice, this is our first real look at what lap times we'll be doing this weekend. Eric Cattill's already broken the IBOC GLTC record as the checkered flag flies there, 57.651 on 200 treadwear street tires. Pretty unbelievable. Paul Darling, Andy Smedegaard up in the top three. Notably, only 2 V8s in the top 10. I think it's only one now, Matan Rosenberg, because Magnussen's been kicked down to 12. So obviously there was a little bit of chatter between Road America and now about the transmission that was in Matan Rosenberg's car. I'll distill it down into, can't use that transmission. He's back on a manual gearbox for this event, but P6 here in this practice session. But the lightweight cars seem to be dominating so far, but qualifying is really our first true indication. So with this out of the way, we'll look at our results here in a second. But Mark, I've got you for GRIDLIFE GT, which is one of our new categories here this year, which is basically this series with the power and weight turned up a little bit. And it's also sort of designed to bring in or be a landing place for popular homologated race cars. So we've got a Honda Civic TCR here this weekend. We've seen Toyota Supra GT4s and things of the sort. So let's have a quick look here at the results from GLTC practice with Cattill, Darling, Smedegaard, Barbado, and Sam Scott up in the top 5, sub 1 minutes for all these drivers. Actually, everyone in the top 10. Really, really tight. Then Rosenberg, Basinski on a new K24 motor, post-Road America, Lena Chin, Salil Shukla, and Matt Waldbaum inside the top 10. But you know, we'll talk a little bit more about GLGT once we get through the rest of these results. We'll have a look at 11 through 20 now. Or maybe not, but either way. Cars rolling down through the pit lane here. When GLGT hits the racetrack here, it's not a ton of cars this weekend, Mark, but we're building this championship event after event. The racing has been pretty compelling so far. What do you take away from, building a new category for cars that are a little bit faster than this?
Yeah, it provides an opportunity for some of the cars that may not necessarily fit as well in TC. I know. Now I'm like Aaron Lichty, right? So he's in that new C8, right? It can be difficult if you want to race that car to really get it down to a powered weight ratio for GLTC. I give him all the credit. He has been able to do that, but it can be a little difficult. So it just allows an opportunity for cars that are a little bit faster, a little more power, and a little bit more aero, an area for them to play. And I think it's great to be able to see all of these cars out here, and especially the GT4 TCR type cars. I hope that we continue to see some of those populate the field, which I'm sure we will over the next couple of years. But just kind of be able to see that, right? It's so cool being able to see someone do a homebrew, purpose-built race car in their garage versus a factory kind of backed build, and see them on the track together, running very similar times.
Yeah, we're going to get to see that on track for the first time here in just a moment at Lime Rock Park. The campers are starting to fill in. I'm told that we basically filled all of the camping spots that are available here. I think as they'll load in mostly throughout the rest of the afternoon into tonight, because tomorrow's the main day here, Mark, with the car concourse, the arcade. We've got karaoke going on. There's a lot going on, and it's a small place for it, which I think is great because it kind of keeps an intimate setting. And we really, really love this racetrack. We'll have Dickie Regal from Lime Rock Park chatting with us a little bit later in the day. But there's a look at your schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Some vendors. Toyo's up there at the top. Eibach has a booth as well. But GRIDLIFE Grand Touring is on track. And we've also got a great integration with Fire Laps, which we'll talk more about in a little bit. But cars hit the racetrack, warming things up. Mark, how quickly did it take for you to get your stuff up to tip this morning?
By lap 2. So you had the out lap, you had that first push lap, which is just, that is a unique challenge. And you just can't get them warmed up enough in that out lap. So really, you need the out lap plus your first push lap. You kind of have to dial it back about 8/10. But once you kind of get through this first complex of 1, 2, 3, 4, you know that they're pretty much up to temp, and you're probably going to be good to start pushing it through the uphill and the downhill for your second lap, which at that point they should be very good up to operating temperatures.
So you mentioned the homebrew cars going up against some of the homologated cars. We haven't yet seen James Houghton take the racetrack just yet. I hope I didn't delay him too much because he was up here with me a little earlier. The car leading the way right now is A.J. Hartman with the A.J. Hartman Aero. New Edge Ford Mustang. Now, I love this car because it's really sort of a conglomeration of different Ford parts. It's got, the New Edge Mustang chassis, the rear subframes out of an S550. I think it's got an S450 gearbox, if I recall correctly, and then a twin-turbo V6 out of a Ford F-150 in the front. So it's a real interesting car and a great example of what GRIDLIFE GT cars can and maybe should look like.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got every canard, wing, flip up, flip down on that car, and interesting story. So he's also got a newer Mustang, and he and I were at SCCA Time Trial Nationals last year, and I got behind him on one of the straightaways, and the aero wash that was coming out of that car was ridiculous, like literally buffeting my car. And I was trying to. It took me a second to kind of figure out what was going on because I'd never had that much buffeting in my car. And then I realized that the aero wash coming off of his car, which I guarantee you is doing the same thing on this New Edge Mustang. It's really incredible, and I think that's what we love to see here. We love to be able to see people use their creativity and figure out, do I want aero, do I want power, tire size, select what they want to race, and then come out here and be able to do it.
So we'll get lap times next time around here on our first laps of the day with A.J. Hartman leading the way, David Bamforth running second in a Porsche Cayman. We saw that car out earlier this season as well, I think at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Chris DeLucia is here. He actually was here a little while ago in an NASA race, backed the car into the wall at the uphill, tore the whole rear end of the car off, and basically grafted a new shell onto the back end of the car. It was something he dug out of the woods effectively. So really good to see him back here as we follow the field down through the hill. Jeff Zazoulis is here as well in a very similar 3 Series BMW. And Alex Peitz in that black C8 Corvette. Hans Horpedal's in his silver C5. And then Eric Thompson we should see in a Toyota Celica here as well. So first lap times of the day, 58.0 for A.J. Hartman. We saw GLTC, the mid-57s. We'll be curious to see if the extra weight holds these cars back a little bit here, Mark.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as we were saying, as GLTC winded down, the lighter power, or the lighter cars, a little less power but more nimble, seem to be doing well here. So it will be interesting to see what sort of times we get with these cars. I would expect to maybe see 56s. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if Houghton gave any predictions when he was on here, but see maybe a 55, possibly. So that may be some of the times that they're looking for. But I expect, because this is a new series coming here for the first time, this is likely some of these drivers' first time here, right? So you may have some of the local guys like Chris DeLucia, who's got some experience, but it takes, luckily enough, because it's such a short track, every minute you're coming around and you can try a turn again, try it a different way. So they should get up to speed fairly quickly, but it is going to take a little bit of time. Oh, we just had, it looked like Chris DeLucia going off.
Yeah, and he went way off. I hope he didn't find the tire barrier again. Did he? I think he might have missed it. And that's good news because he had just finished putting the back end of that car back on and repainted it and everything.
He's got some PTSD going on in that right now.
Yeah, and the grass is still wet too. It's been kind of a dewy morning. Dewy more than just street mod too. it was fun to watch him out there earlier, but the grass is wet, so this is very much grass is lava scenario here, especially at Big Bend where you got so much lateral speed going in. But
yep. And I was going back and watching some of the live stream from last year. And I think there was some rainstorms that came through, and there were some pretty big puddles I remember seeing as we have Chris going off here on turn 1, which is very easy to do. If you're pushing the brake zone, you're trying to figure out where that brake zone is going to be going into turn 1. You try and trail brake a little bit, get that car to rotate through. But if you just start sliding a little bit, and the further you get off track, the further you get to the outside of turn 1, the harder it is to kind of come back. And you're trying not to keep the back end from coming around, and then you just sort of slowly fall off the backside of turn 1. It's very easy to do. Admittedly, I did that yesterday in one of the practice sessions.
Well, here's a look at some Fire Labs hot stats with the Fire Links on board. So Jeff Zazoulis, 126 miles an hour into turn 1. Alex Pites, 125.8. But the min speeds is interesting. You see Alex Pites in that C8 just a little bit faster, and on lap 2, much quicker into turn 1. So building up that confidence there, Mark.
Yep. And that could even be down to just pushing that brake zone a little bit further, right? So we were just talking about 5 or 6 mile an hour there. So he could be just, instead of braking at the 5, he's pushed it down to the 4 or the 3.5 or something like that. So definitely, 130 miles an hour. The street GT cars in my car, I was pushing 145 going into the brake zone. So if we compare times for what these guys were doing at Road America, I would expect to see, mid 130s for these guys going into turn 1. I was talking to Alex just a little bit earlier. The car's looking much better than it did at Road America. He was telling me about how they basically had to rebuild the rear end, the rear fascia of that car. And he said it was very difficult for them to actually find any parts, get them in time. So they basically reused everything that they had. They rebent the uprights. They got some new end plates for his 9 Lives Racing wing. So great to see that looking much better. And he was saying, he was like, well, we kind of went back and forth. We're going to add a rear diffuser, so we basically just went ahead and made provisions for that, even though you can kind of see the back end's a little chopped off. Yeah,
and that was like that at Road America. And he tried running wingless, but that car did not like running in that configuration. No. So right now, working his way up to speed here. We just saw A.J. Hartman do a 55.7, so already into the 55s like you suggested.
Great.
So that's a great solid lap. James Houghton across the line there, still working up to speed. No pickup that time, though.
Yeah, that's a really impressive time by AJ, and I know he's been working hard. I know he's been really excited about this series, so it's great to see him out there leading the charge so far.
Yeah, see Alex still kind of getting braver and braver on the downhill.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a crazy corner. You come down and you have to accelerate and squeeze back on throttle here, and you just see 8-second delta up to A.J. Hartman here. And we'll probably see this come down as the session goes on. But, if you've never been here before, this is a scary place to really commit because you have to trust when the car compresses that you're going to gain that grip back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is, you probably heard people say it seems like a real bull ring in here, and it is. It's just tight. Because it is a pro track, because there's spectator access, they have a lot of walls, they have a lot of Armco barrier, and you have to be careful. Funny enough, when I was talking with James Clay from Beamer World, yep. He was kind of giving me a couple tips. I was talking to him about Lime Rock, and he was telling me one of the things that I really needed to get comfortable with right out of the gate was not hitting the brakes coming down for turn 7. He said, don't do it. He's like, you're going to think that you need to hit the brakes, he said, but if you just lift off, even at the top, by the time you get down and you turn in, you're going to have grip. And I will be honest, the first couple laps, I thought that he was just talking BS to me. I was like, there's no way that I'm going to be able to do this. But this morning, I was able to finally get that. But to your point, it just takes some of that confidence building. And there's some people who like to go out there and push the limits and go over the limit just slightly and then back it down. And then you also have people who I think, getting a little close there with Alex and AJ. Alex is maybe one of those guys who maybe likes to sneak up on it from the underside, right? Not especially coming off of Road America, he may be a little hesitant, wants to make sure everything's feeling good with the car.
Yeah, and this is the first lap at the uphill. You see the min speed at the uphill there. Zazoulis at a 78 miles an hour to 62 for Alex Pite. So again, just to your point, approaching it from the underside rather than overshoot, because as we saw with Chris DeLucia, that was almost an incident.
Yep.
So again, especially with the grass as slick as it is, it can be a real big risk to overshoot that confidence by a little bit.
Yep. And I know those guys have some more time. They should be able to easily do an 80-mile-an-hour entry into the uphill, and that's one of the really interesting things. Is again, it's pretty flat on entry and turn in, and then you've got that uphill, so you can send the car into it maybe with a little more speed than you would think. And as the car hits that uphill, it gains grip. And so you can actually carry more speed, and then you can just ride that speed up the hill. So again, it takes a little bit of getting used to, and it is such a different corner than most anything you've seen anywhere else. Just the visuals of it. It's such a sharp rise after that turn. There's really nothing that can prepare you for it other than just. You got to build up to it. You got to send it in there and gain confidence every time you go through.
Yeah, certainly. So A.J. Hartman continues to lead. James Houghton closing in a little bit, 56.265. And again, we see these really neat Fire Laps graphics, and that's because Fire Laps is the official data provider for GRIDLIFE GT. And you should really check out their website. And basically, it's a subscription-based service, but you can get the Fire Link put in your car, which live streams data back to your pits. It gives you AI coaching, so you can find extra speed and improve. And the data analysis, they have got these annotations where you can look at things like G-forces and min and max speeds and basically look at your speed trace, and you can compare them with other Fire Laps users. Here we go. This was what we were looking at earlier, but if we look at a different lap, so let's change over to a different lap here. So now Zazoulis, this time 126 miles an hour. This is the max speed into turn one, and they just really impressed with how quickly we can get this data. We can show it to the spectators in real time and watch things as they occur. But I see Alex Pite's 124 miles an hour off into turn one. So he's definitely got the straight line speed figured out, just has to get a little bit braver in the corners.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're sitting here, we're seeing a number of people kind of roll in through pit lane. I think a lot of people are coming in, checking tire pressures.
Whoa. That is David Bamforth going for an orange cutout.
Yeah.
Looked like he drove over there very intentionally, but that is at the exit of turn 3, so he must be feeling something. It's a pretty short lap, so he must feel like he's leaking something to want to get off track that quick.
And that looked like it was maybe around turn 3, I think it was where that was. But good on him to realize something was going on, getting off track, and getting into one of those cutouts to keep the session alive for everybody else.
Yeah, Chris DeLucia, again, with that off early on in the session. He's back out on track trying to hunt down David Bamforth's time. He's about a half a second back at the moment. And again, real big push off into turn 3. That car looks a little unwieldy at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really interesting the different lines that you can take through that, especially in terms of a track battle line versus a racing line, and whether you stay tight, whether you kind of stay out wide at the beginning and then cut back down if you're going to do more of a diamond or a V, something like that. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it, and a lot of that just depends on how you've set the car up, what feels most comfortable to you. Obviously, during the race, if you've got somebody behind you, you're going to want to take that inside line and keep it pretty tight, as we see A.J. Hartman coming off the track here, coming down pit lane.
Yeah, he looks pretty solid, and again, I think that this is probably going to be the car to beat. I would have expected James Houghton to be, but hasn't quite run a lap as quick as Hartman. Maybe it's just James getting up to speed, but he's got a lot of experience here in really fast cars, in really fast front and all-wheel drive cars. So I wouldn't think that James would have all that much time to find. But we should also note that these cars, like James's, are not really designed to run on narrow 200 treadwear tires. They're designed to run on big fat slicks. So they're going to do some things that we heard at Gingerman Raceway, that the Supra was in particular struggling with the ABS because there's just not that much grip available compared to a warm slick tire. So there's definitely some things to sort out, but those street tires give you longevity, so that you can run event after event after event. And there's Alex Pite's again, min speed 55. That's going to be at that left-hander there, Mark, but 55 miles an hour, highway speeds at the slowest corner on the racetrack.
That's right, yeah. And to your point about the difference between the slicks and trying to figure some of that stuff out, we've heard James kind of talk about decisions that they are making with that car and basically wanting to work around all of the different modules, the electrical system, the Bosch, ABS, whatever it has in it, those sort of things, because obviously that has been tuned by, high IQ motorsport engineers, and they say, James and the guys at K2 Source said, we're going to leave that in place, and we're going to try and work around that. And when you go from a slick to a 200 treadwear, under the braking, and I can imagine, especially with Alan Patton with the Supra, it is much easier to lock up those brake or lock up the tires when you're at a 200 treadwear. And so the ABS may just not be tuned right just for that. And so at least they probably need to, sort of adjust that. And I think that is going to take some time for them to get some of those things figured out here. But no doubt that they're going to do that. But yeah, that is definitely one of the things, going from those sort of different tires, the suspension setup, all those sort of things that you need to tune for the 200 treadwear tires.
Chris DeLucia still on track. He's almost got it to himself right now. I think Alex Pites is still out there, but really, this car looks like it's misbehaving in the left-hander. But there was a couple drivers that told me across the board. I know in IBOC GLTC, I think it was Michael Pagano that said that he had set his car up like a stock car. He set it up with a staggered setup. And basically to make primarily right-hand corner. So I wonder if that's a little bit of the case here with Chris DeLucia's car, where he might have the tone alignment set up to primarily make rights. Now, the other note, he sent me some video last night that he had a bent rear control arm from his accident last month. It wasn't visually bent, but when he put a new one on, there was tons of toe in the left rear tire that they had to get out. So he was struggling in the test day to get that sorted.
Yeah, which is always good, which is why you want to go out and you want to do your testing. And check those things, especially when you graft an entire half of a car onto your new an old car onto your car, right? There might be some things that you want to check out before you go on track and send it.
Yeah, that for sure. And for those that would like to see what that looked like on the GridLife YouTube channel, we did a drivers meeting with Chris a couple of weeks ago where we show some of the video of him basically yanking the shell out of the woods and basically just welding all the bodywork on the back. It was pretty impressive. But Alex Pites has found a couple of seconds here, a 102.927. Yeah. So he's working up to it.
I don't know if you can pull up the fire laps, but I was just noticing a couple things on Alex is that previously he has been braking at about the 600, 550 marker, which if we compare that to Chris DeLucia, I was watching him, he's braking at about the 300. On that lap I just saw as Alex went by, he braked almost at the 450. So definitely moving that brake zone a little bit further down, and I wouldn't be surprised if he found a little more top-end speed there on this lap. He looks like he slowed down now, but he had definitely pushed it into turn one.
Yeah, 1G on the braking force there on lap 3, and I don't know if that's the most recent one that we've got of him, but again, the braking force thing was interesting. This was a stat that I didn't quite have coded right. There you go, lap 4, 1.14. So getting a little bit braver lap after lap, and I wonder if that has just been true this whole session, where he's just been braking a little later, a little deeper. But I've seen braking forces of 1.6, 1.7, which is the upper limit of 200 treadwear tires in general. That was coming in the Falcon Club TR cars, actually, at Road America, which I thought was intriguing. There you go, lap 5, 1.22. So every lap, I love the story that this tells, is that as you get deeper and deeper on the brakes, you start trusting the car even more. Lap 6, backed it down a little bit. Then I think at a certain point, you're going to start losing a little bit of performance as you go on.
Yep. So not a lot of braking zones here. You basically got turn 1, which is going to be your heaviest braking zone. Everywhere else is fairly light. Going into turn, you might have a little bit of a break into turn 3 for the left-hander. Going into turn 5, really you don't want a lot of braking there, because if you do too much braking, you're going to put too much weight on the nose. You want that car to turn in nice and be, maybe even some maintenance throttle to get the car set to ride up the hill.
Yeah, quick highlights here from GridLife GT practice number 1. James Houghton chasing A.J. Hartman so far here with Chris DeLucia getting lap after lap. Alex Pites working up to speed in his C8 Corvette. And next up later today for this group will be GridLife GT qualifying, but Drift is going to be on track here next at GridLife Circuit Legends.
track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is a celebration of modern tuning culture and grassroots motorsports. Welcome back to Lime Rock Park and Lakeville, Connecticut, where it's year number 4 of GRIDLIFE's festival at this 1.5-mile racetrack. I'm Kyle Heyer. I'll be joined by James Houghton here in just a couple of minutes. It's about time to go on track again for the second heat of the weekend of the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack Championship, and we've already seen a couple of records fall across a couple different categories. In track mod in particular, we also saw one fall, I believe, in Club SC as well as in Falcon Club TR, and not by a little bit in Club TR. It was down in the low 57s for Peter Granberg, already setting the pace in that category. But it'll be 4 heats coming up here in just a moment's time. The paddock is full, and the top of the hill is getting more and more full as we go on throughout the day. The campers have almost sold out, so it is going to be a busy weekend. Under that tent there at the top of the hill will be the Car Concourse tomorrow, celebrating modern tuning culture in collaboration with Prime NYC, and just really excited to be here again for the 4th year in a row. As they look at the tower here at Lime Rock Park, see the Skip Barber Tower, got the Sam Posey Straight, the Paul Newman Straight, and just lots of really cool sights and sounds here, especially when you're kind of settled in this bowl of trees. It really makes for a spectacular spectacle. We'll be going on track here in just a couple minutes. The track is getting swept before we head out for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. And again, Club SC will be the battle to watch in Group D as they chase for times in the low 104 to high 103 bracket. You see the cars headed out onto pit lane now, and led by Sam Dooling in the number 370. So right at the end of the pit lane, waiting for the cars to roll. And again, in this D group here, we mentioned that there's a number of our Falcon Club SC competitors, and I just got a note. One of the drivers that is in Group D here is Amos in the number 888. It is a Porsche 911 who's new to GRIDLIFE, but he's done one lap of America 4 times in this Porsche that just rolled under the drone there. And it's got a lot of the stickers from that event still on it. Big thanks to Becky Robertson for filling me in on that. And we'll keep an eye on that Porsche. Really, really neat looking car. There's a bunch of really cool cars in this group, including the number 328 Street Mod car, a Ford Fiesta with fender flares, big wheels and tires, all sorts of neat stuff. But Falcon Club SC is our 7th class on the class index as far as speed is concerned. Often they're going the least quick of any cars on the racetrack, but that doesn't mean that the competition isn't fierce. It's a 25-to-1 power to weight category. And actually, if we take a look here, we've got class overviews here, where if we pick the Club SC category and we have a look at the overview graphic we'll show you in a minute, we'll kind of give you a brief rundown of what Club SC is all about. So cars rolling now for their first lap. And this will get tires and brakes up to temperature. You're not really going to use a lot of brakes in cars in Group D. And again, you'll see the track records at the top of the screen there. Chris Rice had it. I think it's already been close to being beaten. I'm not sure if it was quite beat in that first session, but we'll see it again here on track in just a moment's time. As the cars working their way around turn 3, the only left-hander. At this racetrack. 7 turns, 1.5 miles. The field heads up and over the hill. And as far as the quickest times in the first session for Club SC, we mentioned that 104.160. It was actually Austin O'Brien who's quickest at a 103.856. So he's the driver that now holds the record for Club SC. A little bit of a straggler leaving the pits here, getting a little bit of gap to the drivers ahead because the green flag will be out this time by the stripe, and Austin O'Brien is the lead car in that group, the white and black fit there. In behind is Sam Dooling, who's running up in the mix in the championship, and then right behind Connor O'Mara, that R32 GTI in Falcon Club TR. So here we go across the stripe. Cars headed off into turn 1. There's the 744 as well. That's Ian Stone. And they're one of the Club SC competitors. But Sam Dooling hounding Austin O'Brien. He'll have to defeat him this weekend if he wants to win in this category. And joining me once again here in the booth is going to be James Howard. If you hit that big red button there you go. And he's back after a GRIDLIFE GT practice session. James, before we get into track battle here, because the first lap's still coming across the board, how was GLGT?
AJ went kind of quick.
He did go kind of quick. They're pulling it a little tighter to you. There you go. AJ did go really quick. He did go, what, the 55s, right?
55.6, I think.
Yeah.
I didn't really know what to expect there, but we made a couple of little changes. Try to find some more speed. Hopefully we can get down into the 55s like him in the next session.
Absolutely. So we noted earlier that Sam Dooling looked like he was the quickest, but we had a little bit of a data issue on the back end that the timing team is now sorted. So we should see now Austin O'Brien in the Club SC category. He is now the record holder for now in Club SC, a 103.856.
Oh my gosh, that's exciting news. I feel bad because I just told Sam that he was the record holder.
Yeah, well, he might be by the end of the weekend, but he's going to have to do a little bit of work to get there. So it was a 104.16. Austin O'Brien ran a 103.856 earlier. So that's the time to chase now, is that 103.8, and we could see quicker than that. Again, heat 1, you're still getting your bearings, getting up to speed. Now, Sam Dooling did go to Road America, but it was only for the podium sprint session, and he didn't really get any opportunity to set a qualifying lap. So because there was only 4 cars there, he was able to run the podium sprint, but didn't have any laps to get warmed up, and only had 2 laps to do. So didn't end up on the podium there. But again, he's in the championship battle, so he's going to be pushing really, really hard to get some good points here this weekend.
Nice draft that he's getting there off of him right now as well.
Yeah, that's off of Austin O'Brien there. That's that white card. A little livery on the fits. We should more fits with liveries, James.
That's, we like that. We like that.
I think we do. Jason Davidson as well, another Club SC competitor, 107.076, getting up to speed there, lap number 2. Look at O'Brien hustling there through turn 3. That's fun.
How about this? We like unlimited cars with no liveries and Sunday Cup cars with liveries. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds like the right way to do things.
It'll be interesting here. You know, GLTC just went very quick. Now I know it's heating up pretty quickly right now, but GLTC just went very quick. It'll be interesting to see if if we're getting any track deg right now, or if these guys can continue to get personal bests and records and how it goes.
Yeah, there you go. Sam Dooling 2/10 quicker than O'Brien in this session so far, but only at a 104.8. So it isn't quicker than O'Brien in the overall weekend, but so far in this session. Look at this charge through turn 7. Now, they've swapped positions now. It's Sam Dooling ahead of O'Brien, so we'll see if maybe Austin can snipe that time back. As you see on the left-hand side of the screen there, no pickups that time for O'Brien or Dooling.
Maybe because of the switch around there. So I appreciate these guys. They always seem to work. Oh my, big slide from Sam. I appreciate these guys. They always seem to work together so well and try to give other guys drafts and stuff like that. They really work as a team in this group, and it's really nice to see. Ooh, a Mark II Golf headed out there right now. That looks very cool.
Oh yeah, that's the street mod car, I believe. That is the number 76, if I recall correctly. I don't think it was actually made it on track in session 1.
Very period correct. I really like how they've done that car.
Yeah, there's the R32 out there as well. Connor O'Mara, quickest of the 2 Club TR cars we've seen so far. A couple street mod cars in this mix as well, including that Ford Fiesta Tucci in the 328, just getting his bearings. There is Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7 on track as well. One of our friends from Toyo that's on track. And just note in the bottom left, we've got Club SC, then Club TR, Street, and Street Mod, the primary entries in this group. But there's a mix and a smattering of classes here in Group D, so we'll be kind of chasing it around a little bit. But
no improvement. No improvement from Sam or O'Brien there on that lap, but they're out there having fun, nose to tail, just like those guys always are.
Yeah. And again, I just wonder, we've seen the Club SC cars run quicker and quicker laps, lap after lap. But again, as the track temperature heats up, I'm curious how long their tires will be able to stay in that optimal range, as we now see that, is that a Legacy?
Yeah.
Into turn 1?
Or I guess like a Legacy Outback, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 986, and this is another car. I don't know. It's Jeff Daniels in the Subaru Outback. What a cool, look, there's no excuse not to time attack your car. We've got Honda Fits out here, Legacy Outbacks. What else you want?
Yep, no, that's quite something. Mark II Golfs and old 911s, and what an amazing group. And then we've got all the way up to we didn't get Sasha this year, but Sasha in a home built, which is in very air quotes for home built hybrid 350Z, right? 350Z.
So Jeff Daniels put in work right now, 107.893. Connor O'Mara picked up a little bit there.
Oh, and Sam and O'Brien both improved on that lap. 104.2 and 104.6 now. So they're out there working that draft, finding some pace.
Yeah, and the time to beat is a 103.8, so they're not that far away. See Ian Stone jump up onto the 5th in the timing and scoring. Tom Halka's back, by the way, 103.126. He had an ankle injury earlier in the year, and that car kind of traded hands a couple of times, but good to have him back running with us in the older of the 2 turn-in concept Subarus.
Glad to see Tucci out there in that Fiesta. I think he pulled in the first session. Nice to see him doing some laps. That car is just so cool looking.
It is really neat, and you see Brown in the 76. That's that Volkswagen that you pointed out.
Yeah, that looks great.
And having a quick look at the track mod entrance, Grunwald and Mark Gatos in the 444, putting in some effort here early, just getting up to speed again. But look at this line. There's Gatos. There's
how close are they going to get here?
It's going to get a little dicey off into turn 1 here, as Connor O'Mara was trying to go by, but that was a little bit of miscommunication, I think, with Dooling popping out of line.
Behave, boys, behave.
They're just excited, putting a lot of laps in right now. But by the way, the improvements that you mentioned, I don't know that we mentioned that they swapped positions. It was Dooling advanced over O'Brien, so advantage back to the 412.
I know that those guys try to draft sometimes and try to look for a little bit of pace, but I really wonder if sometimes, though, it's just nicer to not have that car in front of you and be able to brake where you want to brake and turn in where you want to turn in, and really have that comfort of being able to drive your own line. I feel like it's so easy to get that target fixation when you're following someone.
Yeah, so early on it was 2/10 advantage Dooling. Now it's 3.5 advantage O'Brien. So that's going to swap back and forth. It's so fun to watch. But, to your point, I also do some commentary for the Toyota GR Cup, James. And one of the things we saw last year was the dominant driver in that series, in a class where you do a lot of slipstreaming, didn't go out in a group in qualifying. He qualified on his own and typically would earn pole, because I think there's something to be said about the draft, but there's a lot of times that maybe following too closely can actually just, as to your point, impede your lap, right? It avoids you getting clear enough racetrack to have an advantage. You can only really ever go as fast, maybe a touch more than the guy ahead of you. But what if you catch him on your fast lap, then you ruin it.
And if you're at Daytona, that's one thing, but if you're at more of a conventional type track where you're not wide open for 1 mile, right? Then it's a bit of a different situation there.
Yeah, I think at Sebring in particular was a track that that's a lot of drafting there for a GR86, and he got pole without anybody. So
that's impressive. Yeah. That's impressive.
But in a Club SC car, you're only really going to be doing this on the front straight. So if you can coordinate the kind of two-car tango and work together to go faster, that's one way. This is the 888. This is a street class car. Amos Winter, new to Grid Life, but Becky Robertson gave me some information that this is his first Grid Life event, but has run One Lap of America for many years in this car. So this will be a quicker lap than the One Lap event is.
Should we tell him that he can put a 992 GT3 RS engine in that and stay in the same class?
That's so cool. Oop, and there's some smoke over there at turn 1, some dust. I saw some yellow flags for a moment, but whatever was over there was already cleared. Really cool car, though. Again, these classic Porsches. I'm a big fan of Porsches over the years. They haven't really changed all that much in their proportions, and I kind of appreciate that. It's just, there was that recent discussion, James, I'm not sure if you have an opinion one way or the other, of Ford versus Chevrolet at the Nürburgring, going back and forth between the Mustang GTD and is it the ZR1?
ZR1X.
ZR1X. And a lot of discussion, over these two cars. Meanwhile, Porsche with like 250 less horsepower is faster than both of them, I think, or maybe it was a little bit slower.
It was in the ballpark, but the one thing that's really interesting to me is they said that they had some spots of rain when they did the GTD time.
I see.
And then they went back and did it in better conditions and only went a hair faster. So I wonder if they're struggling with warm temperatures right now, and that's hurting them as well, because they were the fact that they went some brake smell there. The fact that they went sub 7 minutes with moisture on the windshield makes their 6:52 whatever they did afterwards kind of unimpressive, right? So are they going to go back in better conditions and go 6:45? Like, that Mustang is quite a machine. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't really care which one. I just like seeing the manufacturers pushing for it. But I wonder if they were able to do 650X with moisture on the windshield. Does that car have a 645 in it? It'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah, that's the beginning of many internet fights.
I think so.
But you mentioned the brake smell. That was Max Gorley, who's a street mod competitor running with Subimod's support this weekend. And those brakes were, there was actually smoke. We're sitting right above his pit stall, and it was smoking. And he was really putting a lot of energy into the brakes, James. That's interesting to me, just because this isn't a track where you're generally putting a ton of energy in the brakes beyond turn 1.
I wonder if he was sitting there with his foot on the brakes a little bit after they were hot, because that's sometimes a thing.
Yep. And we're already getting a checker here on Group D, so fairly quick session. Connor O'Mara, we just saw the highlight of him, 1:03.074, and for O'Mara, that is much quicker than session 1, about 9/10 quicker, in fact, than heat 1 of the day for him.
I would imagine we're trying to get back on schedule a little bit from some of the incidents earlier on.
Yeah, we weren't. I don't think we were super far off, but either way, O'Mara looking pretty good there. And as far as Club SC, a little bit of shifting and shuffling, but Forsheimer, no improvement there. Jason Davidson, no improvement. See the yellow flashes, no improvement. You see green, that's a personal best. See purple, that is class leader. So Gorley, street mod leader right now. Halka, street class leader. Then O'Mara in Club TR. O'Brien in Club SC. Then Grunwald leading in track mod. But again, these are only leaders for the time being, because as we move up in the groups, we're going to get faster and faster and faster. Group C was interesting. Group B was a real throwdown last time, so I'm excited to see that as well.
So I was doing a track walk last night, and actually a track run, and Tom did a video a few years ago with ASM kind of explaining how to get around here, how to find speed, and he had mentioned that there's a bunch of banking really close to the curbing in a lot of these corners. And I could see it, and I felt it in the car and everything like that. But when I ran it last night, it is shocking how steep it is in some of those corners, especially the entry to turn 3. There is so much banking here on the entry to turn 3, right up beside the curb there. It's such an interesting, I'm not a huge guy for track walks normally, but I wanted to go out there and do that last night. And it is shocking.
You know what's funny is, James, I had a 14-hour drive from Chicago to get here, and on my way, I went through a whole bunch of podcasts. And you had been on the Blind Apex podcast a couple of months ago, and you were talking about track walks and how you did one at Circuit of the Americas a couple of years ago with Tomo, who's sort of coaching you that weekend. And you mentioned you're just not a track walk person. You were just kind of wandering around out there. But when he mentioned something about backsiding the S's.
That's such a thing. That is so, from a gaming perspective, that is so OP'd about backside the S's.
Yeah, so explain that a little bit. And again, we're not going to be backsiding the S's here at Lime Rock. A, we don't have S's here. B, there's no extra pavement to use beyond the curbs. But when you hear something like that from a driver like Tom, what does that mean in your head?
So you're not, you can kind of early, middle, or late apex. And I think that the easiest way to explain it is you're trying to do a late apex. But when you're going through S's, you have to really be kind of ahead of the ball game to continue to backside the S's. It's one thing to kind of late apex the first one, but it's very easy to then kind of early apex the second one. So to go through the S's at COTA and continually one corner after the next, stay to a late apex and a late apex and a late apex, when you exit the final one, you feel like you've got 50 more horsepower than the cars in front of you because of the line that you choose. And you could almost argue that there's a little bit of that in 3-4 here. You're kind of late on 3 and then trying to get a good run out of 4. Maybe not as late on 4, but definitely kind of a late apex on 3. And that's the same kind of theory. And I was so amazed by the backsiding of the S's at COTA that I always try to think if I can apply that to another track when I go there. Because when I went there with the Integra and Time Attack and the very first time in 2019, I know I was front-siding those S's. It was so ugly.
When I drive Lime Rock in the simulator, and actually iRacing has a very recent scan of this racetrack, you talk about the banking that's near the curbing, but the curbs here are real gnarly in a couple places. Going into turn 4 on the right-hander, the curb there, is that one that you kind of want to get to it but not hit it?
They're all like that here.
Yeah, so
almost all of them.
Maybe not backsiding them because it's a big old curb and you don't want to drive onto it. Is that a corner that you're kind of trying to get in the groove of that banking, or is that one that you're going to try to late apex and just get to it and not run it?
I think that's why I said I think I was a bit mistaken with saying that 3 and 4. I think 3 yes, but then 4 I think it's probably a more conventional apex because that banking that's right beside that curb will kind of pull you through that corner a little bit there.
Yeah, this is the corner I'm talking about, turn 4 right here. Garrett Glossary didn't quite get down to the curb there, but again, it's such a fine margin of error, and now accelerating up. Now, Tom O'Gorman in the 494. I believe that this is Tomo, and this is Salil Shukla's car now. I saw the number board blue taped to the side of the car, and I wonder if Tomo, because he's already here, he was supposed to be driving that Oldsmobile that did not make the field this weekend, so I think he's just grabbing some ASM cars and taping some number boards on and going for it.
Well, and I don't think Salil will be upset with getting some input from Tom. I think anytime that someone can get Tom in a car and have some input from him, it will almost always make your car faster.
Yeah, and that's running in track mod because that's kind of where IBOC GLTC cars fall in a vacuum. So we'll see how it goes. Cross the stripe, and it should go, right to the top of the board. Well, not quite. I don't know, that time looked like it got removed, so I'm not sure if there's a reason for that.
It's
there
back.
It goes. It's back. That's good news. And didn't last long, though, because Bronson McNeamer just ran a 59.911. I thought he was in a later group earlier, but I guess because he didn't get a representative time, he's been dropped to Group C. All the while, street class, Halka, Jeremy Hensley, and Chris Nahill. That's a pretty tight fight there. And Chuck Meyer just ran a 103.277. So this is getting pretty spicy in street class. And look at Street GT, Jansen and Bultice close together.
If you listen carefully there, I think that might have been Mark Johnson laying some rubber down at the top of the uphill there.
Yeah, look at street class there. That's Tom Halka for the time being, and then Jeremy Hensley in second place. And Johnson, you mentioned there's that unlimited class car dropping some sparks into turn 1. That wing is so comically large.
And that's speaking of how Tom mentioned there, you could kind of do a late apex in 1 and 2, but I think the thought is that you want to kind of double apex there and use that camber that's down by the apex there. So everyone, if they haven't watched that video, call that up on YouTube. You'll probably find some time this weekend.
Mark Johnson at a 102.871. This is where we start to see the unlimited cars trickle in, but we'll see the quick ones in Group A. And I think Johnson will get there. But again, we've got 6 heats. You don't need to be, the heats don't really matter provided you can get open racetrack. You can run a time faster than anyone in Group A and Group D if your car is capable of it. Jeremy Hensley's letting Ben Boltei spy. There's the number 40 GR Supra. Let's talk about the Supra a little bit. This is a car that has sort of taken the time attack world by storm the last couple of years, not only in Street GT, but in Street Mod and Track Mod in particular. What makes them so good? That engine is strong, I know that.
The engine is strong. The cars are heavy, but they're not necessarily like M2 heavy. I think the E-diff works very well. I think the E-diff can help you when the car is not necessarily 100% sorted yet. I feel like the cars that I've driven, it feels like you can make some mistakes and still, you know, kind of get it done. And then, you know, we've seen so many of them, 500, 600 wheel horsepower, working really, really well with, you know, not really any engine issues. Knock on wood for the guys that are out there this weekend.
Whoa, big wiggle for Boltei into turn 1, all the way to the grass. Just grabbed it, and he got back on.
It's so dirty on the outside of 1 there. You can catch it and think you've got it, and then go, oh, I actually don't have it. I did that in 2023 in race number 4 here in Chelsea.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was way out there.
Yeah, I think you almost knocked a drone out of the air with the dirt spray there.
It was not good.
No, and we saw a car go off. Chris DeLucia had a bit of an off in GridLife GT practice over there as well. And there was a little dew in the grass, too, so that car slid for a while, but it should be drying out now.
My, is that red G80 M3 out here still? That's my street GT car of choice. Where is it? I'm looking for it.
I haven't seen it lately, but he was out on track at some point.
Maybe he pulled off.
Yeah. And there's Bronson Niemer leading in track mod in this session of 58.409 V8 NA MX5 or NB MX5 rather. This car got stuck in the woods at CMP last year.
That was a scary moment, but the trumpets coming out of the hood on that car, that's just too much for me. I love it. I love it.
I think it was at Mid-Ohio last year, and I saw Bronson after hours when the track was cold. And there's the M4 that you were looking for. He had beer cans stuck in the ITBs. So.
Got to keep the rocks out of there.
That's one way to do it.
That car of Mark Johnson's is quite the machine.
Yeah,
all of the pieces, all of the aero pieces on that one.
Jonathan Denk in the number 67. This is a street mod car. We've seen him a number of times this year in this EK Honda Civic. Probably a little bit underbuilt for street mod, but certainly giving it all he's got here in this session.
A lot of sparks on Bronson's car going down into turn 1. That was just a shower of sparks entering there.
Yeah, so maybe still building some tire pressure, got the car low to the ground, got some rub blocks under there, keep everything from stalling out. Puts on a spectacle. All the guys that run rub blocks, Cal Fortner, Cattill's got some. Man, they look cool.
Yeah, we have some on ours, but seems like the splitter is just kind of high enough and the front end of the car is just stiff enough. It doesn't usually touch that much. They don't seem to be getting a lot of wear, but we want to protect that TCR splitter.
Yeah, I would think so. There's Jansen in the red BMW up in second place in Street GT in the class for now. And again, this is going to be a tough battle. It's a big, heavy car.
So the one that I drove was 4,000 pounds without a driver. Basically full weight. It didn't have any weight reduction, but 4,000 plus the driver.
Wow.
And that was an all-wheel drive one. I don't know if Mike. Oh, that's Mike from Sunday Cup. Oh, I didn't realize that he had that as well. That's cool.
Yeah, he's actually run Street GT in the past in a Tesla Model 3.
Oh, no kidding.
So he's come back to run with us again in Street GT, this time with the M3. So 102.674 was his best lap previously, so he's picked up about a half second. That's building confidence. I just think it's amazing. Like, that just shows great adaptability to go from an 86 horsepower Honda Civic at Road America to, you know, a 4,000 plus pound M3 at Lime Rock. By the way, wrong car choice, wrong tracks.
Maybe so.
You'd think that you want to run the M3 at Road America, and maybe you'd run the Civic here, but
I still think a heavy, high power car can get it done here if it's set up right, because I just think that, you know, there's turn 1 and 2 is not that slow. Turn 4 is not that slow, and the other 3, you know, uphill, west bend, downhill are not that slow. I think that a heavy car can get it done around here if it's right.
So Bronson McNeamer just ran another good lap, 57.367, keeping Tomo at bay for the time being. And then Devin Hoffman's out there as well in the turn-in concept Subaru.
Tomo down into the 58s. That's getting closer. Did we talk about how fast GLTC went?
Oh, so fast.
57.6 from
Yeah.
2 cars. Did they actually get the record? It was a 57.6.
Yeah, it was, I can't remember off the top of my head. I do have the record sheet pulled up.
What was the race lap record was in the 6s as well, but I didn't know if they actually beat the race lap record.
They did. Someone, I think Darling did a 57.4.
No, I think
Or
it was a
Catil.
6. It was a 6, but it was a lower 6.
It was, yeah. It was.
Yep.
Catil did get it. So.
And Darling did a 6 as well. That's
yeah.
I think, I don't know, like I say, I don't know how much it's going to change by the time we go out for qualifying, but I qualified second last year with a 58.8. That's a little bit different than it is this year.
Every year. And I wonder, again, the tire technology just continues to get better and better and better, and the optimization year after year. And the same is true of time attack. You know, you look at street mod, and again, we're working our way up, but the street mod class, even at Gingerman, a number of years ago, going sub 140 was like a big deal in street mod. We've got street mod cars running 130s now, so 10 seconds faster just 5 or 6 years later is unbelievable.
I think when you get, these guys at the pointy end, sometimes the unwillingness to, be 10th. They want it so bad, and they are, everyone's following what everyone else is doing, and they are so hyper aware of what the others are doing, and they know when someone's going to expect to come out quick, that they get in that garage and, maybe they work on an asymmetrical alignment for a place like Lime Rock. They're trying to find optimization, like you say. The air dams are getting lower, the splitters are getting lower, the shocks are getting better, the wheels are getting wider, even though the tires are staying the same width. It's really cool to see how far they've come over the years.
Yeah, Devin Hoffman there in the black, orange, and blue Subaru working their way down the front straightaway, currently second on the board in street modified. That was the MR2 there. That's Noah Jank in the 262 that has found his way into the tire bundles at turn 7. Good eye there, James.
It looks like he saved most of it. I think he's backing up there a little bit right now. I thought that was going to be really bad, but I think might not be too bad.
Yeah, he might have gotten it just a little bit, but turn 7's a fast area of the racetrack. You see it there. There's Noah Jank in the MR2, the 262 car. And we're going to get the checker on the session here as well.
When I saw it come down the hill there, that was, I was concerned that he was going in there full bore, but it looks like he got it woed down before he got to the tires.
Yep. So that's good news. We have seen, unfortunately, some impacts into that wall in the past. But and this is something we talked about earlier. Was it you in here that I mentioned that this was the first track built to U.S. highway safety standards?
Yep.
And that's one of those areas that has about as much runoff as it can have for this location.
Otherwise, you'd be in someone's backyard, I think.
Basically, yeah. and so the tire bundles there do a really good job of slowing the cars down when they do get into the wall. But hopefully, just minor.
The one thing that's really, intimidating about this track, and Eric Della Riva that's running in GLTC this weekend is a friend of mine, and he's running for his first time at Lime Rock. And he's like, and I didn't really think about this. I know that the walls are close, but he says, out of 4, out of the uphill, out of westbound, out of downhill, the track comes at you in every one of those corners. And those are typically most of the corners where you see some of the incidents.
Yeah, just big commitment, right? I mean, you have to commit big. You have to be on throttle early. And I think two of the corners that you mentioned, the uphill and the downhill, you have to be on throttle like well before the apex. So you're committed at full throttle. Just look at the uphill right there. You're committed to full throttle basically where the curb starts. I mean, you're on throttle and accelerating towards that wall. And if you get it wrong, you hit it. I mean, it's just
you can't even really make an adjustment at that point because you're not going to jump off the throttle or anything like that.
Right.
And that was one of the problems with my incident last year is it was just like too late.
Yeah, and you have to consider also that you're gaining and losing grip with these big compressions too. So, you gain a whole bunch of cornering ability, but as you come up over the top, the car gets light. You don't have as much pressure on the tires to give you that grip, and the car in some cases comes up off the ground. So you just keep going whatever direction you were going.
Well, and you think of this case with the MR2 in the last corner there. If you miss the apex by a foot, you miss the banking. If you hit it, it's perfect. And then if you touch the curb, it's going to throw you off the track potentially if you're going that fast. So it's a tricky situation there. You have a very, very low room for error. When you think of a track like COTA, which doesn't have a lot of that like progressive banking necessarily as much, and it's so wide, you can have a little mistake and run wide on exit, maybe even still PB. Whereas if you do that same thing here, you might be in the tires.
Yeah, and this racetrack is one that, again, in iRacing, if you're an iRacer, you really get that true experience there. And you realize, you can, in the sim, run hundreds of laps in a day and really understand, all right, well, if you get it right, everything goes perfect. If you get it the slightest bit wrong, it might be one of the most punishing corners in North America, honestly.
You might be entering the tire or into the pits at 80 miles an hour on iRacing if you do it wrong, right?
Yeah, and that's actually one of the things that might actually be of assistance now is when NASCAR ran their first Truck Series race here earlier this year. And to accommodate that, the pit lane was extended towards Turn 7 quite a ways. And that kind of moves that tire bundle a little bit back more into the safe area so that if you drop off the end of the curb at the end of the corner, you're probably not going to find your way into pit lane, which was it could be a problem.
When I saw pictures of that, I had my concerns about how close it was to the the last corner there. But because of how less sharp you are entering the pits, it feels like an improvement for sure.
Yeah, they did a really nice job with that. Looks awesome. As the Group B cars are now headed towards the pit lane. Of course, they're not going to get released on track just yet. It looks like Noah's MR2 is on the hook and rolling on its 4 wheels back to pit lane. That's always good news.
Very good.
And our GLGT commentator, Mark Kilgore, is in this next group. So good to have him jump in with me this weekend, host of the Perfect Lap podcast. And you're one of the hosts on Heat Exchanger. And again, we joked we had Tomo from Lizard Brains last time out. So we're just going through the whole category at this
next?
point.
Who's next?
Well, I got to bring in, was it Khan from the Blind Apex?
Yep. He would be great.
Yeah, I thought about that, so I'll have to reach out to him. I don't know. Let's go down the list.
Maybe get him for pit.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Again, we're hoping to have Greg Creamer back at some point, but he's been out with recovering from a surgery, so I would hope to have him back. But Noah's car looks okay.
We can't see the left front, but the fact that it's rolling straight, I would say, is a very good sign. He may drive that car again this weekend. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's...
Well, it's seen the tires, but...
I hope they get the hammer out. I hope they get the hammer out. I hope they borrow some toe plates, and I'd love to see that car back out there this weekend if it's safe to do.
Yeah, for sure. And again, that's the point about the tires too, is they're such a great safety feature because they absorb all that energy. They just also have the effect of like wrinkling the bodywork, but generally you can wrinkle the bodywork and it saves everything else. So, when you see the tire stuff like that, it looks often worse than it is. So I hope that that they can get that sorted. Hope he's all right. That'll be a frustrating moment for sure, but
yeah,
it's part of it. As go ahead, James.
Maybe not that expensive mechanically to get back right, but a whole left side at a body shop these days. Maybe you should go see Cal.
Yeah, see Al's Auto Body.
Al's Auto Body in Chicago.
All right, cars are rolling. Mark Kilgore is the pointy end of Group B here. And some really fast cars, including the pointy end of our Club TR group. And John Veloso is out on track in the K-tuned 93 Acura NSX GT3. And green is out. So the Club TR battle was pretty awesome to watch last time out between Evan McLaren and Peter Granberg. Did we see those cars, or did they get bumped to A?
I would imagine with those times they
Maybe
probably
they
got
bumped to A.
Bumped to A.
Yeah, that's impressive. It's like when we go to Autobahn, too. The Club TR cars are usually at the pointy end there, too. But we have not yet seen a sub-1 minute time in this heat from a Club TR car.
I believe that I snuck into A, very back of A at Gingerman last year in Club TR. That was kind of a cool one. When you sneak into A with a car like that at Gingerman, you can be pretty excited about it.
Yeah, with cars that are, sometimes making 6 or 7 times the horsepower, that's always pretty fun, especially at a place like Road America. You got Dussault in a 1,600 horsepower Camaro.
That's just wild. That thing is a spaceship.
Yep. Mark Kilgore takes the green. This is a street GT class.
Looks real slow into turn 1 there, didn't it? Man, that car makes some power.
Yeah, all over the curbs too. He was really blasting him on the right front, but getting very aggressive with it. This is his first time here. He's never been.
We should tell him later, go watch that video, because the first time I came to Lime Rock, I was kind of oblivious to to that banking beside the curbing. I was probably using it not knowing I was using it. But when you realize it and you can kind of use it to your advantage, it is quite something.
Over the crest and off to West Bend, another racetrack, or another corner, I should say, that has a really sharp curve that you want to avoid. There's that Acura NSX GT3 Evo that we were talking about. This was previously owned by Racer's Edge Motorsports, and actually this car made a cameo in the recent F1 movie.
It did, which I'm sad I haven't seen yet.
I neither.
I need to see that.
Oh, what a shame. I was supposed to go, but I didn't get a chance to.
They should have put a big screen right across from the flag stand here. We should all watch it tonight.
There you go. So Mark Kilgore at a 58.7. That is about 7/10 off of his best time of, 58.8, because Cheng popped in there in the 868 with Stephen Cheng in a BMW M3. So M3 versus M4 at the top of Street GT right now. And Daly Pagano in another M4 is actually third. So, and we were talking about Connor Gallagher. He's here defending his own record in the all-wheel drive subclass in Street GT.
In the GTR, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And our Canadian from NV Auto, Michael Cozier, with a 58.9. I think that's an improvement over the first session.
I think you are right. 58.7 he had.
Okay.
So not quite.
Oh, that's getting close.
Getting pretty close, but only lap 1, so I'm sure we'll see improvement. Here comes Kilgore again. I think that's Cheng right behind him. Kilgore does pick up to a, well, I thought it was pick up. There it is, 57.943.
That's pretty good.
That is a pickup for him.
I think that it looks more daunting when they enter turn 1 at speed from the tower here than it does from inside the car, which is not a normal thing, but man, they look like they're flying going down into turn 1.
Well, they are. I think I was told over 140 miles an hour for a lot of the cars in track battle here, which is cooking here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think mid 120s even for GLTC, so I would imagine there'll be some cars approaching 150 and even above that.
Yeah,
I think
even a Club TR 128 I saw the other day, so
wow.
that's really fast.
I believe that we were somewhere near 160 in the Evo when we set the record here in 2022.
So
it's pretty fast down there.
Bronson McNeamer at the top of track mod for now. Bucky Lassick, by the way, running that Subaru WRX STI in track mod up to P3. Here's Kilgore again, and no pickup that time, no pickup for Cheng as well. Curious if they're only get 2 really good laps out of the tires before they start to go off a little bit. It's a lot of car for, it's a 285 width?
315 for
315
for Street GT. The one thing that I notice here is the tires look very different after a session on this pavement compared to a session at Mid-Ohio. Mid-Ohio, they look very dull and not a lot of kind of graining on them or anything like that. And after one session here this morning in GLGT, they were very shiny and had like a lot of, kind of graining on, I don't know what graining is the right word, but texture to them. Much, much different than how we started after Mid-Ohio. So that might, attribute to a heavier car on a street tire like that, maybe struggling to do more than, 1 or 2 laps.
Yeah, a lot of dust and debris there flying out of turn 1 and 2 at Big Bend. Got to look again at Mike Burrow's K20 Ferrari. Really interesting build. We'll see that a little bit more this weekend. If you would like to learn more about that, Stanceworks, the YouTube channel, has tons of vlogs based on running that car at GRIDLIFE, and it's really fun to watch.
I hope we get to see that F40 with the 812 super fast motor at a GRIDLIFE event someday. That car that he's building right now is really, really crazy.
So Daly Pagano picks up a little bit in Street GT. So Kilgore, Cheng, Pagano at the top there for the time being. And Jason Gatos in the Subaru BRZ is working his way around. Mike Burrows jumps up into the top 5 in track mod. And here's a look at the Street GT class overview here, by the way. 56.311 for Andy Vogel. And again, this is for modern high horsepower street legal cars with OEM aero. You're shooting somewhere between 400 and 650 horsepower, but again, you can't do anything to the engine internally. It's bolt-ons only. You can have double adjustable suspension and upgrade your brakes. But again, there's your 315 max with 200 treadwear street tire. And a couple of cars that are examples of the class. We don't have Luke McGrew here this weekend, that black Corvette, but we do have Nicholas Hendricks, who we'll likely see in Group A. But Boltice is here and Kilgore is there. So just a quick look at the key details of this category as we've been talking about it a lot.
I really like that visual. Who did that, Kyle? Yeah,
Me.
I kind of wondered about that.
So and we got those. We'll bring you up to speed on all the different classes we have here this weekend as well. Here's the 238 Dan Persing in the Subaru BRZ, second generation of this chassis. It's been so popular for this class and for a lot of classes, even in the autocross world with SSC and all the things that, all the classes that these cars are capable of with the 2.4 liter bored out engine, the FA24, and the BRZ is the GR86 is a little bit more reliable, a bit more power and torque, more consistent power and torque. We're going to see these cars around racetracks for a really long time.
It's really nice to see that the new cars now. I'm trying to think of his name. Ronnie from GLTC, his relative that came to Mid-Ohio with one last year, Jimmy Vidak. That's right, Jimmy Vidak came one with a car that really didn't look very heavily modified and was, top 4, I think, or something like that at Mid-Ohio and Club TR last year. That is so cool when you can, bolt a, off-the-shelf splitter and wing on a pair, a set of shocks, and not much else, and running the top 5 in Club DR, that makes, you know, the barrier to entry really low for someone that still maybe wants to daily drive that in the warm weather months.
And here's a look at Bucky Lasek. There's the track mod Subaru with support from Subi Mods, and we caught up with Bucky earlier in the weekend.
The one and only Bucky Lasek. Bucky, I love seeing you here.
Oh, it's great to be here. I love Grid Life, man. I've had such a good time here.
Yeah, now you are out here. I saw on your Instagram this morning you said, I want to go fast, and you sure as hell are doing that. You're running a 59.2.
Yeah, we're going fast. The car is in kind of like, you know, it's not in party mode yet. We're running like a 400 horsepower tune. We can bump that up a little bit, but we're still just outside of like where everyone is. You know, if we got another 150 horsepower, 200 horsepower, we'd be right in the mix. So our goal this weekend is to crack the top 5 and put this car in there with the guys that are really outgunning us. But I think we're there. I think we're just outside of it right now.
It is so cool to have you here. Now, for a lot of people that grew up with either skate or BMXing background, to have you at these events is a really special thing for us. And you are at every single event. So I just want to say thank you for showing up and putting on a good show for us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here with Subi Mods. They brought me out here to drive their blah by here. And yeah, it's first time I ran Road America. That was a really fast track. First time running Lime Rock. So we can go faster.
We can go faster. And it's a beautiful track to do that at. So get out there, turn this thing up to 11, and let's see what you can do.
Let's go.
Thanks, Cerise. And Bucky Lasek has made a whole bunch of starts with us here this year, and Subi Mods has a lot of support. We're going to chat with Nick from Subi Mods tomorrow afternoon and chat a little bit more about what specifically is in these cars, because as Bucky improves, makes our job real easy up here. 58.3, just getting faster and faster. But Subi Mods has tons of support for Subarus of all generations, and they're running cars of all generations. And James, you know, especially for you guys on the Honda side, having so many different companies that support your build, your car, you know how nice it is to know where to go. You know exactly what companies you're going to for your cars.
Exactly. You know, a company like Subi Mods, a company like K-Tune, any of these companies that put all their energy into a certain chassis like that is so amazing. And, you know, seeing a company like them out here investing this much back into the community, bringing, you know, legends out like Bucky and everything like that to legendary tracks like this is just a really an amazing thing to see them, you know, giving back to the community like that. It's just so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. We're again, for those that are interested specifically in what those cars are running, we'll chat with Nick tomorrow and we'll go over all of it. Mark Kilgore, no improvements this time. 57.943 is still the most he's managed, but second quickest of all the cars in the heat so far. You see that Cheng has not been able to keep pace with them beyond that first lap, so he's about a half second back there. And then in street class, Josh Halka, by the way, is put down to 59.624 and commands about 2/10 over Eddie Siegel. That'll be a fun fight.
I want to know what Mark Kilgore's front brake rotor temperatures are right now after doing all these laps in this session.
Probably hot,
yes,
if there's anything to go by.
Not quite liquid, but getting close.
Yeah, yeah. The brake calipers can't quite squeeze liquid, can they?
See, there's another new GR, or that's a BRZ.
Yep.
But another one, you know, with full interior and looking like, you know, you could probably drive it to work tomorrow. Not a big deal, which is really cool to see.
Yep. And then S2000 on track as well. Now, again, that's another Falcon Club TR car, but there was just so many, seemed like there was so many rear-wheel drive sports cars that were lightweight that you could grab it and do things with in the late 90s and early 2000s, but there's just less and less of that now, and really your options at the inexpensive level of the spectrum are really GR86, BRZ, Miata. You know, so there's not a lot of choices, but they're good choices as the checkered flag falls here on Group B. Not as much improvement this session as we saw this morning, probably to be expected with the temperatures starting to climb up a little bit.
We have a little bit of cloud cover right now, but most of the morning has been very, very clear, which is, you know, that track temperature is going to go up, and it is really hard to pull that back down once it's got up.
Yeah, we might see, you know, to the tail end of the day if it gets cloudy, but generally, like, your best opportunity is those morning sessions, see the clouds there. And good news so far is we haven't seen any precipitation in the promise this weekend, so that's great for all the spectators here as the hillsides fill up with spectators. Camping almost sold out. We actually had to put some more camp spots on sale, and I think there's only a couple of those left, so that's great news for an event in its fourth year. Pit lane's a busy place here, James, as we're getting Group A ready to go.
That's exciting. It's just so, I get butterflies every time I see all the Group A cars roll out here. How about butterflies when you see, you know, not to pick on Ryan Matthews here, but when you see a Club TR going out in front of a you know, a winning Street GT car, that's an upset and an exciting. You know, it'll be interesting to see how things go from here. I'm sure Ryan will keep finding pace over the course of the weekend.
So, you know, we've been talking about Street GT a little bit, and we are going to see the pointy end of Falcon Club TR in this session. So in a minute, we'll look at our Falcon Club TR class overview as well, and give you a good understanding of what that class is, because it's not quite as simple as it looks on paper. But here's a look. Evan McLaren was the record holder previously, but Peter Granberg took it back. But purpose-built track day cars with limited engine swaps and displacement restrictions. That's 2.5 liters NA or 1.6 liter turbo. You're running on a 255 with Falcon RT660 Plus or RT660. And allowed mods, you can do kind of a lot. There's limited aero here, but a lot of suspension. You can do engine swaps, but like I said, you're limited by the displacement there. But example cars, front-wheel drive Hondas, rear-wheel drive Mazdas, Subarus, whatever. But it's one of our most competitive categories.
And there is an allowance in there for some 6 cylinders that are greater than 2.5, but they are like specified case-by-case basis, like that R32. And I think there's 350Z and a couple of BMWs. So there's a lot of really interesting cars that can be in that class.
Yeah, so really, really neat class. So we've got the top 2 cars in that group running in this session, along with Jackie Ding and Dewey DeWitt. Now, Jackie already broke the track mod record, so that one is already reset. Dewey is still chasing the street mod overall record. He does hold the all-wheel drive record currently, but he's going to need a little bit more than 54. What did he run it? He needs a mid-53, I think. Or no, sorry, had that wrong.
53.8 for street mod.
Yeah.
Did that off the top of my head, Kyle.
The same one you did earlier.
We gotta update some Club TR records there too. That's exciting that both of those are gone after one session.
Yep. And Jimmy Rock right ahead of Dewey as well. So I don't think Dewey's going to get quite as much clear racetrack as he'd like. But again, when you're organizing this by pace, Jimmy Rock should drive away from Dewey here in theory.
And I think he might be on a Michelin slick, and maybe they're just not quite there on the first flyer, and Dewey will be on a 200 tread wear, right? And he wants to go hard in the first lap. And that goes back to some of the things that we've talked about on our podcast of, you know, making a gap, but also kind of having the estimation of how fast is this car going to go in front of me on this lap.
Yeah, so again, he'll probably have to wait to go another time here, but he could be on a quick one. Again, Jimmy Rock shouldn't be holding him up too much as they come down the hill. He should be pulling away now. Jackie Ding in command of the field. He's the quickest car on the racetrack so far. By the way, Jim Rock's lap from earlier today was DQ'd. I'm not sure what for, but there's a DQ note next to it, so he's got to run a different one. That's why he's in second. Across the stripe there, Jackie Ding, 54.797, not quite as fast as he did earlier. Dewey at 55.1, he went quicker in session 1.
So here's an interesting point about that we were talking about before in Sunday Cup about coming too close. Dewey did a pretty good lap there of a 55.1, but he kind of missed the entry to 1 there, probably because he couldn't really see because he was following that car too close. So it's always a tricky thing of when to decide, is it worth bailing out and trying the next lap, or am I going to keep on going here? Spacing is everything in time attack.
Yeah, certainly is. Nick Hendricks, by the way, 57.354 in Street GT. Ryan Matthews jumping ahead of Kilgore. David Bamforth, he's pulling double duty in Track Mod and GRIDLIFE GT, up to 3rd on the board. But this is a fun session. There's a lot of cars that are going really quick at the pointy end of their class. Jeremy Lauder's headed on track and Unlimited here in a second. And Dewey DeWitt, while he's chasing the track record here in Street Mod, he's knocked off for a second, but let's check in because Cerise caught up with Dewey a little earlier in the weekend.
I am here with the record breaker, the record holder guy, Dewey DeWitt.
What's up?
Now, we're here at Lime Rock Park. Currently, you have the record for all-wheel drive. You're driving in Street Mod, and you're in first right now.
I'm in first right now. We're going after the overall record. We need to beat Alan Patton's record. We got to wipe him off the books. So, it is what it is.
And what is that record?
I think Alan's is a 53.5, 53.4, something like that. We gotta knock about a second off our current time. So, but I mean, we only went out there and ran 2 laps, so we're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, and you're still in first, so as far as the weekend's going, you're off to a very, very strong start. Overall, how's the track feeling?
Track feels really good. We'll see what happens after the drifters go out there and do drifty boy stuff, but we'll do what we can do. The car feels great, so Fortune redid our suspension. We did some changes, and the car's a lot more neutral than it's been in past events, so it's we should be cooking. I'm excited.
You're like the humble king, and he will humble you out there because he's driving this old Subaru, breaking records, putting everybody to shame.
4 struts, still doing it at 95 Impreza L, designed to take grandma back and forth in the winter to the grocery store, and we're out there still doing it with this thing. I love this car.
I love it. All right, man. Well, we'll see you out there. Best of luck. Keep it going.
Thanks.
I believe that is a track mod front-wheel drive record for Chris Boersma, and then another track mod front-wheel drive record for Chris Boersma in this session there. 55.8 and then I think 55.4 there.
Wow, so Chris Boersma pushing the limits there in the front-wheel drive subcategory of track mod, and I'll do my best to verify here as well. Let's see, track mod 54.
But weren't they reset in one? Oh, maybe
these are track modder.
Okay. So I lied. My apologies. Got overly excited there. We're still happy for Chris getting out there, improving every session. Yep.
But we got the great piece there with Cerise Dewey still leading in street mod, but they pushed that car back to the pit lane. I'm not sure if they were feeling or hearing something they didn't like, but they had the hood up on it, rolled it back. So I don't know if that bodes well. Hasn't quite knocked Alan Patton off the top step of the track records overall category, but again, still is the current record holder in street mod. Alex Moss closing in though, 55.9 in Super K.
That's impressive. That's a good lap. I would have. Has that car been here before? I can't remember.
I'm not sure that Moss has been here. I can't say that.
I think he's been here in GLTC, but I don't know if he's been here in Super K before.
Well, let me do my best to find that. What was the most recent event that he did this year? Would have been Mid-Ohio.
He did Road America.
Road America.
Yep.
So let me see if I can use my tool.
We love this.
And
sometimes I forget this is here, and I need to keep on remembering that this is here.
Okay, so 2024, Alex Moss was here, and 2022, his best time ever was a 56.261. So he's already gone faster than that. So
we
new
love
PB.
it. PBs for everybody.
I'm so stoked that just worked. Anyway.
I feel like that's the Wolf of Wall Street quote when he's throwing the money up in the air. PBs for everyone.
Yeah. Jamie Santos is on track. We haven't really seen that car out yet today, I don't think.
No, I don't know if he had a problem earlier or what.
Yeah, and he's rolling slow on the Paul Newman straight right now, and he had a pretty solid run at Road America, all things considered, but ended up bouncing off the wall in the kink, pushing really, really hard, and didn't really damage the car that badly, but it did end the session for him, and he ended up still performing pretty well. But
I felt bad for the guys that had bad issues at Road America, and I felt happy for the ones that got lucky in the kink, because there was a few that were very lucky in the kink as well. I was watching from home on the stream, but there was some good luck and some bad luck there.
Yep, Jamie's on a heater now, and this car was all sorts of out of control at Road America, so let's see how exciting it is. It's still a little wiggly here into turn 3, but Jamie in this number 82 is pushing in street mod here. Not yet in the top 5 of the class, and he didn't have a time before. This is his first flying lap here, James, so we'll see what he's got.
I think that this track is one that really doesn't encourage 11/10ths driving. I think you can get away with it quite a bit at Road America, and I think you have to be absolutely precise at Limerock Park.
Look at how much yaw there is in the car, middle of the corner, but again, tracks it out right to the edge of the road, looking good. And just a little bit of a momentary slip at turn 3. It's still a little wild in the rear, but not as crazy as it was at Road America. He still found speed with it. He was 11th, didn't have a time. Now he will across the stripe. And Jamie Santos, big lockup into turn 1, goes 4th quick in street mod with the 57.751.
I'd like to see a little bit more toe in the left rear tire on that car. I think it would just calm it down a little bit and make it a little easier to drive.
Yeah, and I wonder about the lockup issue. I would assume this car would have ABS,
for
right?
sure, for sure. He's got some sort of ABS fault going on there, I would think.
Yeah, so that's not, that was could grind a big flat spot into the right front tire as well, which every time you go to the brakes now, it's going to find that flat spot and thump, 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 thump along the way. So we'll see if that tire was able to survive that. He did it into the uphill last time too.
Maybe he could put that on the right rear and it would be, less loaded and less likely to lock up.
Yeah, again, these track battle guys aren't going to necessarily come here with 5 sets of tires, right? So you can't really afford to burn them up. By the way, Chris Smith just rolled by us on the pit lane. I think he might be headed back to the paddock. He's 3rd now in track mod. Here comes Jamie again. That was a tidier looking lap. Is it faster? The answer to that question is yes. 57.230, slightly picks up, stays 4th in street mod.
So if you want to talk about tire deg and track deg, Peter Granberg 57.6 from 56.8. That's significantly slower, and Evan 59.9. Maybe just didn't feel like it was there, and or is having some sort of issue.
Yeah, we have not seen the slugfest between those two in this session that we did in the first session of the day. Here's Jeremy Lauder in the Chevrolet Camaro, and I've got a shirt from him. He gave me one at Road America. Pretty stoked about that.
That's cool.
You want to get talked about on the broadcast, just give Kyle a shirt. That's the quick way to it.
Jimmy Rock, 53.3 in this session. That is ripping. I'm sure that is front-wheel drive record.
That could be.
That is 54.791. That is front-wheel drive record by a mile.
Wow. So Jimmy Rock in Unlimited.
Will, we want you to come back. We need you to come and defend that.
Yeah. It's call to action. That's what they call that.
And we need someone to attack this. Who's this guy here, the all-wheel drive record here? We need someone to break that one, too.
Yeah.
Who's that guy? That guy's kind of a hack.
That's such a fast lap. That car was getting off the ground up in the uphill, wasn't it?
Well, there's a picture of all four wheels in the air there. We had some thrust on the uphill there.
Yeah, thrust.
That was 870 wheel that we ran that thing at that weekend.
Yeah, so Lauder in Unlimited. Let's have a look at the Unlimited times here on the left side ticker as well. Could probably knock Street off the bottom. I'm just curious what Jeremy's running. This car has run in Pikes Peak before as well. Ran it this year and last year as well. And it's got a fuel cell put in it. It originally had, these Camaros have saddle fuel tanks. He was telling me how much of a pain it was to get this car set up to run Pikes Peak because they require a fuel cell.
I would imagine it also requires a lot of fuel to get up Pikes Peak.
Yes, and the hill climb roll cage requirements are really significant. So this car's got a big old roll cage in it, but good enough for P2 and Unlimited. You see Jimmy Rock there, not only leading front-wheel drive, but leading everybody in Unlimited so far.
That's quite impressive. That's quite impressive. He probably has a good chance of keeping that this weekend, I would think.
Yeah, again, we're missing, the Evo that you brought out here. We're also missing Sasha, which is a bummer. They had some mechanical issues they couldn't quite sort, but that opens the door for drivers in Unlimited to kind of sneak in and grab a victory at an event that's been very popular in the past for those crazy cars.
And I think I'm not sure that he wasn't here in the Porsche before, but Jim, I don't think has been here before in the Civic.
We will find out. I don't know that I would know if I don't actually have him at Lime Rock previously, but that could be a me problem.
That could be also his Porsche in 2022.
Yep. So either way, Jimmy Rock. Here's Peter Gramberg. We talked about him in Falcon Club TR. Kind of running center track now. Now here's an interesting stat. So
Peter, I just want to interrupt for a second. Peter, can you fix your bumper so it doesn't do that at high speed? It doesn't. It's not aesthetically pleasing here.
No.
We need to clean that up, Pete.
Yeah, it's not quite the prettiest looking thing, but again, he's already broken the track record here this weekend. Ran another 57 though, 57.686. He was in the 56s though, wasn't he?
Yeah, 56.8.
Yeah. So. Again, not quite as quick as earlier, but the point I wanted to bring up about Peter is he's got a Firelink, which again, Firelabs is our official data provider for GridLife GT. When I was looking back at Road America data testing for this event, I found that he was consistently the hardest braking car on the racetrack of anybody that had data in Firelabs for that event.
No kidding, we like that. I always say that I don't think that a lot of people use their brakes as hard as they could, because I think a good training thing is to go to a track when there's low amount of traffic on track, go to a corner where you're going to brake earlier than you normally would, and just see what the car does when you go for, ask for all the brake the car has. And I think that sometimes people are shocked that the car has more brake than they even realized that it did, and they've never pressed the brake pedal that hard, and they go, wow, this car really slows down fast. It's like, yeah, you just got to press the pedal hard. And I think that, there's just a lot of people that it's an uncomfortable thing to brake at more than 1.5 Gs, right? It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel normal. And in some of the cars that have the ABS to do it and have the grip to do it and have the aero to do it, you have to really train yourself to try to use all that. You also have to really trust the ABS, which we've seen, tons of times over the years on the stream that you can't always trust ABS that much.
Yeah, and I should hopefully get some data to show Peter Gramberg. We're going to try to actually bring it up here in a moment. As he pulls in, the checker flag is out here on Group A.
I should go get ready for qualifying.
Yeah, go for it. And it's going to be lunchtime here in a moment. But James, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And James Houghton's going to go get ready to qualify his car. And here's a look at braking force. And again, Peter Gramberg not on lap 1 was he the quickest, but if we advance through the laps here, we might be able to see better braking force from Peter Gramberg. There we go, 1.2 on lap 2, so just really impressive. Look at you, 1.3 there, James. That's pretty impressive.
I was just about to call it Dewey, and now I'm going to call myself out. We're going to try to get that up to 1.4, 1.5 in qualifying.
All right, let's have a look at the highlights here from GridLife Track Battle Time Attack Heat number 2 as we finish up track battle here in the morning sessions. It was Jimmy Rock that reset the front-wheel drive unlimited record. Dewey DeWitt almost broke the street mod record, but had to go back to pit lane to sort some things out. Nick Hendricks in the Corvette pushing the limits, and Peter Gramberg again getting into the 57s in Falcon Club TR and braking late and hard into turn 1. We saw that with the fire laps graphic there. So into the box, and Heat 2 for the Grid Life Track Battle Championship is complete.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock, right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm going to get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know. It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they
wow, Dana's keep holding it together. Can he hold around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle. He's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6, and Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone. Right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time, but hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race 1. Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the Cosmos chain reaction.
Yeah. I saw that. I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and then sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in the weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 Owen. Tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah, looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax, and I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. He's going to tuck back in line and try to get some power on the brakes. Really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Maton, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone.
It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right?
We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Maton.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement?
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. Somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like, when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like, this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here
comes Houghton, 3 wide, up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. We got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend. But
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth with me. So
Watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
Have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to. Because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena!
Woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost of confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. it's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi, everybody, and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies, and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah! It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! You were hanging it, too.
I was hanging.
Dude, that was awesome.
Oh,
good
it was
work.
so much fun.
That was like a good drive. You look like
I've been wanting to be there a long time. Since my first race in 2022, so.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. What you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great.
It feels good.
Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race, they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight, determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes and torque. Went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the Valley GOTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GOTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid. For Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down, Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2. Start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit. Bring it onto the curb. Turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas, Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of A. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin, and is working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated. They're like, oh, I should be up there. But I'm like, listen, like the weekend happens, right? Like I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. It's not the only time I'm going to be up there. And it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's the next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving,
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
The layout is exactly as it was all those years ago.
Right and left corner.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul. The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends in year number 4 at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut is on its first day of 2, August 15th to 17th in 2025. With the FCP Euro Motoring Meet happening on Sunday, it's effectively a full 3-day weekend here. The campers are filling in, the arcade is starting to light up, and the drivers are on track for the first day of action. Up next, IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Kyle Heyer joined in the booth by Ito Waxman. Ito, welcome back. Good to have you back here alongside me. The Rush Series qualifying is just finishing up, but next up, IBOC GLTC with over 30 cars hitting the track here shortly.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this GLTC qualifying here today. We've got a lot of heavy hitters here lined up for this qualifying, and this qualifying is going to matter a lot. This is a track that's a little bit hard to pass on, so every grid position is going to matter a lot here. So they're going to get a longer session than most people get, and they're going to have to try and figure out how to get clear laps here.
Yeah, so just getting clear racetrack, that's a big topic of discussion. Practice earlier today, we saw some really interesting times, including a new track record that is now held by Eric Catil, defeating Tom O'Gorman's time from a couple of years ago. So the lap and the track was quick earlier today. I'm not sure we're going to see it quite as quick, but you're not going to be using maybe as much fuel in this one. But some drivers, I would imagine, would just pack it full and run a full session because you've got 30-something minutes.
Well, you kind of see on screen, there's some clouds moving into the area that may help track temperatures come down a little bit. So you might see not too bad conditions. We did have drifting out here, I think, between the practice and the qualifying. So that will slow them down a little bit. But I don't expect that to change the relative order of things. It'll just push everybody's lap time a little bit slower.
For those that tuned in to Grid Life Summer Apex earlier, almost not a month ago yet, but 3 weeks ago at Road America, we saw Matan Rosenberg be dominant there, 3 wins and a 4th. Eric Catil was absent for that event, didn't plan on going originally and followed up with that, but he's back here this weekend. 320 points on the season to Eric Catil's 290, so there's still a pretty comfortable margin there for Rosenberg, but Catil is so good here, and he's really heading to a couple tracks, this track and then of course Autobahn Country Club up next, that are really favorable for the lightweight cars. And we saw in practice only 10 of the top 10 drivers, only one was a V8 car, and that was Matan Rosenberg.
Yeah, this is kind of a make or break event for Eric. He's got to find a way to get the majority of wins here this weekend so he can really claw back those points to Matan and kind of stay ahead of Eric here. Eric Catil ahead of Eric Magnussen, and then that gives him the shot to take the lead at Autobahn, as you mentioned.
Yeah, Eric Magnussen again began racing with us at Circuit of the Americas in March of last year, and really has proven his speed this season, especially getting his first win at Midwest Festival, and has since followed that win up with a handful more. He's got 4 total on the season now, 3 of which came at Midwest Fest, and he stole another one, race 2 at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. At Road America, though, all 4 races were podiums, third, second, and second. So if you're looking for a driver with momentum, it's Eric Magnussen. Other than a 28th in race 4 at CMP, he hasn't finished worse than 7th. So that's a really strong start. But as far as average finish is concerned, Catil has everyone beat. He's started 16 races. He's won 3 of them, 12 podiums, 16 top 5s. He's finished top 5 in every single race he's entered. It's a tall order to follow up, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Eric Catil is one of, if not the most consistent driver we have here. And even in the reverse grid order races that we do on the 4th race of the weekends, he's been really, really good at carving through the field and getting back up there. A little bit better, I think, than Matan has been. And that's been really advantageous to him. So we'll see if he can have some top step podiums here this weekend and kind of make his way back into that fight with Matan for the lead in the championship.
Yeah, one of the drivers that was really impressive here last year but never really got a chance to show it was Paul Darling. That number 55 BMW was up in the top 3, was leading a race. I think it was race 1A, where he had an electrical issue that he chased for the rest of the weekend. And Paul has been extremely fast in practice. He's really dialed in. That car has been much more reliable. So now at this point, it's about executing on the hope of the weekend. Practice went well for these drivers. Qualifying, though, is really where you start laying down your results for the weekend. If you have a bad result in qualifying, it carries over.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just qualifying. If you qualify well and then you end up in race 1, you have some sort of mechanical or some sort of issue, and you end up in the back of the field, that can really hurt you through the rest of the weekend, because not only does it affect your race 1 finish, it affects your race 2 start, and then it's really difficult to get clean laps somewhere in the middle of the pack or back of the pack. So it's really critical that you have a good qualifying and then a good race 1 to set up your weekend.
Emil Tab is another driver that has been mighty impressive. Has only started 2 rounds of racing so far this year, but in those 2 rounds is already 5th in the championship standings with a win and 8 top 5s. Again, that's one of those Eric Catil season starts that he's had. And it's an NB Miata K24 swapped car from the winning formula, and they always show up with winning capable cars. But Emil won his first race since 2020 back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He's the first car on the road at the racetrack. There's Nick Barbado. This is the number 49 BMW E36. Nick is a local driver. He says he's had over 1,000 laps here over the years running cars here. So really, really impressed with his performance in the last couple of years here. But Barbado will be one to watch. We mentioned Eric Catil already. Andy Smedegard was quick in practice. Aaron Lichty was up in the conversation as well with the number 66 C8 Corvette, which we saw run in Road America in GLTC for the first time.
Yeah, and that builds a little bit of a controversial one here in NTC. I think people have always been thinking about bringing a C8 to GLTC because of the mid-engineness, the DCT, and all that. So it's really cool to see that car actually being executed by a really, really capable builder like Aaron. And then Nick Barbado, I know him from my autocross days, and he's also a former GT Academy driver. So that's all really interesting. You know, Barbado went from being a multi-time solo national champion. Oh, we got an off here.
It's Andy Smedegard down there at turn 1, I think. The number 212. He had just come by the stripe and just went right off the end of the racetrack there. So maybe a little slick.
It's a slick turn 1. It's a difficult turn because you're carrying a lot of speed, and you start braking not in a straight line. You have a little bit of lateral in the car as you start braking, and if the car's not stable, you end up chasing it to the outside, and you quickly run out of room there. And it looks like we got Barbado coming out to the no-name straight right now. Obviously held up a little bit by Andy, so he's going to scrub this lap a little bit, come back for the next one. It's interesting to see the different tire management strategies that these guys have in this heat, whether they just keep going every lap and they never do a cool down, which could be the Kumo, the V730 guys. They might not need a cool down, but the Falcon guys, they may need cool down after 1 or 2 laps. Or they come in, check pressures, go out, do slow laps. So that's really difficult to manage here as well.
Yeah, and Matt Walbaum was one of the drivers that was switching different tire brands. He was running Maxxis tires in practice. He switched to Kumos for qualifying. Some drivers are giving a couple different tires a try. And for reference, Matt Walbaum's got Kumos on a gray set of wheels and Maxxis on his black set of wheels. So that should help. Lisa Keys off pace there at turn 3. Not sure if that's intentionally getting out of the way or if that was a little slow. So a little Shukla off the nose of Catil there.
Yeah. It looks like Lisa's trying to let people by potentially. She's had nothing but issues with that car. I really hope she can figure it out in the near future as we see Barbado go down the no-name straight and Catil right behind him. We're going to keep a close eye on those guys. Magnuson's behind him. Looks like Walbaum is catching him in the no-name as they come up the hill over that crest. In more powerful cars, you get air over that crest. It's really disconcerting, but these cars, it's easy flat.
Yeah. So Catil through Silo Shukla. Now, he had a really impressive drive at Road America, Shukla did, in that BMW. So chasing the EG Civic sedan down the front straightaway. Barbado out in front.
Yeah, and then we got Catil right behind him. You know, some people in different tracks, they end up trying to get drafts off each other, but here you definitely don't want to end up too close to the car ahead of you because of the technical nature of the track. So it's interesting to see how they're close to each other. Looks like Barbado ran a little bit wide or taking a very late apex in turn 2 there as they come back through turn 3 and onto the no-name straight. Looks like Barbado's going to potentially point Eric by. They're both getting by Lisa there.
Sounds like we might have some timing issues at the moment, so I'm going to see if I got it at least on Speed Hive to chat, and the answer to that is yes. So Andy Smedegard went off the end of the racetrack at turn 1, but he is the quickest on the road at the moment, 58.159. Catil second, and Walbaum, Barbado, Lichty, the rest of your top 5.
Yeah, just about what we expect up there. So it's interesting. Catil and Barbado are right next to each other, so we'll see whether they start setting quicker lap times right after each other. So, and then we're gonna have Salil, then Matt Walbaum, then Eric Magnuson, all of them nose to tail. So it's gonna be really interesting to watch.
Yeah, Magnuson still P6 at the moment. Kevin Zhu, another driver that has always been up in the front here in his 8th gen Honda Civic. Now, he had a hub failure here last year, then again, not too long ago, back the car to the fence.
I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and he basically had to stitch the car back together in a couple of weeks to be out here racing. So he's currently up inside the top 10, 9th at the moment, as Rosenberg goes 7th quick.
Yeah, that's really impressive from Kevin Zhu. He had a hub failure, and the wheel actually got caught underneath his car and threw him into the guardrail in the uphill. And he actually had a body shop repair the body panels as much as possible, make sure the suspension was straight, and he's back out here in the top 10. Very impressive from Kevin Zhu. Still watching Barbado as they pass. That's Richard Sawicki in that red Miata, and then we got Chandler Rowe letting them by on the back straight. Good traffic management from him. They're nose to tail here. Both of them clearly think that they have a very similar pace to each other. Catil with a little bit of an advantage. He's getting a little bit of draft throughout the lap if he doesn't catch him too much in the corners there. Coming into the aptly named the aptly named right-hander, which it's the only right-hander on this clockwise circuit that is mostly right-handers. And a lot of the times, cars are set up asymmetrically here because it's a little bit faster because of how much of the turns are all right-handed turns. So it's that left-hander is the only one that's called left-hander. That's why its name is left-hander, because it's the only left-handed turn here. And now we've got Barbados finishing his lap. It looks like Coutil backed off for a cool down. So we'll see if Barbado can find any improvement on his pace here at the end of this lap, coming through that start-finish momentarily. He's going to be followed by Natalie Latoes, and there we go. There's timing. Barbado a little bit slower, still 5th. Coutil a little bit slower. Yeah, it looks like we're not seeing too many improvements, but a lot of the times with these sessions, they start out like this. Oh, Paul Darling to the top. Wow. A 58.137. That's a great lap for Paul. Really happy to see that. But yeah, it seems like the sessions start out fast, and then the middle is kind of slow, and then they pick back up at the end of the session. So I'm sure these times are going to keep dropping. Paul Darling currently in 1st, but everybody's going to be improving here at the end of the session. So we're going to keep an eye on that for sure, as we're looking up the uphill with that camera shot, and then over the top of the hill over West Bend.
Yeah, and Barbado again has been, really, really quick here this weekend. Just watching his best lap versus his previous, to see the last lap of 59.6, that's a cool down here. For sure. And he'll be firing back up again to see what he can run this time around.
Let's see what he can do. He's right behind a car now. Moves up a 58.306, so he moves up into 4th place with that time. So that's good for him, as we see a car slightly too off at the last turn. We caught the back end of that on the camera. Yeah, it looks just under a 2/10 difference between Darling and Barbado there. So 0.169 seconds is covering the top 4. And actually, it's half a second it's covering the top 5. So again, we very much know that Lime Rock, they're going to be racing very tight. All the times are very close to each other. And honestly, this is one of the best fields we've had all year. So it's really exciting to see. It's going to be really fun to watch throughout the weekend as it develops.
Emil Tabb jumps up to 8th place in the 374 car. So again, we've been watching him all season long. Well, really since he joined at Mid-Ohio, he's immediately been a threat. Andy Smedegard coming back across the stripe now was 2nd on the board. Is it quicker? It is not. He stays at a 58.159. Here comes Barbado up on traffic. That's Dai Win in the 888. And he'll run right by him there on the front straight and off into turn 1.
Here. I am standing with Nick Barbados. We're in front of your E36. Now, you're from Wallingford, Connecticut. This is your home track. I want to talk about this car for a second, because we obviously know that the E36 is a great, malleable platform. What modifications have you done to it, and what improvements have you made to get it set up for this weekend?
Well, it's actually really cool. This is like a full bolt-on, real street car E36. So you could build this in your garage with bolt-on parts, Bimmer World, or your tuner shop of choice. It actually still has a 180,000-mile stock bottom end S52 with all the usual mods, stock exhaust manifold, stock cams, everything. It's just tuned by Randy at Epic Tuning, mostly off-the-shelf, non-adjustable, non-remote shocks from Shaftworks, poly bushings, and a couple tweaks in setup, So yeah, this is like a full bolt-on street car racing in GLTC, and it's still registered and insured.
Did you drive it here?
I did not drive it here. I did put it on a trailer, but I'll hang out on the street sometimes. Go for a little rip, have some fun on a Saturday night.
Now, real quick, before we throw it back to you guys in the booth, how has it been driving here at Lime Rock Park this weekend? Because I would assume you have a lot of seat time here.
I do. I have over 1,000 data logged laps here, and that's just the ones that are data logged. So yeah, that's if you live an hour from here, that's what you get to do all the time. Come have fun at Lime Rock Park. But yeah, what was the question?
Honestly, I'm switching up the question.
Oh, no problem.
What is one piece of advice that you can give to all these drivers to help them improve out there?
Well, here, look, it's have some courage, keep it on the clean line. It gets hot out here. This track is really cool because it's got all cambered corners. It's not flat, so it really pays dividends to be online. But if you get offline, it's almost like driving around a super speedway where certain lines are better, more camber. So you got to keep it in the tight and clean rubbered inline.
Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for the insight. I'm so glad to talk to you. Another local just like myself. Keep ripping out there.
Thank you very much, Therese. Appreciate it.
And Nick Barbado, again, we talked about how impressive he's been here at this racetrack. Over 1,000 data logged laps. That's a lot of data to look at, and it's doing really, really well right now.
It's not that much time, though, because 1,000 laps here is still only 500 minutes. or sorry, it's at only 1,000 minutes versus Road America, that'd be 2,000 minutes because of how short this track is. But yeah, he's got a lot of experience here. Really cool to see. And again, it is a pretty basic car. I mean, the advancement, the evolution of GLTC builds has been really, really impressive here. And it's cool to see his more basic build still be on top, as Smedgaard retakes the lead from Darling by half a second, a 57.692. That's almost half a second faster than Paul. That's a really, really impressive time from Andy Smedgaard.
Yeah, we've been in the 57.6s all day long with Paul Darling and Eric Catil, but now Smedgaard joins the 57.6 club here at Lime Rock. Really, really impressed with the speed. By the way, a car just ahead of him, that's Jeff Wasilko, who's another local driver here this weekend in that MX-5 Miata ahead of him. We've also got his buddy Brandon Ganem here as well, but there's Smedgaard in that FA24 swap Scion FRS, the newer engine in the older car. There he is with that 57.692. Amazing to find that much speed in a car. Again, from a build perspective, pretty straightforward. I mean, FA24 swap, he's running that on the stock ECU from the FA20, I think.
Yeah, and I think that car was dual clutch swapped at some point, and I think he's gone back to a 6-speed manual in that car. So pretty basic build, but Andy's a very, very talented driver. So it's really cool to see him here at the top in this qualifying. And while we were talking, Matan Rosenberg made his way back up to the top 5, so he's now 5th. About a couple spots back from Kutil in 3rd. So again, our championship leaders right next to each other. Magnussen in 10th. So all our championship, the top 3 are in the top 10.
And look at the gap from 1st to 10th. Or I guess really 2nd to 10th. 58.1 to a 58.8. There's 9 cars in that spread.
Yeah.
How close, I know this track isn't very big, but just how close are they? That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. And we'll see how the racing is. It's been close every year, so it's a really difficult track to pass that. So we'll see. A lot of the times, it all comes down to how the first 3 corners happen in race 1. So it'll be really interesting to see how all these cars interact with each other in the first race.
Yeah, again, Andy chasing Matan now as well. And Matan's car, again, was a real good piece of kit for Road America. Now, again, we've had that automatic transmission swap back in for a manual transmission gearbox. And again, this car, in theory, wouldn't be the best car at this racetrack. I mean, it's power to weight, yes, but this is not the lightest car in the field. So P5 feels about right as Smedgaard drops into turn 1 right behind Emil Tab. And I thought Emil's MX-5 would be a little bit more towards the front. He's been so quick on tracks like Mid-Ohio, and off at turn 2 is Kevin Zhu.
Yeah, and the thing with Emil is he's added a lot of weight to that car for Miata to kind of bring it into that higher power and higher weight category that we run in GLTC. So it's interesting. I think he kept it. I don't know if he kept it the same for here at Lime Rock, but he's not a typical Miata build here. He's heavier than most Miatas. So it's interesting to see he's currently sitting in 9th, which I think makes a little bit of sense. And Sam Scott, who we haven't talked very much about, he's in 8th. That's not a car that we see very much in the top 10, but he's a very good builder. It's an NC with, I believe that's a Duratec swap. It's a 2.5, which isn't very common. A lot of the NCs, they just go straight to K-swap. And he's done a lot of work to that car to optimize it. He's got this really cool waterfall hood for his cooling outlet that looks amazing. He's done a really nice job, so it's really cool to see him in 8th as well. It's that yellow NC that's kind of at the end of pit lane right now.
Yeah, and he was really impressive here last year. You pointed out that he had run up at the front of the B group and in the A group by the end of the weekend. So that was when we did our split format, when we had too many cars to put on Lime Rock Park. Of course, with the introduction of GridLife GT, that track time isn't available for a 60-car field anymore. But again, 30-something, how many do we have here? Let's see what the ticker pans over. 34, I think. 35.
35, yeah.
Pretty sizable field regardless. But Lisa Keys, we saw her having some issues. She's over there stuck at the chicane. Good place to pull off, though.
Yeah, great job from her to find it's basically the best place on track to pull off. You're very much out of danger. They can pull yellow flags there to keep the session green, give them the best shot at clean laps. So great job from her. And yeah, as you said, it's going to be 35 cars, very tight field. I think it's better. It's going to be a better race as Paul Darling goes a little bit faster, 58.007. So he kind of cements his second place a little bit more. It's going to be really interesting to see Paul race. He's normally pretty conservative on starts, so hopefully that doesn't bite him in the butt here in these races, but really cool to see.
You know what's so interesting to me is Sans Andy in the FRS. The top
French there.
The Darling, Catil, Barbado, and Waldbaum. This is almost exactly what the top 5 was here last year.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to see it sort of carry over.
Yeah, Wallbaum just came in to the top 5, displacing Matan by 7 thousandths of a second. Coutil found just a little bit of time. I think it was like 5 thousandths of a second. Still in third. That's how tight it is. I mean, Andy's time, honestly, very, very impressive. And to crack into the mid-57s in this session, in this heat, is very, very impressive from him. We'll see if he can, you know, maybe he's going to stretch that lead in the first race, or if he's not going to be quite up to pace like he is right now.
I was curious if anyone can find any more speed this deep in the session. Darling did not improve that time. Andy's going to come across the line. That was Brandon Ganem in the 105, so I got my black cars mixed up because Andy's on pit lane.
Yep, Andy's in pit lane along with the other ASM cars, so it'll be interesting to see whether they come back out. I don't see anybody doing tire pressures for them, so they might just be cooling down their cars to come back out here. So yeah, that'll be really interesting to watch. An RX-8, which we don't see a lot of in this series, even though it really deserves it. It's very similar to an NC, just a longer wheelbase, same suspension geometry. It's interesting that they haven't been built as much as NCs have.
So one of the drivers inside the top 10 right now is right there, Eric Magnussen, who was up inside the top 5 every single race at Road America, and Cerise caught up with him.
And here we are with the one and only Eric Magnussen. Eric, you are a staple here at GRIDLIFE. We're standing in front of your E46. The last time we chatted was just recently at Road America. You were dealing with some issues. Have you figured them out?
Yeah, I figured them out. All I had to do was rebuild the whole engine.
Okay.
Well, actually, my stepdad did. I was packed with work at the shop. I own a shop, Mainline Motorsport, Exton, Pennsylvania. I was loaded up with work, and I really needed help. He came down, we tore the engine apart, rebuilt the whole thing.
It looks dry.
Yeah. What happened was the inside of the dual valve springs on a couple cylinders broke, and they chewed up the valve guides.
Yeah.
And what we were doing was floating the valves at high RPM. It looked like a crank sensor issue because the crank signal was all out of whack because it had misfires all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, I saw this guy, he's in the pits, he's just revving the ever-living crap out of this thing, trying to figure it out. We're all like, what is going on? So I'm really glad to hear that you can just have a calmer weekend here at GRIDLIFE. It's beautiful. Does the track feel good for you?
Track feels good. You know, obviously taking it really easy in practice with a fresh built engine and, you know, just warming it up, breaking in some new brakes and getting on the dyno. And we picked up a lot of power from what we had in practice because we had it turned down. So qualifying to be good.
Yeah, and you have plans to come up in the seating bracket here. Now, what is your plan to do so?
Well, that's going to be hard. Coutil loves this track. His car fits it really well. You know, I got big, heavy car with kind of small tires. So it's just going to be racecraft.
One turn at a time, get out there, make sure that this new build stays intact before the weekend is done. And, you know, if you keep doing great, we'll come back and see you.
Yep, thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Cerise. And Eric is still inside the top 10 right now, but making no pickups at the moment. And we just saw Aaron Lichty jump up inside the top 5 at his number 66 C8 Corvette. Eric Coutil's on pit lane. I'm not sure that he'll go back out. There's only about 8 minutes left in the session. I don't know that he can cool things off enough to find some more pace. But the track is getting emptier, Ito, and that means ripe opportunity for someone who's been saving a little to get a clear lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes we see Matan kind of wait it out. Right now, he's in the pit lane, and we kind of see him sometimes wait out the session, and then he'll come out late and set a faster time. So that's an interesting dynamic. Yeah, I saw Coutil has pulled off the track, so Coutil looks like he's done for this session. So that kind of leaves the door open, but we'll see. I mean, conditions are only, you know, the track is getting a little bit more rubbered in, but it's only getting hotter. So it'll be interesting to see whether he can get any faster there.
Yeah, Michael Pagano in that BMW 116i, the hatchback on the screen right there. What a really unique build. 7-speed paddle shift gearbox in this car. It's right-hand drive. It's a Japanese market car. We've talked about it a couple of times, but for whatever reason, you know, I'm not sure that the 116i in itself is a legendary vehicle, but when I think circuit legends, I think of things like BTCC, right? And this is a great example of a car that is sort of built to a vision, and Michael Pagano has done that, and I like to throw attention on this car any chance I get because it's one of the best looking and best executed builds in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what's called a clown shoe. Because it looks like a shoe. And yeah, it's a really, really cool car. They were only sold in Europe in that body style. I wish I could buy one of those. I had a 128 at some point. If I could have had a 128 in that body style, that would have been really cool. They're really cool cars. I don't know what. Do you know what engine's in that car?
It is now an S54, I believe.
Okay.
And here's Carlos Mendez with another BMW 3 Series car. And Carlos Mendez and Thomas Lathrop with the Condor Speed Shop crew. They've been traveling all over the country with us the last couple of years and have been persistently in the mix right now, though, just outside the top 10. See Carlos 59.088.
Yeah, I think Lathrop's car for sure, I think, is a Spec E90 car, which is a series that Condor kind of started, very similar to Spec E46. There's now a Spec E36 as well, so that's becoming a very popular platform for track enthusiasts. Same with the 1 Series that I had. Modern BMWs, the same inline 6 strategy, strut up front, multi-link rear, just really good track cars, really easy to do consistent, reliable laps in those cars.
Yeah, Paul Darling into the box and rolling back out towards the exit of pit lane. Looks like he's in the fast lane and going to head back out to the road. So there's a few minutes left. There's Sam Scott. This is the driver you were talking about in that NCMX5, one of the drivers that is certainly outperforming the expectations of the chassis the way that he's got it configured, but doing a really nice job P8 right now.
Yeah, he spent, like I said, he spent a lot of time optimizing that car. So it's really cool to see him up. He's been making his way up the order in all of our other events, and I think this track really suits him and that car. So it's really cool to see him in the top 10. I think for the first time. I don't think I've seen him in the top 10, qualifying in the top 10 before.
Maybe back here a year ago,
yeah,
but everywhere else, I think you're right on that. There's Sam Scott there with that yellow NC, 58.609. I'm just really impressed that we have how many cars in the 58-second margin? 12.
Top 11, yeah.
That's really, really cool. So just amazing how fast these Eibach GLTC cars are going. Matan Rosenberg just crossed the stripe. He's beginning a new flying lap, and there is Emil Tab in that 374. I mentioned he's 5th in the championship standings. Only 2 rounds of racing. You only count 4 plus your best 14 races, so effectively 4 rounds, plus the results at pit race. And so his championship run is real in this car.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen K Miatas be a force to be reckoned with in a long time. He's bringing it back in a big way, showing people that you can build a car like you used to build it, 5-6 years ago and still be competitive if you can drive the wheels off it.
Yeah, and it's just a totally different style than what it used to be. Like I said, he added weight so he could add power to that car, and it's kind of transformed its competitiveness. So really cool to see him, and the Winning Formula guys, they really know how to build cars. Aaron Lichty, I think, owns Winning Formula. He's got that C8. They made C8 parts with Virus Engineering, so it's a really cool shop, really well-run shop out in Kentucky. They have, Emil Tab, Aaron Lichty, both in the top 10.
Then we're seeing more cars like this. This is Peter Zhang. This is an LS swap Scion FRS. Now we saw Andy Smedegaard, who's currently on pole with an FA24 swap FRS, but we're starting to see these things kind of take the place of the MX-5 as far as easy rear-wheel drive engine swaps. You can put a lot of engines under the hood of this thing, and there's a variety of engines represented in this car across Time Attack and Eibach GLTC, but I don't see a ton of V8s. Eric Jensen's not here, but he's got an LS as well. But Peter Zhang almost won a race at Laguna Seca last year, came up a couple hundreds short. Eric De La Riva in the number 74. This is a Canadian market. CSX is what I've seen it called, but it's basically a Canadian Civic.
That's Houghton's old Club TR car from last year that they've turned it into. I think they rent it out. I think if you want to talk to K-Power, they'll rent you that for a weekend, and he's rented it for, I think, this season probably. I think I've seen him here in that car. So yeah, that's the old Club TR Houghton CSX. So it's really cool to see that with a kind of a new livery as well.
Another FA24 BRZ, so another first-gen twin with the second-gen engine. This is Raul Iriardi. He brought this car out to, I think his first round might have been Road Atlanta, but he had an incident there that tore the splitter off the car, and I think had some engine issues with it as well. So he's got it definitely tuned up and looking good, but right now scored 21st of the 35 cars we've seen.
He apparently had a little off-track excursion yesterday that required some more. He told me he actually put together a brand new splitter overnight last night, painted it and everything. He was very proud of it. Looks great. Can't even tell. Yeah.
This is Thomas Moss with the kind of the battleship livery. Just watching the roll on this car, and MX-5s in stock form have tons of roll. This is far from a stock MX-5, but Thomas Moss's car seems like it has a little bit of softness to it, which I don't hate at a track like this, Ito. I don't mind having a little bit of weight transfer.
Yeah.
But we're definitely seeing a lot of G-load this weekend, 1.5, 1.6 Gs in some cases on the cars going real fast into compressions.
Yep.
And it's going to really puts your chassis dynamics on display.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, you know, you end up stiffening cars a lot to, one, deal with aero, or two, deal with more transition-y kind of tracks. And this is a very kind of steady state, a little bit of a, you know, you settle into the turn, you ride it out. So you don't need as high of a spring rate here necessarily. So, you know, that could be what we're seeing there with his setup.
Checkered flag here for Eibach GLTC qualifying. And next across the stripe is going to be Thomas Moss there. Donald Louis is going to tuck off in the background. He's another FA24 swap FRS. But Andy Smedegaard in the purple goes to the top of the scoring pylon for now. And Paul Darling in second place. Then Eric Catil, Barbado, and Aaron Lichty, your top five. I don't think anyone's going to change positions here in this last lap of asking. The track has gotten quieter. Matan Rosenberg, no pickup. He stays P7. And look at the run from 4th to 7th, a 1/10 of a second covering 4 cars. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, pretty, very, very, it's gonna be very, very close racing here in this race. And again, these are some of our best drivers that run this series, so it's really cool to see how tight it is here at the top.
Let's go for results here for Eibach GLTC qualifying and have a look at the way things shook out, with Andy Smedegaard being really impressive there. 57.692 goes to the top. Then Paul Darling, Eric Catil, Barbado, Lichty, Waldbaum, Rosenberg, Scott, Tab, and Magnuson, your top 10. And looking down the rest of the order here, Carlos Mendez, Lena Chin, she'll be stoked about that, P12 in the 917. And then Dana Basinski blew up a motor at Road America Race 1, and in a couple of weeks, he's put a new K24 in, looking very solid. Kevin Zhu, John Gaitis, Jake Price, and others. And then teammate to Carlos Mendez, Thomas Lathrop, didn't have as successful of a session, 27th there. And Richard Sawicki down in 30th place. He had a failure of his tow vehicle on the way here, from what I hear. Chandler Rowe, Pat Huxley, Dakota Pionik, Natalie Latos, and Lisa Keys rounding out your top 35. Let's have a look at the results from Eibach GLTC qualifying. Or the highlights, rather, not the results. We just saw the results. Those were the results. As my brain's a little frazzled. Here we go. Here's highlights from Eibach GLTC qualifying. Emil Tab rolled out on the racetrack ahead of Dana Basinski over Jake Price in the Louisville wide-body MX-5. Then Andy Smedegaard, Lena Chin, and a whole host of other ASM machines rolled out in trail. Opening laps, it looked to be Nick Barbado and Eric Catil towards the top of the order. They traded blows back and forth a couple of times, but Barbado, with over 1,000 data-logged laps in his history here, was up in the mix. Then it was Tab, then Rosenberg, then the 212 of Andy Smedegaard that took the top of the order. Eric Magnuson in the 330. Look at the 116i of Michael Pagano dipping a tire in the grass. He went off course just slightly. Then Raul Iriardi sneaking on through. Qualifying complete for Eibach GLTC. All right, welcome back to GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends in Lime Rock Park. The track built in 1957 in Lakeville, Connecticut. 1.5 miles of beautiful Connecticut scenery and a little ribbon of asphalt that we're going to go qualifying for GRIDLIFE GT in just a moment. Kyle Heyer joined once again by Mark Kilgore, who was back out on track earlier in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship in Street GT. All right, session 2. How are things going for you? Let's update.
It's getting hot. The track was definitely rubbering in a little bit, but as I was just coming in here, I checked the temperature in the pit lane, and it was about 120 on the asphalt. So it's the ambient temperature isn't bad, but the surface is getting warm. As I was looking at results, a lot of people were going slower. Few people were finding speed. I picked up a 10th, but it'll be interesting to see how these guys go for this qualifying session. And how the tires hold up.
We'll see. So GRIDLIFE GT, GRIDLIFE's new wheel-to-wheel class for 2025. And once again, if you're not familiar with this, it's a new rule set. It's based off the bones of the Eibach GLTC series. So it is power to weight, 8.9 pounds per horsepower is the target weight, and then beyond that, you've got modifiers and things of the sort to balance the cars out. It basically lands right in the TCR and GT4 sort of homologated speed, but you can also home build and home brew your car if that's the way that you choose to do it, which is most of the cars in the field here, at least early in the history of this series. James Houghton got out there and ran some pretty solid laps. We were looking after the first session at some of the fire laps data, and James is putting on a good show. So excited to bring more fire laps integration here, a couple laps into this qualifying session, Mark. But the goal here is simple. Just go fast and lay down a solid time.
Absolutely. And we saw A.J. Hartman get into the 55s. I'm interested to see what James Houghton can run, see if he can match that. I did have a chance to talk to Chris DeLucia and kind of asked him what his expectations were. He thought he would be in the 56s, 57, so I'm not sure if he's got enough to get up there, but we'll see as they start their first laps.
So James Houghton, first one to get there in this Honda Civic TCR. And you know what? One of the interesting things about these TCRs is that they're really designed to have super high downforce and corner really, really, really well. And they're super wide. The track width on this car is wider than basically everything else James has tried to put in a trailer. And just managing that width on the racetrack too. It's a big car width-wise, but it is fast. It's a turbocharged 4-cylinder and makes a lot of power. It makes a really good noise. And I think that if Hartman can't get up here, Houghton's going to be the car to beat. Now, Hartman was the quickest car in practice earlier today.
Okay. Yeah, so we will see how that goes. He's coming down into turn 7 onto the front straight, so we should know here shortly what that first lap is going to be. But as expected, the first lap's always a little bit slower. You know, as you guys just saw in GLTC, everybody's sort of working up.
56.602, so that is pretty solid. David Bamforth in the Porsche Cayman, 58.249 on the first lap of asking. Eric Thompson is out there as well. That's exciting. We didn't see him at all in practice. He's in a Toyota Celica, really cool looking car that we've seen in GLTC before. And DeLucia, the 103, so that's just obviously a warm-up lap here for him.
And here comes A.J. Hartman, last one across the line for this first lap.
And to the top, 56.377. We have a race, or at least a qualifying for now.
We'll take it. I will note this. We still do not see Hans Horpedahl. I did go by and talk to him, and quick update from those guys. They intentionally missed practice. As I walked over there, the entire Corvette harness was sitting on the ground. He's over there with the HP tuner guys. They're putting in a new ECU. They were planning to do that. He also has an ABS update. So they were doing some work on the ABS. So they may still be working on that car. I'll be interested to see if they're able to make it out at all.
Yeah, I didn't actually hear that he was doing that ECU change. So, and off track at turn 1, it's David Bamforth off, and he's going to get to the tires, unfortunately, and bounces off the tires at turn 1. So there'll be a yellow down there at sector 1. And James Houghton had just gone to the top. That was what I was going to point out. David's going to try to drive away.
There goes A.J. Hartman, 55.8.
Wow. And there's that sector yellow. You see him just turn in, just carried a little too much speed, bounced off the curb there, Mark, and just went straight.
Yeah, that'll happen if you kiss that curb. It's kind of one of those things where you either need to do it or not do it. But if you kind of kiss it like that, it may have just projected him to the outside of the curb. He just started that slide, and then it was difficult for him to go. You can see he's under power at least.
Yeah, he's going to find his way to an orange cutout. Now, the damage actually doesn't really look that bad. So other than the wing end plate and the rear fascia there, should be all right. James Houghton, 56 flat, does not improve. So as you mentioned, Hartman to the top, Houghton to second. And this is going to be a fun fight to watch this weekend with all that.
It is. Here comes Celica across the start-finish line. Let's see. Thompson runs a 59.5. Best lap for him so far this session.
So Chris DeLucia improves 58.1.
Yeah, all these guys are starting to find time here in these 3rd, 4th, 5th laps.
And again, we've got some really cool data to look at. We kind of poked around a little bit at the tail end of the first session, but here's some more for you. There's Alex Peitz, 132 miles an hour, so he picked up a lot of speed. Look at James Houghton at 131 in the TCR, A.J. Hartman at 127, but that's really impressive for Peitz to get that C8 up that fast.
It is, but he also notes there A.J. Hartman's min speed was the highest at 60 miles an hour, so that kind of gives you an idea. May not have the highest max speed, but he did have the highest min speed.
Yep, and this is lap 2 a little bit later, so Hartman, and then lap 3, James Houghton took it back 133.4. So that's what we're dealing with so far in terms of speeds. And looking really solid. There's a look at Eric Thompson, the 165, this Toyota Celica, super cool car. When we're in a weekend called Circuit Legends, the history of the Celica name, I think, is certainly part of that conversation.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about GLGT is being able to see such diverse builds. You've got this Celica, you've got AJ Hartman's Ford Mustang, you've got Houghton's Celica, or Honda. Yep. So it's super cool to be able to see those, as well as Alex's CA Corvette as he goes across the line.
Yeah, really impressed with how exciting it is at the very top of the order right now. DeLucia up to that 57.8. Again, still a little ways off of Hartman and Houghton, but we've seen enough. This track can bite you. So if you stay up in the mix and stay up on podiums, who knows what the weekend can hold for you. So you just got to stay in the picture. And Thompson and Zazoulis in the 62. He was with us at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And again, Alex Pites, we only saw that one lap, but it was only a 104, but he was carrying a lot of speed into turn one. So yeah. I'm not sure if where he is now, but pretty solid first lap.
Yep. Starting to pick up here, and this may be a little bit of a lull here in terms of the qualifying. Guys may back off a little bit, try and regroup, maybe cool down the tires, cool down the car a little bit, and then go for it on the last few laps here over the last few minutes as we continue here through qualifying.
So up onto the Paul Newman straight on the backstretch there and into this 40-foot climb at the uphill. And here we go, min speed at the uphill. A.J. Hartman, 91 miles an hour on the opening lap there. Houghton was at 87.9. And so, if you're an aero builder like A.J. is, you're going to be pretty proud that you're going faster through a turn than James Houghton's factory aero.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sure he would love to know that. We'll have to send him that screenshot, say, hey, you're the fastest up that so far. Yep. We do see Houghton coming into the pit lane, so we'll kind of see if he's going to get some tire pressures checked or if he's calling it quits.
Yeah, and again, Hartman on lap 4 did 93 through there. That's some of the fastest speeds I've seen through there on this data point, and actually just went quicker again, 55.453.
That's super impressive, Kyle.
Yeah, this is really, really cool to watch Hartman. Again, we saw him debut this car at Midwest Festival with us. He's had the car for a long time, but it was in the conversation, but certainly not as pointy end as it looks to be this weekend. So taking the fight to James Houghton, and James looks forward to this competition, and he was excited about having Aaron Lichty at Mid-Ohio with the C8 Corvette that's running in GLTC this weekend, and he'll be relishing the opportunity to fight with Hartman for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I had a chance to stop by and talk to AJ. I will note that it looked like Houghton pulled off the end of pit lane, so he may be calling it quits, may think that that's all he's got. But I talked to AJ, and he said that at Gingerman, he had, I think he was still running 18-inch tires. He had not quite gotten the tires that he had wanted, the setup that he had wanted. The roll center was a little off. And so he said he's adjusted that. He's made a couple other little small tweaks on it. But really, he said once he got that front suspension dialed in, he felt like the car really was working better, and it clearly shows. I mean, he's really showed up here with that 55.4 so far, leading qualifying.
Yeah, and I don't think James Houghton has any more events planned with this car for this year. So as far as the championship standings, and again, in the first year of a new series, I'm not sure that there's a ton of people that are super focused on the title fight, but that's exactly why a guy like A.J. Hartman can jump in there. Have a look. Again, this was the max speeds on the opening lap there, but Alex Pites, he's out there now clipping away, but again, super fast in a straight line, just has to manage the speed through the corners. But championship points for James Houghton coming into this event, 177 over A.J. Hartman's 147. That's close enough that it's within the balance of a race weekend. So absolutely, A.J. could really make up big ground there. Yeah, for sure. And I as well, I'm not sure what A.J.'s schedule is for the rest of the year. So it'll kind of be interesting to see. You're going to have to forgive me. How many more races do we have for GLGT coming up? It's going to be everything. So it'll be Autobahn next, then it'll be WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and then it'll be Pittsburgh International Race Complex. I think AJ was doing all but Laguna. I think that was true for DeLucia as well. So we should see those guys there. Yeah, there's still some chance for the standings to really get shaken up here and see how it all turns out, especially with AJ coming on strong here now. So coming up onto the backstretch here, here's a look at the championship points. Now this is if they finished as they were, right? So that would be advantage Houghton right now based on the sessions from earlier in the weekend. So again, it's calculating some points with some additional sessions. But A.J. Hartman, again, in that conversation, 172 points would be really solid. Hans Horpedal really should get that car fixed up and going because he's in that top 5 as well. And then DeLucia, of course, would be up in the mix. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on that conversation because when we head into Autobahn Country Club, which will be streamed in September, we'll be following that fight all the way through because I don't think Laguna is going to have a lot of our regulars here from GLGT. So really pit race will be where that all comes to a head. Here's DeLucia.
Yep, going through turns 1, turn 2, staying off the curb there, getting hooked into turn 3. It's been pretty interesting watching the different lines between everybody and how they're sort of doing turn 3, whether they're staying out wide, cutting it back in, whether they're doing more of a diamond, something like that. Again, just sort of interesting to see how they set all that up. And in fact, they may be out there kind of trying out different things to see how it's going, as well as understanding what the grip level is as they venture out. They may be going 2 wide, 3 wide, who knows? They want to know what the grip level is on different areas of the track.
That's a great point because this track with such fast corners and a lot of banking, frankly, in some areas, that if you get offline, I think you could be really caught off guard. Have you had any experience with that so far yet this weekend, getting around traffic, having to go offline at all?
No, not too much. Only really down the front straight, which is bodes well for track battle. Most everybody's been staying out of the way and doing a really good job.
Yeah, that seems good so far. Again, this is a tough racetrack for traffic management in any series, so let alone when you've got 25 cars of various classes on course. But Chris DeLucia looking good here. Again, I'm just so impressed with this because this car was in absolute pieces a couple of weeks ago. So for him to, again, graft on the bumper of another 3 Series BMW and get it painted back the way that it was before, honestly, we've seen a lot of cars get damaged weeks ahead, and you can get it put back together, but usually not painted and decaled.
Yes, absolutely. He really did everything he could, and like you said, it is very impressive to see that he's actually here. The car's running well. Currently, again, sitting in 3rd so far at 57.4. So I think that if you look at, he was considering, he's going to be in the 57s, 56s. Obviously, that car is running as he wants it to and is doing what he needs. So looks like he's going to be coming in here to the pit. So he may be calling it quit for this session.
Yeah, it looks like it. And I think Alex Pites was still on track making laps here. So again, he's been getting quicker every lap that he runs, but again, still at a 102, so a little way to go to find a little extra pace. But a lot of changes made to that car, as you pointed out, post Road America, where they tried to go wingless. That didn't work. So put the wing back on, and now he's got Eric Thompson closing in behind him here in that 165 Celica.
Yes, and if there's anywhere that you do need the wing, it is going to be here at Lime Rock Park. Such a short track. Turn after turn, you want that downforce for sure. And he was also talking about, Alex, that is, he was also talking about at Road America, their front splitter was not really holding up to the high speeds there, so they actually did some reinforcements for this weekend. So he was showing me that by standing and jumping on his front wing, which is always the good test. You see that all the time. If you can hold up your weight as you jump on it, that should be pretty good.
Yeah, again, a great example of AJ Hartman Aero at work. 1.71 Gs of cornering force on lap 5 of the session. Again, more than Houghton is pulling in the TCR. That's really impressive to me. And then you see Chris DeLucia, Alex Pites there in the mix. And then braking force, a little bit more brake on the Civic, it looks like. 1.3 Gs on the binders, likely into turn 1.
Yeah, that is really impressive. I mean, and if you're AJ Hartman or any of these guys who have kind of built your own car and you see how you stack up to the TCR, GT4 builds and things like that, that's really impressive. With that being said, I think as we talked about earlier in practice, I know that Houghton is sort of trying to modulate the brakes in terms of that car, that ABS being set up for slick, so he's trying to figure that out. So, I need to go by and talk to him, kind of see how that's working out so far and some of the changes that they've made with the car for this race.
Absolutely, and again, the Fire Labs is the official data provider for GridLife GT, and again, they've got the Fire links in all of these cars that show us the data in real time. We can pick a lap and look at it and see G-forces and speeds and things of the sort, but the drivers can also go back to their paddock, look at that, look at the speed traces, and it will actually make recommendations for you with their AI coach, which is first in the industry. And again, looking at the speeds on the Fire Laps hot stats there, James Houghton 133 miles an hour, just 0.1 more than Chris DeLucia. So I just love the context this gives. Over the course of the session, you saw Houghton pulled off, but the next lap, DeLucia still at 132. The context that this kind of information gives is so exciting for me on the broadcast, but for the drivers, they all get this data packaged up and delivered in a beautiful front-end interface on the Fire Labs website. So make sure to go to firelabs.com. You can also visit the Fire Labs tent in the paddock and pick up a Fire Link yourself if you want to give it a go. So
pretty impressive there from Chris. Those 2-3 laps, he was all within 1 mile an hour there at the max speed. So he's clearly got that car dialed in, coming down turn 7, the downhill, tracking out, and then hitting basically the same top speed down the front end. So that bodes very well in terms of him being consistent and stable coming down turn 7.
Yeah, once you get above 130 miles an hour, the shape of your car starts to make a big difference too, right? When you're battling at 130 miles an hour with an E36 BMW compared to a Honda Civic TCR, that's a large car but designed to be very aero efficient. That is really impressive to carry maybe a little more speed out of turn 7 to make up for the drag deficit perhaps, but. Very, very cool to see that in context here as qualifying continues. A.J. Hartman's pulled off. James Houghton's pulled off. So really, I think in the Bamforth, I hope he can get that car repaired. It was just the slightest of touches there to the left rear. But he was also running in track mod, I believe, double dutying this weekend.
So, yep.
So we'll see if he can get back on course. Eric Thompson across the stripe.
He was on it full song as he came across. 58.7, no improvement. I'll be really interested to see what line A.J. Hartman decides to go with. Is he going to take the inside? Is he going to take the outside for the beginning of the race? Because again, you may be on the outside, but you're going to be on the inside. You're going to be on the outside for turns 1, 2, inside for turn 3, outside for turn 4. It's going to be interesting to see what choice he makes.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, especially because, again, on lap 1, everything's not up to temperature yet, so you're not necessarily going to be going full song into that first corner, but if you can carry a wider arc and lean on your aero a little bit more around that big bend and then have the inside for the only left-hand corner. James talks all the time about how when he brought the Eibach GLTC TSX here, they set it up like a stock car to run mostly right-handers, so that leaves them vulnerable in the left-hand corner. So, again, they're not going to do that necessarily with the TCR, but I think there is an advantage to be gained if you can have overlap into that left-hander where you have to compromise your performance.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a little bit of camber difference, asymmetry on my car this weekend, but that's really about it. Toe, everything else like that is pretty much the same in terms of the alignment, but it definitely does, it helps, and it's really interesting seeing the tire temperature differences when you come off track. Those right side tires, way cooler than when you're looking at the left side tires, especially that front left.
So you talked about how in your sessions you were experiencing a lot of G load, right? And that's something that we hear talked about all the time here. You're constantly cornering. That I would imagine would put a lot of emphasis on just your alignment in general, right? Your inside tire temp compared to your outside shoulder and the camber and caster. So how much effort and how much attention to detail is there for you in your BMW this weekend to make sure you're not wearing out a shoulder or something?
Yeah, we so have to give a shout out to the turn-in concept guys. If I had to jump out of my own car and take those temperatures myself, that wouldn't be very useful. But yeah, usually at least 1 or 2 sessions early in the weekend, we'll kind of check the tire temperatures. We'll do so for here we did 3 hot laps and then came in and checked the tire temperatures across the face and then also the pressures just to see how much rise in pressure were we getting, and then also the temperature delta across the face. And it is something that we look at that helps us determine starting pressures. How are we looking at starting pressures? And then as well as trying to determine do we have any alignment issues? Is everything looking fine? Do we have too much camber, too little camber, things like that? So it's definitely something that we look at and we try and figure that out early on in the weekend.
All right, well, GRIDLIFE GT qualifying had a little more time than they needed to use on the racetrack. They burned up their tires and things. So let's have a quick look at the highlights here from GRIDLIFE GT qualifying. And we had 7 cars, so 1 more than we had in practice today. So, of course, we're still missing Hans Horpedal as he does the ECU swap on his car. But, again, up at the very beginning of the session, the cars rolled out with basically everybody. A.J. Hartman at the tail of the field there, James Houghton at the very pointy end. And it was kind of an A.J. Hartman and James Houghton back and forth mark in the early going here in this session.
Yeah, absolutely. James Houghton started off strong, and then AJ there at the tail end kept clipping off fast laps as well. Here we see Bamforth. This hurts a little bit, but it was hopefully just a kiss. Hopefully nothing too bad there as he hit the wall outside turn 5.
Yeah, it didn't look so bad. Yeah, it didn't look so bad. Hopefully it didn't mess up the suspension either. Eric Thompson, he got his track time worth clipping away laps there in the Toyota Celica. Alex Pite still working on his Pite's Performance Corvette C8 here in GRIDLIFE GT. But Eric Thompson just running lap after lap, dialing in this Celica. Had run Eibach GLTC, but turned up the power a little bit to run in our new GRIDLIFE GT category. First race later today, and it'll be Drift full course coming up next.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
The layout is exactly as it was all those years ago.
Right and left corners.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul.
As a result of going up and down over the bump.
And really strong in the handling department.
He's got it. There's nothing back. Actually spin the tires over those bumps until we
The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data butt. Do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Rock.
Originally built back in 1957, the 1.5-mile layout at Lime Rock Park is as classic as they come. But perhaps the corner most known around the world for this tiny little track is the uphill, a 40-foot climb at turn 5 that takes you all the way to the edge of the racetrack right up against the Connecticut woods. Over the course of the lap, most of the turns are right-handers, but this one is different than all the rest. It has a huge climb, and when you turn into this corner, the compression catches you as the suspension presses into the ground, and you just have to trust that the car is going to catch, because at the exit of the corner, you drive the car all the way out against the Armco barrier, and as the car gets light, you're under the tree branches at the top of the hill. It's a thrilling experience for anyone who's new to Lime Rock, and it's one of the greatest challenges of this course. Over the years, cars simply got too fast for the classic uphill. So Lime Rock installed this chicane to slow cars down so they wouldn't get air coming up over the crest. But GRIDLIFE is still running the classic formula as it was built in 1957. A little bit farther up the hill, you see this white line here? That's the edge of the racetrack, but there's really no track limits here, and most of the cars will track right out up against it as they come up over the top. You have to get your steering straight, because if you don't, as soon as your car picks up off the ground, it's going to keep going the direction it was, and the RPMs pick up inside the car, right up to the rev limiter, and you slam back down again and head all the way down to West Bend to get to the penultimate corner of the lap. The uphill might be the most famous corner here at Lime Rock Park, but we all know what goes up must go down.
Side through the uphill. What a battle.
So fantastic.
And GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is a celebration of modern tuning culture and grassroots racing. And corners like that, the uphill here at Lime Rock Park, are as legendary as many others in the United States, like the Corkscrew at Laguna Seca, Eau Rouge and Radillon at Spa, and so many more. But a lot of fun corners are packed in this 1.5-mile lap. And as I said, what goes up must come down. The final corner, Ido Waxman, a plunge down about 60 feet back down to track level to come back around and do it all over again in under a minute.
Yeah, I raced here for my first time last year, and it truly is a roller coaster of a track. As you said, the uphill is super tough, and like you said, you have to catch it. You have to trust that it'll catch you as you get closer and closer to that outside wall, and then the car gets loose as you crest. And then the downhill, too, you really have to trust the car in the downhill because it compresses near the apex, too. So they're both very similar corners in opposite topology. So it's a really, this is a thrilling racetrack. Love to watch cars here. It's such a cool place to be.
It's a great place to be for GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, the 4th year of this event, celebrating, as I said, modern tuning culture and grassroots and amateur racing. Next up is our first race of the weekend. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series is making their first race of this event, first of 4, and we're going to get it underway in just a moment's time. Just about 15 minutes worth of racing. We're just inside the Lime Rock Tower. There's a little reflection in the glass, but we're in there, I promise. And the closer you get, the closer you'll see. There we are. Ido Waxman and I getting ready to go and watch GRIDLIFE Rush Series right out the window here on the front straight. We're really, really excited. I'm also really excited because the pace car that is out on track is my car. So I'm really stoked about that. So there it is, the 2013 FRS that I've had since 2021. And it's been a pace car a couple of times, Ido. I don't think ever on a broadcast, though, so I'm excited.
Best looking pace car we've had so far, Kyle.
I have to say that, like,
especially the banner. The banner, beautiful.
Gorgeous. I also made that. I was really stoked about that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I'm really excited because, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is all about celebrating the vehicles that inspired a generation, right? And for my boss, Chris Stewart, this was sort of his brainchild to celebrate the cars that he grew up with on the wall, and that's what the concourse is all about. But for me, my circuit legend was the things like the LFA, right? So when the Toyota GT86 came out in Japan, I was just in high school, and I always wanted one. And when I started working at GRIDLIFE, I was able to get one. So for me, I know it seems simple, but like this was my poster car, and to see it on track at Circuit Legends is incredibly exciting to me.
Yeah, I totally get that. And what an appropriate place for it to be a pace car in this Rush Series. The racing has gotten better and better in this series all year. I'm really looking forward to see how they race here at Lime Rock. If any cars can have pass here, it's these cars. It's a narrow track, but these are narrow cars. So I think it's going to be really fun to watch them fight each other throughout this first race.
So cars are working their way around here. Do we know if it's 1 or 2 pace laps here for the Rush Series off the top of your head? Do you know? Well, I guess we'll see the lights on the safety car here in a moment.
Probably 2.
I would think 2. And,
yeah.
If we do, we'll get a look at our grid here in a moment, but I just wanted to verify. It was a late grid because there was an investigation for a pass under yellow from qualifying. I don't know how that panned out just yet.
It looks like there was no penalty applied. So the penalty, Ryan Leach was the car involved, but Ryan Leach has ended up retain his position in third in the qualifying order. So I believe it's Blair Hosey in first, followed by James French, then Ryan Leach, and then Andy Vogel for the top 4.
So coming back around, getting some temperature and heat in the tires and brakes. These GRIDLIFE Rush Series cars are the Rush SR machine, and it's about 150 horsepower. But let's have a look here at our starting grid. It's Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach side by side there. In row number 2, it's James French and Andy Vogel, who will start in 4th. He's 2nd in the championship standings. Then it's Bryce Mersberger in the 114. Nico Bratz starts 6th to the number 7. Then it's Jason Ayler in the 74. Brett DiGiacomo rolls off in 8th place. And rounding out your top 10, is Ethan Alexander and Aaron Grimm in his own car for the first time.
Yeah, cool to see Aaron up there in the top 10. In 11th, we've got Michael Perotti. In 12th, we've got Jalen Batley. In 13th, we have Nate Hamilton. In 14th, Gage Hughes. And in 15th, we've got TJ Hunt. In 16th, Matt Wilson with that awesome Pratt Miller fire suit. Lee Keller in 17th. Larry Brady in 18th. And in 19th, we've got Jeremy Boyson. And in 20th, we've got Michael Woodward.
Yeah, looking good there. 21st place will be Joseph Tang in the number 148. Jake Sanders rolls off 22nd in the number 77 machine. Then Bill Dorrance in 23rd. And then Jeff Hardesty starts in 24th in the number 29 car. Then it's Paul Klitsch in 25th. AJ Campo in 26th. And the last couple rows here are just going to be empty rows. So we got 26 cars here starting this race in just a moment's time. As we head onto the back straightaway, the lights are going to shut off on the pace car. And next time through, we're going green for about 12 to 15 minutes. That's a lot of laps around here at Lime Rock. So you've got time to make moves, but you got to be aggressive on the start.
Yeah, and you got to make sure you stay in touch with the people you're fighting with. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty difficult to make the passes here. So, yeah, it's all about whether you can get a run from the last turn into turn 1 and then stick with them through the rest of the lap to try and set it up again the next lap. So it'll be really fun to watch.
For those that tuned into Summer Apex a couple of weeks ago, we saw the closest finish in GRIDLIFE racing history, 6/1000ths of a second, with it was James French over Blair Hosey by 6/1000ths, 0.006. Will it be that close today at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends race 1 of 4 for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series? Traveling with us across the country, they'll next race in their championship at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but we'll see them at Audubon, we'll see them at Pit Race. Here we go to the start stand. Green flag flies, and we're underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series at Lime Rock Park and at Circuit Legends. Hosey and Leach side by side in the first corner, a little 3 wide deeper in the field. Covered off, though, door to door through the first corner.
Yeah, and Andy Vogel's trying to follow Ryan Leach through the outside, heading to turn 2. What's really critical is that you try and get to the inside of turn 4, which is the turn after this one. So that's all about, if you get stuck on the outside of turn 4, you're just going to get freight trained down the no-name straight.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tight here as they make their way through turn 4. There's that lift for a couple cars that are side by side. I think one of them was Ayrton Grimm working his way forward. His GLTC car not operational here this weekend. He'll have to make it work in the Rush Series, pulling double duty. Up the uphill for the first time, 40-foot climb. It's a lot of feet in these cars, and off to West Bend.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what it's like doing the uphill in these cars. You're so low to the ground. You must be looking only at sky when you get up the uphill.
Down through turn 7 now, Bryce Mersberger in the red and white car running in P5, and a bunch of dust kicked up. Everybody scatters. I think it was Mersberger offline, and in through comes Ayler in the blue and white car. He made a pass, and then Brett DiGiacomo's in there as well. He's dropped a couple of spots here in the opening lap.
Yeah, and our top 3 have kind of checked out from 4th on through down. It's the same as it started. Hosey, Leach, and Vogel. French has kind of dropped back from Vogel, and he's now in the clutches of Nico Bratz, who's going to try and get him for that top 4 spot. And then behind him, Oler and Parati Morsberger having to, went wide on the last turn, so that he's lost a couple spots as a result of that.
Off into the uphill for lap 2. Hosey over Leach, over Vocal, over French, over Nico Bratz in the number 7. And Leach, again, was winless in the first 3 rounds of the championship at Carolina Motorsports Park, at Midwest Festival, and at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But he went to Road America and had all sorts of problems. Ended up in the top 5 twice, but also a couple finishes outside the top 30. And finally showed a little bit of weakness. But Andy Vocal, 3rd in line there. He's seen the pink and black turn-in concepts car. He's been runner-up 8 times this season. He is tired of finishing behind that number 56 and sits 3rd right now.
Yeah, and then when Blair Hosey started competing around Midwest Fest, that added another really, really strong competitor into the top 3. So this top 5 is extremely talented here at the top of Rush.
There's a car off on the driver's right going into turn 3, but they pulled off towards the orange cutout. So I don't think, well, another car turn around. Is that
140?
It's the 148 car. Turned around there. I didn't get a good look at the number on the timing and scoring. That's Joseph Tang. It was P18, but he'll get back rolling. That was over at Big Bend there. Maybe he got up on the curb high side, and maybe there was a little touch there.
Yeah, the curbs are actually pretty high here, and I bet in these cars you can get yourself stranded on them relatively easily.
Oh, Nico Bratz, big wiggle out of turn 7 in the red car. Kicks up a cloud of dust. That was a big lift moment, I'm sure. You get off the end of the curb there, and it is a wild ride in the grass.
Yeah, and you run out of space on the outside of that turn really, really fast. So you got to, hopefully he kind of tones that down a little bit, because you run out of that grass really, really fast. And in these cars, you could be heading towards that wall pretty fast.
Yeah, Ryan Leach, 9/10 back from Blair Hosey. Keeping an eye also on the 9th and 10th place cars. Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt, those are Team Rapscallion teammates that have been going toe-to-toe a bunch this year. They've got the Sunoco liveries on their cars, but that'll be a fun battle to watch with those 2 teammates going head-to-head. Here's another one with the 59 and the 171. That is Woodward and Brady.
Yep. Yeah, fighting for that in the top 20. We got a full course yellow.
I imagine that it could be for the car that's off at turn 3, driver's right, that I pointed out. Now, we also have a car on pit lane. That's Bryce Mersberger in the 114. He was up inside the top 5, so going the wrong direction here. Sitting in the box with the bodywork coming off, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to secure that the driver's side, the left side front body panel. Maybe it came loose as he went off track at the last turn here.
Yeah, so again, you see the tow truck is pulling off to the right there, and it's going to go grab the car that's over there. Now, was that Jalen Batley is also showing down the order? Is it the 88 car that's over there? And we'll track this tow truck over to it, and it indeed is Jalen Batley. So that's unfortunate. Was looking quick in practice, but it just came to a stop. Couldn't quite get to the cutout, and it didn't look like it hit anything, just sort of dead stick over there, you know?
Yeah, really unfortunate to see, but great job to find a place to go off track away from other people. So hopefully he will see him back out there in these upcoming races. He qualified in 12th, so he's got good pace. Hopefully it's something pretty minor.
Yeah, should hopefully be a pretty quick cleanup. We should get back rolling, but Mersberger's going to go either, I think, back to the racetrack, maybe without body work on it. Besides the point, Blair Hosey leads the way, and Cerise caught up with Blair before race 1 earlier.
All right, guys, I am here with the pole position himself, Blair Hosey. You are not only the winner of Rush right now, but you are also one of the founding members, I guess you could say, of the Rush series. How's the track feeling today while we're here at Lime Rock?
Really good. I mean, not a whole lot of grip, which is nice in the high speeds because the car stays free. But I think it's going to change as it gets hotter. Drift cars are going out. So right now, it's obviously working, so I'm not complaining.
Now, you're not a stranger to motorsports. What's the most challenging thing about driving these cars?
Frankly, just finding where to find the last few tenths, right? I mean, it's so dependent on the driver, but the Rush field is so talented. That's like, how do you find that last little bit to get to the front? So for me this weekend, it's just been driving and kind of licking the stamp and sending it. So yeah, we'll see.
All right, cool. And now you guys are at every single GRIDLIFE event, and it's been wonderful to have you here in the pits. You bring a certain element of diversity that we have here. What is it like to go around to all these events?
It's been awesome. I mean, I've been racing world championships and national championships for years. And so I truly think GRIDLIFE is one of the coolest things ever. Like, it's the most unprofessional, professional form of motorsport in the world. Like, we're all here having a good time because we love the sport. We love just having fun, but like the quality of the series, the live stream, everything's just top notch. I love it. So
you said it. The quality it speaks for itself, guys. I mean, we come here, we have a good time, we hang out with all of our friends. It's always a pleasure seeing you and your dad and everybody on the Rush team. You got Team Sunoco behind you. So I just want to say thank you for being here and give them hell out there. You keep doing it.
I'm gonna try. We're gonna go try and win, and then go crazy at the karaoke party.
I'm so excited. What's your karaoke song?
Last year we did Colt 45, so we're gonna have to one-up it this year. I don't know yet.
All right, leave your kids at home for that one. But we'll see you out there. Good luck.
Hell yeah, Cerise.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks, Cerise. And Blair Hosey also repping the Hunt Company merch on his chest there. That's pretty cool. Again, TJ Hunt, one of our drivers here in the field, running 10th, right behind teammate Nate Hamilton. I pointed out earlier the team cars running in 9th and 10th. For Team Rapscallion, but under yellow here, we should be a pretty quick extrication of that car from turn 3. I think that the yellow flags have already been taken away, and so long as the lights on the pace car are out, that means we're going green this time by.
Yeah, we'll see whether Hosey and Leach can make the same gap they did back to Andy, or if Andy's going to try and stick with him a little bit more. And again, this opens up the opportunity for James French to come back into that top 3 as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It's going to be really fun to watch here as they're coming through that last turn now. With the pace car lights out, they'll go green this time by.
Yeah, pace car heads into the pit lane, and it is Blair Hosey in command of the field, covering center track here. Everybody stack it up here, going to be intense. Bringing them to the restart here. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, Rush Series, Race 1, green flag, and immediately James French pounces on Andy Vogel, takes 3rd place away, and Nico Bratz is going to try to follow through as well. Vogel got absolutely just caught sleeping there, and they head through Big Bend now with Vogel trying to sneak around the outside of French, and he might get overlapped there, but had to give it back up.
He's got to be careful because he's going to get stranded on the outside of 4. We'll see if he can maintain, at least tuck in right behind him. Looks like he will for turn 4, right behind James French, ahead of Nico Bratz.
Yeah, notice there, that's the best lap delta from this race. James French 7/10 slower than Vogel in race pace, but on the restart was able to take advantage of it. So that's not going to bode well for Vogel, who seems to be quicker in raw pace over the course of this race. But over the crest on the restart, Hosey leads Leach by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, let's see whether Andy can utilize that pace advantage to see if he can get by him here. But this is a little bit of a repeat here in the top 2 of Blair Hosey kind of leading Leach and them creating this gap between them and the rest of the field.
Coming across the start-finish line here, gaps updating. Hosey, that time, look at this. Ryan Leach within 0.07 of a second of their best lap, so it is really tight between those two as far as their pace is concerned, but half a second advantage to Hosey on this lap since the restart. Look at Leach using all the curb there on driver's left. That's a very flat apex curb. You don't get a lot of flat curbs around here, but it is rough. So you can use it, but it's going to upset the chassis a little bit.
Yeah, and with these cars, with how low they are, I can't imagine, how difficult it is there. And you can see them, they kind of avoid the curb here on the uphill as well for the same reason.
Yeah, the most of the apex curbs don't have any saw teeth in them, but they are tall. Ooh, man, Ryan Leach real close to the edge of the road there, leaving West Bend turn 6, down the hill through turn 7. Woo. Again, using all the road.
Yeah, he kicked up that little bit of dust that was there from those other cars going off. That's how close he was to the edge. So he's really pushing it, trying to get away from Ryan Leach, but Ryan Leach is hanging right with him, and Andy go for the move.
Andy Vogel to the inside of James French down at turn 1. In the bottom of this shot, you'll see him come in, and he got it. So move Vogel back into P3 over James French.
Nice, clean, and aggressive from Vogel. He knows he's got to get ahead of him if he has any shot at trying to catch the top 2.
Yeah, and again, they might distract each other because Leach actually sort of kept pace with Hosey. Little drop of the tire there. It killed his straightaway speed.
Ooh, yeah.
A lot, so French will be all over him into the uphill.
Yeah, the uphill's not a great place to pass, though, so I think Andy got a little bit lucky there. He's gonna keep the position here, at least for another lap.
See West Bend there, that extra chicane on the outside. We won't be using that this weekend. We're running the original classic configuration of Lime Rock Park. Vogel right down, so you see him touch the curb there. It shoots the car out to the edge of the road, but he was able to catch it. These cars make quite a bit of downforce for their scale, which helps them stick. But Hosey, again, putting a couple tenths on Leach that time. You see Vogel now with the position change being recorded on the scoring. In the background, another big lunge into turn 1. That was DiGiacomo on Hamilton for 9th place, looking into turn 1. Whoa, look at Vogel sideways.
Yeah, Vogel's really pushing it through here, and we were talking about curbing. The outside curbing here tends to be relatively friendly. You can put the outside of your car there. It's the inside curbing that really upsets the car. So Andy's using all of the track that he can to try and catch those top 2.
Now onto the Paul Newman straight. Name of the last couple of years, Nico Bratz closing in on Ayler in the 74. That's that red car in trail. And almost, they saw him kind of hit the compression and kind of shot sideways there. A little bit look deeper in the field, AJ Campo, and I think is that Paul Klitsch in the 71 that's right behind her. Yep. And here's, look at the yaw in Jason Ayler's car. The blue and white car just had it full sideways, turning down into the apex there. But now pretty much line of turn, a little battle deeper on that front straightaway heading into turn 1.
Yeah, best battle of the field right here between Nico Bratz. As we give him the commentator's curse, goes off in 1, but maintains enough momentum. He didn't lose too much to Ayler there. So yeah, that's the best battle on track. And now behind him, though, we've got less than a second separating Alexander in 7th. And then Hamilton in 9th.
Yeah, just behind them. I think Hamilton's in that yellow car heading towards us here. Parati in the pink car, then Hamilton, then DiGiacomo in the gray and teal. They've been throwing haymakers at each other the last couple laps into turn 1. So Brad's kind of recollecting himself here, but the real battle has been 8th, 9th, 10th, and I think TJ Hunt's in that mix as well, coming down the hill through turn 7.
Yeah, I think Hunt lost a spot on the restart from 10th to 11th, but that from 7th all the way to 11th, they're all really tight, bunched up together. You can see them now coming into the picture through the start finish as we see a move being done. I think that could be, DiGiacomo on Hamilton, heading into turn 1. Again, a very clean inside move.
And so Volkel rolls through in 3rd, gaining a little ground on French. Here's your leaders, no change here, 9/10 of a second between the front 2.
Yeah, kind of checked out here from the rest of the field. They're kind of in a league of their own.
Here's the 121. This is a little bit deeper. That's Ayrton Grimm, by the way. Gage Hughes in the 51. Grimm, this is a new chassis for him. He had been renting cars for a while. He decided, why don't we just get our own? And they did just that, and running 13th right now. So honestly, not a bad debut for this car. Again, when he had a rental a year ago, he was real solid. But white flag is out, by the way. This will be the last lap of the race. And here's that battle we were mentioning with Brett DiGiacomo. And this is the Team Rapscallion battle. The yellow car is Hamilton, and the blue car behind is TJ Hunt. So those two cars going at it here on the run down the front straightaway. P10.
Yeah, fun battle here to watch between these two Rapscallion Racing cars. We've got some green laps being set by our other competitors here as Grimm made the move for 12th on that lap. So Grimm losing a couple spots from starting in 10th.
Nate Hamilton really sideways, and TJ Hunt was going to take advantage of that. He had a big slip of his own through Big Bend, but gathered it back up, and now about 5-6 car lengths between them as the leaders are now making their way back around West Bend and heading back towards us here in a moment's time. Blair Hosey is 1.1 seconds clear of Leach, but this is a very close battle. Checkered flag here for the leaders.
Showing the nose into West Bend, but doesn't do it. Wow. Backs out of it last minute, TJ Hunt there. It looks like they're going to end up Hamilton ahead of Hunt here, 10th and 11th.
Yeah, that was amazing, that battle all the way to the end. So Hosey wins over Leach, then Volkel, French, Ayler, Bratz, Alexander, Parati, DiGiacomo, and then to the stripe, Hamilton gets that one over teammate TJ Hunt, and right behind Ayrton Grimm on debut in his new car, P12 there, so solid run. That was a fun battle between these two.
Yeah, those two know each other a lot from their drifting. It's really cool to see. The really cool thing about Rush is we've got some old GRIDLIFE time attackers, we've got some old GRIDLIFE wheel-to-wheel racers, and we've got some GRIDLIFE drifters all together in this series. Really cool to watch how the different people from different routes race differently.
Yeah, for sure. So field comes back around, and we'll have a look here at our race results in just a moment. And Blair Hosey pretty much in command of that race, and really didn't give Leach a big opportunity to get back to him. He lost 3/10 on the last lap, but nothing major there.
Yeah, the top two are kind of in a league of their own in terms of pace, and Andy did a really good job of getting back ahead of James French to retake that 3rd spot, and he kind of ran away from him throughout the rest of the race. So hopefully Andy can find where he's losing that little bit of time to Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach and make it a 3-way fight.
There you go, Blair Hosey, Ryan Leach, Volkel, French, Ayler, your top 5. Then Bratz, Alexander, Parati, Brett DiGiacomo, and Nate Hamilton, your top 10, 16 seconds back. And, TJ Hunt just off the top 10 there. He's in the top 10 in points, but Ayrton Grimm, nice, good 12th place opening run for that new car. Then Kellert, Hughes, Wilson, the rest of the top 15.
Yeah, and in 16th, Larry Brady, Jake Sanders in 17th as we move on to the 21st. Jake Hardesty In 22nd, Joseph Tang. 23rd, Paul Klitsch. 24th, AJ Campo. 25th, Bryce Mersberger. And 26th, Jalen Batley.
Yeah, Bryce and Jalen had a couple of issues that prevented them from finishing the race. But those are your results from GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1. And, well, they head back into the pit lane. That was a pretty fun race with a yellow flag, shortening it just a little bit, but plenty of good highlights from that one.
Yeah, nice, mostly clean racing from everybody here in the top 10. So it was really, really good to watch. Really fun to watch the fight from 3rd all the way through to 11th between TJ Hunt and Nate Hamilton.
Well, some great moments here from GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1. Let's have a look at the highlights from the first of 4 races this weekend. Well, after pacing for a couple of laps, we got everybody started with Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach on the front row for this one. They came back around the next lap, and when they got that green flag, they launched immediately, and it was the battle for 3rd between Andy Vogel and James French. That was kind of fierce in the opening moments there. Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt for Team Rapscallion, hipping and skipping and popping and hopping and skipping and all left and right, up and down, all over the curbs there at turn 1. Then into turn 3, again, they were continuing to chase each other. We did see a short yellow flag, but after that, it was Blair Hosey that dominated here. GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1, complete from Lime Rock Park. And fans filtering in and filling the grounds here at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut for the 4th year of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Welcome back to Friday afternoon track battle time attack heat number 3. Kyle Heyer still joined by Ido Waxman. James Houghton will join me here in a couple minutes time. Cars on track here for Group D. Ido, again, time attack here is a lot of fun. Short laps, it gets really intense out there, but Club SC, we've already seen records fall. Austin O'Brien stole it earlier, and that battle has been fierce to watch all weekend between him and Sam Dooling.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch the Sunday Cup guys here. This track, power doesn't matter at all on this track, so these guys are right at home, and you can see they're nose to tail all the way through the field, and they're really, really great at all sticking together, putting in laps within seconds of each other. It's really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, certainly is. And again, with about 18 cars on track there, a variety of classes represented here, but you'll see the purple. There are, 6 of our 7 classes represented here in Group D. Shows you the real spread. But the cars we're following, the Club SC cars, the silver and orange, that's Jason Davidson there. I think that is that Dooling? No, that's the 744 of Ian Stone behind him in the silver car, the silver fit. Tim Forsheimer's out there in the 981, Daniels in the 986, and a whole host of others with different representation. But I think the entire Club SC field, I think, is fits this weekend.
Yeah, and Mike Jansen is actually in a G80 M3 running in Street GT. It was funny. He came up to me. He's like, "Hey, don't put me with the Club SC guys, okay? I'm not in my Civic this time." So, yeah, he's in a totally different car this time. But yeah, it's all fits here, and kind of a new name at the top, O'Brien. I don't think he's been in other events this year. Really cool to see that car come up and jump up and fight with one of our top 3 drivers in Sam Dooling in Club SC.
Well, Ito, thanks for joining me here. We're going to pass off the headset to James Houghton, who's rolling on in with an ice cold ice water. And there's Austin O'Brien in that white and black Honda Fit, getting ready for trying to chase the record still. You'll note that top of the screen records have been updated. Austin O'Brien with a 103.856. That's what he's chasing. It's hot out there, James. Your water is all condensated from your walk across the paddock.
I should be fired for being late, but can you fire a volunteer? I'm not sure.
No, you definitely cannot. I would like to not fire you, actually. I'd like to hire you for more.
Oh, my.
But Austin O'Brien, what a job he's doing. We've seen him before in Club SC, but has the record so far this weekend. And honestly, with the conditions we've seen, I'm not sure anyone's going to touch that today.
How does tomorrow morning look for the weather? I haven't paid attention to. Oh, no, Austin.
No, man.
Sorry, that was too loud, but that was crazy.
Big wiggle, and he straightened it out.
Oh, my.
Gosh, that was, hey, if I got a slow-mo with a drone, I would love that again.
Oh, my God. Austin, maybe this is not the session, but
well,
maybe.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you say that because, you know, there's a driver in our paddock named Aaron Lichty who always says, you know, if you've got a sixth-place car, just make it finish sixth. Right, trying to outdrive it if the conditions of the car won't give it to you can sometimes put you in a tricky spot. Austin's pushing hard right now, but you know, looking at the temperature, I'm not sure that you're going to get that 103 again, but he's pushing real hard.
I like to try to make like a sixth place car finish fourth or fifth, but you don't want to make it try to finish first because that's when you're going to really have a bad day.
Yeah, and I think right now he's been outperforming Sam Dooling in basically every session, so not by much. I mean, look, 104.932 to 104.990. I'm not comfortable there by any stretch, but we have yet to see Dooling, I think, come out of a session as the leader yet. So
I think that he has some potential pace for tomorrow, Sam. I heard that there's some low-hanging fruit available, and we should be he should have it ready for tomorrow morning.
So tomorrow morning, it's going to be probably cool in the morning. It's going to be like lows, like mid-60s, but there also is a chance for rain towards the end of the day, so you're going to have to get it done in the morning session, which is typically when you would try anyway.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fun to see Tim Forsheimer pick up a little bit there, 981 to a 106.494.
It's we picked up 310s in GT in that qualifying session, but I had to try real hard to find 310s, and that was with fresh tires versus used tires. So that track is tough.
So I'm gonna, we've got the Fire Laps integration with GRIDLIFE GT. I'm gonna out you a little bit.
I heard I was slow in the uphill.
Well, you just lateral G's wise, AJ Hartman is beating you.
The car has a lot of things bolted on it.
It does have a lot of things bolted on it. I just think it was really neat. You were out braking everybody though, so just really interesting to see that data with the Fire Laps integration.
I've had some moments here, so I maybe wasn't trying as hard as I could. I think that seeing the reference car in front, I might be able to, I feel like the car could also almost be like the iRacing green bar up top there. If I'm underdriving it in the uphill and he's in front of me, maybe I can find something.
Sam Dooling just picked up, went to the top of the board in this session, a 104.582. Almost went off the end of the road there.
These guys.
At turn one, they are pushing.
104.5, and his best is a 104.0. That is incredible. That means he's finding pace, and that means, in my opinion, these guys will go faster tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially with the temperatures looking like they're going to be mid-60s. That is just ripe for opportunity. But Dooling really pushing hard right now. And I said just a moment ago that he hadn't left a session as the leader.
The session's not over yet.
It's not. And O'Brien's still pushing, so we'll see if he can outdo that. You see Rodriguez in the 357, about a second back from these two. And then Tim Forsheimer and Jason Davidson. Jason Davidson, by the way, is in a silver and orange Honda Fit. He drives that car all over the country. He actually works with a number of IMSA and SRO GT4 teams as a crew member, and I actually stumbled across that car in the parking lot at VIR a couple of years ago.
So cool. That is so cool.
It was really, really cool. So, really neat story there. As other stories to keep an eye on.
RX-7 wild sounding as it goes by us here.
Yeah, it's Johnny Grunwald in the RX-7. That thing's wild too. There's a look at the 357. That's Rodriguez. Luis Rodriguez, who is sitting third in the weekend so far behind O'Brien and Dooling, and here in this session. And you see just it's chasing this RX-7 through the corners. On the RX-7 has much more tire than the 205s that are bolted on that fit.
Yes,
so
those fits though are using all of those 205s. They're very efficient with it.
And there's Lewis there. Look, I even got his pictures in there, too.
There you go.
I love having Club SC representation there in the photos.
I don't know what that sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
That blue E46 M3, I don't know what the name of that color is. but I want it. I like it.
Yeah.
Wherever he just went by here, we'll check it.
I didn't know what car that was, so I will try to find that out. And here's a pretty blue MX-5. That is the 915 car of Rogers, Dylan Rogers. And his best time of the weekend so far, I think, was in the 101s, I want to say, 101.987. So he's about a second off of his best for the weekend.
That sounds probably about right for this session.
I'd say so, based on what we've seen.
I didn't catch my number on the M3, so he should be coming by any second.
Gotcha. Four-timer, no pickup that time. You see him in that lighter blue fit, the first-gen fit just ahead of Ian Stone. Here comes the BMW. It's the 203. It's a track mod car, I think, which is why we haven't seen it on the timing and scoring, because it's a lonely track mod car in this class. That's Chris Gatos. There he is.
What a color.
Oh, that's an unlimited car, actually.
Oh, no kidding. Maybe he's got some Hoosiers on there.
Oh, you know what? I remember. I think I was talking to him at registration. He has. They're not slicks, but they're not DOT 200 treadwear tires. So,
okay.
So he can't run in anything other than unlimited.
Okay.
So that's why. So it can be unfortunate. You just bring the wrong tire and it bumps you up a couple of categories above where you probably should be. But
if that's the case, though, at least you could just go around there looking that good.
Yeah. I mean, what is? So it's an E46 BMW. Let's find out. Let's use the power of Google. E46 M3 blue color. Name. We can solve this with the internet. It's this one, right? Laguna Seca Blue.
I was thinking that was what it was, but I didn't want to say the wrong thing. But I was feeling like that could have been what it was.
Well, there's a couple other blues. Paint codes.
I think it's the Laguna Seca.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yep.
Oh, RX-7.
Yeah, Johnny Grunwald's got some problems. He's going to look for the cutout. Good news, though. Checker flag is out, so won't hold up the session because we're going to be in between one right now. And you see Gatos there in the unlimited.
Very smart for him to get off the side of the track like that. And if he has some oil coming out of it, not to put it on the track.
Yeah, for sure. You see the Fiesta as well, that number 328 of Dominic Tucci. That's such a cool car.
It's so impressive. The paint is not a crazy thing what he's done there, but so well executed that it gives it so much character, we'll call it.
Yeah, presence even.
Yep.
And I've got a Fiesta, not a slightly older generation than this. And I always thought if I was to really build it out, you'd have to go, wide fenders and kind of rally sort of look. And these cars, I underrated visually, I think. They're a cool looking hatchback.
They are very cool.
Especially those later generation cars, really, really cool. It's unfortunate they don't have them around anymore.
Yep.
Because people that drive them really like them.
We have a customer at our shop that has one, an ST, and he's got a lot of mileage on it, and he thinks it is just the best.
Yeah, it's a cool car, and especially when you paint it like that and put some fenders on it. I mean, you put nice crisp white paint on pretty much anything, you put fenders on it, it's pretty cool. But
I wonder if that CRZ is K-swapped.
I believe
imagine that it probably is. That's very cool.
Yeah, I always thought that the CRZ was visually a great harkening back to the CRX.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the drivetrain left some to be desired if you were talking about performance.
Yeah.
And I think the K-swapping that car feels like the right thing. I think I talked to Chris Stewart about this because he's very passionate about the CRX. My understanding was that it was designed originally to have a K-series engine.
The CRZ.
The CRZ.
Yeah.
Right. Chris is a CRX fan, so he was big into the CRZ idea, and it was originally designed to have a K20. Well, I guess whatever would have been
K20 probably. They probably would have put in it.
And didn't get it. Got the hybrid instead. You can get it in a manual though, which is pretty sick.
Yep.
Not a lot of hybrid manuals out there.
I think that seeing it go by, I think that blue M3 has Maxxis RC1s on it.
Ah, yes. So that'll do it.
Saw the double sipe in the middle of the tire as it went by.
Double sipe.
And it had the Maxxis sticker on the side, so that would have made sense.
So we're going to wait for the next group to head out on racetrack. They're just going to double confirm. They got some folks checking the racetrack right now for fluid, even out here on the front straight. So I think maybe Johnny Grunwald thinks that he might have laid down a little bit of fluid.
The staff I just find just incredible. The ones in the in the grid, the corner workers, the tow truck drivers, everyone like that just has such a great vibe here at Lime Rock. They seem to be happy to be here and enjoy themselves here, and it's just such a just such a positive experience being at this track.
We love this place, and I'm really excited to be here again for the 4th year. One of my favorite racetracks, personally, growing up in the Northeast. Hadn't come here until we came in 2022 for the first Circuit Legends and was just hooked. But here's a look at some of the highlights from Group D. Those Club SC cars that certainly have a presence, safety in numbers, I suppose. And there's Austin O'Brien really pushing in the opening laps there with Sam Dooling on his heels, and had a real big moment out of turn 7 a couple laps into the session, just trying to find as much speed as he could. Here's that moment right there, James.
Oh.
Gosh.
Oh, that sends cold chills up my spine.
It kind of looks like when you hit the dirt like that, it looks like it just dropped an airstrike or something. It just like leaves that smoke dangling. But
I didn't realize that those two were different generations until just watching that clip right there. He's in one of the newer ones.
Yep, for sure. And again, they kind of had a very similar silhouette over the years.
Look at the way they've got that grass cut there. That is like, they love this place so much. The people that work here love this. Yeah,
destroyed
I know.
it last year, James.
No, 2 years. Oh,
no,
well,
it
yeah,
was
a little
last
bit.
year.
I did a bit of that too, yeah. But the fact that they put the effort in to follow that path around the track the whole way, that means whoever's cutting the grass here is passionate about it.
Yeah.
And that's really cool when the person that cuts the grass at Lime Rock Park is passionate about doing a good job.
I'm sure he's stoked that you're mentioning it and noticed that, because we get these awesome drone shots from Max down there at the prime tent. And man, it's just really neat to see that from high above. So a little bit of a holding pattern here between the track battle sessions here. I have some news we'll talk about while we're sitting and waiting here. I got a couple of drivers and folks messaging me about Jackie Ding. Jackie has left the facility. He's on his way back to Pocono, doing a BMW event called Impact. So he's just going to hope that 54.1 is enough for the weekend. And as I understand it, he was there earlier. So he was there, then came here, ran his time, and he's going back.
Wouldn't be the first time that he did that.
No, and I think back to New Jersey Motorsport. Well, he was in New Jersey, but he came to Mid-Ohio. Was it 2022?
I can't remember, or 22 or 23.
With the Supra. So he drove it all the way from New Jersey to Mid-Ohio. Beat Dewey and then went back.
Yeah, that was quite a feat.
Yeah, Dewey was not stoked.
I think that might have been 23.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because Alan had his dominant year in 24, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was 23 because I think that was the last year of the Supra.
I think you're right.
Or last year of the full-time campaigning.
I think you're right about that. Yeah, because cars on track here.
Look at all these Subi Mod stickers. That's so awesome.
Yeah, no, like I said, we're going to talk with Nick from Subi Mods tomorrow. We're going to bring him in for a time attack session. We're going to talk about each of those cars individually, but they are certainly a big supporter of a lot of the drivers that are here. And we talked earlier, just like K-Tune for Hondas or Acuity or whoever else, Subi Mods for Subaru. If you've got a Subaru and you need performance parts, having a one-stop shop is great. Even for European mix, FCP Euro's here this weekend, of course, supporting us in a big way. Of course, they have the FCP Euro motoring meet on Sunday. So it's like you just have your brands to go to get the parts that you need. And Subi Mods has a lot of presence here in the paddock, and we love that. They're supporting grassroots racing. They believe in it. And really cool. We'll chat with Nick tomorrow more about it, but definitely have a presence.
That's so good. So good.
It's just great when you start to notice. You're like, man, a lot of the cars have those stickers, and you're like, man, they really must be out there.
I was just noticing them as they were rolling by here, going, yeah, that's not just one.
No, it is not. So kind of a slow warm-up lap for some of these cars here, but here we go. Eddie Siegel in that 470.
Mark Johnson might get a little slap on the hand for this one, or maybe he's had a problem. I'm not sure. Oh no, here he is.
Yeah. So again, he's on slicks, right, in this unlimited car. So I would think, but he's followed by Jeremy Bailey, a Club TR car. So two very different machines in line.
Sometimes people do that because they're looking for a bigger gap, and then sometimes Adam comes over and tells you, "Don't do that ever again."
Yeah. Have you had that experience before?
No, but I've seen it.
I see.
I try to mind my gap. I try to follow the 10 Commandments.
Right. Well, so the thing about this was a big deal after Mid-Ohio. There's a lot of conversation about this. You have to go fast enough that you get tire temperature in. There's also some tires that you don't want to get too much heat in them, and you don't want to get the motor too hot and all these other things. So it's a delicate balance. But at the end of the day, generally you're gridded by pace, so you can all go full speed and not catch each other in theory, but you all have to be kind of synced and on the same wavelength. And if you're only going to run one lap, you should communicate in paddock to let everyone know, hey, I know you're starting right behind me. I'm going to run 1 lap or 2 laps and then get off of it. I'll let you by, and then I can maybe run another lap. So if you wouldn't mind letting me back by later, that'd be great. And it's all about the communication, facilitating the ease of competition. See Jeremy Bailey, I think he felt like he might not have been in a great spot to go fast. He's just going to try to get his own space.
That makes sense. There's no point in just sitting out there and sitting in traffic and getting frustrated and making a mistake or anything like that. Yeah, Jeremy's pointing that he's going back out there, so
and
that's
it's
really smart.
It's a small racetrack. There's a lot of cars out here, so you have to, at some point, you can control the things that you can control. So Jeremy's going to come back down and get some more opportunity here. You see Eddie Siegel at a 1:07.21, topping street class for now. Jason Molderig, 101.8 in Club TR, and then in Street GT, Conor Gallagher in that GTR goes to the top of the board for the time being. And Gallagher has gone about a 1.5 seconds quicker. This is only lap 1 though, so we'll have to give it a minute. And Molderig, Lotfi took it back in Club TR, then Molderig right back to the top. And then here's another look at Mike Burrows and the Stanceworks Track Mod Ferrari GTK. Really neat car, K20 powered. And if you want to learn about this, Stanceworks has a YouTube channel where they go over all the intricate details, but just a weird but cool build. This is what Time Attack's all about for me.
I love anything like that, and I really appreciate in his YouTube videos his successes and his failures. He shows it all. He's not hiding anything. There's so many content creators that try to just show you the best stuff. He shows you all of the stuff, and some of the stuff is not, not always, so stuff doesn't go your way sometimes, and he shows it all, and I really appreciate that. It's really nice to see that car keeping, improving and going faster and faster and more reliable as he goes with it. And that's really, really cool to see.
I think it's neat also that if you watch their videos, the overlay that they have is like stylized, like Back to the Future-y sort of. It's really cool too. So having fun with it, also showing all the ups and downs, but just also having fun with the presentation of it as well, I think is really cool. So
I think that's a V-box in that car. That's what that's.
I think you might be right about that, but super cool. Jeremy Bailey found some space in behind Mike Burrows and the Stanceworks Ferrari. The 76, Ethan Brown is in that Volkswagen GTI that you pointed out earlier. Leads Street Mod for the time being in this session until the rest of the cars come on out. Devin Hoffman has been sort of playing runner-up, but not by much. 0.3 of a second between Brown's GTI and Hoffman's Subaru, and there's track mod between Burrows and Grunwald. Right now, Burrows has the advantage, but still, they're all chasing Jackie Ding at 54.1. It's a long ways away.
That's a long way. I think that he might be safe-ish.
For now.
As far as going to Pocono.
For now. And there's Jeremy Bailey, FA24 swap FRS. Now in Club TR, you can't modify engine internals. So this is basically an FA24 straight out of a GR86. That drops in, and when you drop it in, it makes about 210 wheel horsepower, and you get a much more solid power curve than you would in an FA20, which is kind of gutless in the mid-range. I've got one, I know.
You wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, if you keep it above $6,000, but then you just run it at RPM. So Jeremy solved that with an FA24 swap, and honestly, doing a really nice job in the championship, but he'll need better than 4th this weekend.
Yeah, it gets kind of down. You can get a really good roll going, but you get down to 3 or 4 events to go, and you can start working backwards and think, and it's a tricky thing sometimes, because sometimes you put pressure on yourself that you really shouldn't and stuff like that, and you just got to keep on doing your best and driving your best lap that you can each lap, and you can't worry about points and stuff like that. You just have to do each lap, 1 lap at a time, and execute the way you need to.
Yeah, still in the 1 minute mark. He ran a 59.935 earlier in the weekend, but again, I think that even Dewey's talked about this chassis, this first-gen FRS BRZ chassis. He was really interested in throwing basically the motor he built for his car in a car like this with a sequential. Like, that thing would eat in a number of classes.
It would do some things, that's for sure.
I would not be excited to do 170 miles an hour in one of those chassis.
It's probably better than you. You get a cage in there, you get some good safety gear and stuff like that. Probably fine.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what Dewey did to the 1995 Impreza he runs, so. Probably fold it in half without the roll cage.
Some of these cars right now, you can see it looks like the tires are getting a little bit hot. You can see them moving around, missing some apexes and stuff like that. You just don't want to give up. You know, you want to try to improve, even if it's the last session of the day. But it's tough out there to try to find time when the track sometimes just doesn't permit it.
Jeremy did a 59.921, and that is by 100th faster than earlier.
All right, we appreciate that. He's trying.
Yeah, and again, you know, to your point, when the drifters have also gone on track, they place some marbles down, the track gets swept here and there, but the track gets less good, it gets greasy throughout the rest of the day. Is there a point when you go, all right, I'm not going to go faster, but I'm going to collect data? Is that ever something that you would do, and what are you looking to do to accomplish to be faster tomorrow?
I think that sometimes you have to really, sometimes you can go fast because you're really focusing on, instead of just driving it harder and harder and sliding around, you know, you start focusing on those little cambered areas of the track and stuff like that, and you go out there and say, what if I can run a really, really chill lap and only go 2 or 3 tenths slower because I run it super, super crystal clean? And then you try to, you know, employ those the next day. I'm not as big of a data guy as I probably should be, but I'd like to at least know that if I can get down to even 2 tenths slower than I went this morning, I know that I've got more for tomorrow morning.
Speaking of Mike Jansen, you know, we were talking about his M3 earlier. There he is in the Street GT entry there, trying to give a point by to Jeremy Bailey. But Mike, again, ran a winning time at Road America in an 86 horsepower Honda Civic, and now has jumped into a 450-ish horsepower?
At least.
BMW for this event. You see right now the delta between him and Boltice. Look at that, 50 thousandths of a second between the leaders in Street GT right now.
That is tight.
That is tight. Advantage Boltice in the Supra. And again, the Supra doesn't have as much power and torque, but they do have a nice soft rear end, and they really can handle and grip up nicely with their mechanical grip.
2022 M3 comp has 503 horsepower stock, and they are very easy to turn those things up.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You always hear of the famous downpipe and exhaust things. Apparently, there's a lot of room on those without even changing anything, and then of course even more with changing.
Modern cars are so dumb.
It's crazy.
the amount of horsepower you can get from a factory showroom car is pretty unbelievable. And then they also do all the rest of the things well. You know, they can cruise quiet on the highway in 10th gear. You know, it's just amazing.
And apparently they run them from the factory, from my understanding, fairly soft on ignition timing. So you don't need like the 20%, I think 20% boost rule for Street GT. You don't need a ton more boost to make those make a bunch more power. I guess my understanding is that you put a bit of ignition timing in them and they gain power that way. So my understanding is that you could probably make a couple of 100 wheel horsepower more and still stick within the Street GT boost limits, which is quite incredible to think.
Very impressive. Logan Geyer in Falcon Club TR, another one of these first-gen twins. This one's got a little more aero on it. And not only on the rear wing, but also some block-off plates on the front end there. And those kind of lower grills to the side aren't functional on the car from factory. So he's just basically put some block-off plates to smooth the airflow over that. And I imagine once you're above 100 miles an hour, that kind of stuff will make a difference in drag. And these are already pretty low drag coefficient cars. Here's a fun fact. On the way here, I drove from Chicago to Rochester, then Rochester to Connecticut. I got 36 miles to the gallon.
I did not.
Well, so I've tracked the fuel economy, and mine's an FA20 stock engine car, but I've never gotten, I get 32 easy, but 36, I don't know how I'm driving, but impressed with that. I mean, that's pretty solid.
I did notice that the flags were standing up downwind on I-90 when we were coming down here, so I don't know if it was the same when you came, but we had a pretty good tailwind there for a bit.
Yeah, that might have actually been a pretty good reason for it.
That might have helped.
Garrett Glossery in the Club TR RX-8 is working his way around course here. Checkered flag is out on the Group C cars. And it seems quiet here for Group B. I don't think they've released them onto pit lane just yet. I think we're very well on schedule, I think, so they're not necessarily rushing the transitions.
So love that.
So Jeremy Bailey got a nice lap in that session, in the 59.9s, to at least match what he did earlier. It took him a little while to get it, but he did do it.
And that'll make him, like I said before, that'll make him confident for tomorrow morning, which is a good way to sleep at night, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it just gives you a bar to chase. And when you wake up and do it again tomorrow, you know, relative to the other drivers, when the conditions get tough, this is especially true to podium sprint weekend, that, how you can drive in ideal conditions is one thing, because that gets you into podium sprint, but you kind of have to know how to drive when it's not ideal, and that will win you events. And Jeremy has outperformed. Every time he's been in a podium sprint, he's outperformed his seed this year. So we don't have a podium sprint this event, but we will well, I don't think he's going to Laguna Seca, but and I don't know what I think we will for pit race. So that'll really be the opportunity there, because it is a live streamed round this year. So
well, that'll be interesting, because there could be championship implications on the line potentially from podium sprint. That would be wild.
Yeah, if you remember, also Falcon Club TR last year was won by like 50 thousandths of a second.
That was I was paying very close attention to that, and that was, you should just hold your breath.
All right, Group B, they're headed out into the pit lane here. I think that is Bronson McNeamer on the pointy end of that.
That's quite the wing on the back of this 76 Street Mod Golf here from Group C.
Yeah, Ethan Brown.
That is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right in front of the building there on your screen. But it's basically a scoop affixed to the top, isn't it?
It's something.
What, is that a wing or a spoiler? How would you classify that?
I don't know. How would Abe classify that?
That's the question, isn't it? Here's some highlights from Group C. Mark Johnson was the first one off pit lane. Jeremy Bailey followed him out onto the racetrack, but he pit in to get himself some more space. Darius Lutfi in the green MX-5 put himself on top of Falcon Club TR for a little bit. Devin Hoffman was chasing as well in her Turn-In Concepts Subaru. Mike Burrows was in the mix there as well in that Ferrari GTK up in track mod for Stance Works. Putting in the laps, putting in the effort. Kevin Horn, Ben Boltice, and Logan Geyer putting in laps towards the end of the session in his Falcon Club TR BRZ. Then cars pit in, and then this is just moments ago as they came off the racetrack. The next group will get on. And 2 more heats to go here, James, and they're on course. Should be most of the meat of the field of Falcon Club TR, and then kind of the mid to highs of everyone else.
It'll be interesting to see when Jimmy Rock comes back out with that Civic, because I did get confirmation from him that it was his first time here with that car.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, I didn't have it in my data, so I think you were right about that. Or I was right, or we were both right. So.
And he had a blow-off valve hose that was broken too, so we might find even more pace from him. First time here, couple laps in, and some mechanicals, so it'll be interesting to see what he can find.
There's Bronson McNeamer. And Evan McLaren, by the way, right behind him in that silver Integra. That is still is the front-wheel drive record holder here at this racetrack for Club TR. There he is. This is one of the front-running cars in this category here this weekend. And I mentioned the championship battle that we've been watching in track battle in regards to Club TR. McLaren has had a little bit of a slower start because he skipped Midwest and he skipped Road America. He's 6th in the points, but if McLaren were to win, and let's say Jeremy Bailey pulls out a 2nd place here, that would give McLaren the lead of the championship. So if Evan McLaren can win this event, he's in a great spot. If McLaren wins, let's see, I'm trying to figure out how the points affect Peter Granberg the most.
I think the problem for everyone else is I think Peter is going to go to everything, and that's going to make it really challenging, because I don't know how many more Evan has planned. I think Mario has a few more planned for sure, but my understanding is that Pete usually goes to almost everything.
Yeah.
So man, that's gonna be a tough one. But we'll see what we can do here. If Evan pulls something out tomorrow morning, you never know. We could twist his arm and then maybe come to a couple more.
So it's just interesting because Mario Moroni, who leads the championship standings, has not won an event yet. He's finished 2nd and 3rd and 4th. But Jeremy Bailey has won 1. Peter Granberg has won 1. Stan Feingold has won 1. And Evan McLaren has won 1, sorry. So no one has won, in the top 5, has won more than 1 event.
Wow.
So if you want to talk about consistency and how amazing the front of the field is, the other interesting thing is that there's been a number of head-to-heads where the wins have traded around a little bit thanks to that podium sprint format. So if McLaren wins this event, comes out of here as the points leader, it shakes everything up.
Looked like Cozier there maybe was having a little bit of a problem and going off the track. That's a bummer. Hopefully you can get that sorted out for tomorrow.
Yeah, Bucky Lassick picks up. There's Evan McLaren again. in Club TR. He ran a mid 58 or something previous lap. There it is, 58.8. And I don't see Peter Granberg here. I think Granberg's still in Group A. So this might have been a narrow miss for McLaren to be in Group A.
That makes sense.
And I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. They were kind of running together before, which I think would have helped them both. And now that they're separated out in the different groups, I think it's going to be a little bit harder without a rabbit to chase, or a rabbit or a wolf to run from, however you want to look at it. So, and here's a look. This is fantastic between McLaren and Bailey. A full second between these two on the racetrack at the moment. So
that's a lot of time to make up at Lime Rock.
It is, but you know, I think Jeremy Bailey's doing everything that he can do to just stay in touch with the front runners, because again, he has a points advantage, and again, I'm just going to play with some strategies here. Let's assume that things finish as they are. I think Granberg was the quicker of the bunch today. So if things were to finish as they were, Granberg would be leading. It would be tied for second with Bailey and McLaren in the points if things were to stay as they are. So but Jeremy's doing a nice job.
Very good.
But you got to try to dig a little bit deeper and try to knock one of those other two off second. That would really help. Oh, sir.
I think just giving space.
Oh, okay, I saw some dirt kick up there.
That's nice to see friends giving friends space. 10 Commandments.
I should make a graphic for that.
You should.
That would be nice.
We would authorize that.
Yeah. Well, I would put a heat exchanger logo on it.
All right. Party. Send it.
By the way, Street GT, we should keep our eyes on. Mark Kilgore, he was telling me it was getting real hot out there. I don't think we're going to see lap improvements necessarily, but I am interested in watching the Kilgore versus Chang battle, because they were kind of nip and tuck before. 57.9 is what Kilgore ran earlier. He's at a 59 right now, but he was only 2/10 ahead of Stephen Chang. And Kilgore, 58.1 that time. That was really solid.
That's not bad for this late in the day. He's finding speed, but I think you said that this is his first time here, right? So that makes sense that, you know, you can sometimes outweigh the track conditions with just getting comfortable with the track, right?
Yeah. There's a super unlimited car, John Veloso, in the Acura NSX GT3. He looks like he's kind of on a heater here.
He just did a 57.389. Wow. Not bad. First time ever here. I know he was doing a bunch of practice on the sim and stuff like that. He wanted to, you know, find as much pace as he could. And then we had that incident in the first session, so he didn't get a lap in the first session. So this is just his second session so far. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. And again, this car is not, you can't exactly, go down to your local Honda dealer and get a new one. So this is a precious baby, and you got to treat it with respect and work up to it for sure. But coming in from the underside, as far as the bravery is concerned,
that is the last one that was ever made or will ever be made, to my understanding.
Will ever be.
Yeah, that is car number 25, and that's it.
Yeah, that car still could run in IMSA or SRO, but the homologations are running out soon. So
no, I don't think it IMSA anymore,
maybe
because HRC didn't get involved with the torque sensors. So
that's why.
SRO, but not IMSA.
Yeah, that might make sense. Over the SRO side, I think Racer's Edge is working with a customer that has an Aston Martin now. So no more NSX over there. So we get it. More for us.
There you go. We want the GT3s.
Yeah. Mark Kilgore, 58.195, not bad. Again, we've mentioned that he's only 2/10 off his personal best. And again, when you go to a new racetrack, James, I'm interested in your thought on, how much you as the driver are leaving on the table over the course of a weekend like this, when you know you kind of have to get it done in the morning. So you're going to get 2 mornings, get Friday and Saturday morning. How much of this is chalked up, Mark running within 2/10 of his best lap? How much of that is driver, and how much of that is the conditions maybe not being as bad as we thought?
I think it's a huge percentage driver. I think that if you could take yourself back, from your mindset of the morning right now, you'd see it go probably significantly slower. But most of us have day jobs doing other things and are not driving every day, and sometimes you don't drive for a month before your next event, so you're getting comfortable, you're learning a track, you're there's so many things that are happening there over the course of a weekend. To try to go really, really fast in the first second is so challenging.
So Jeremy Bailey just sent me a message. He said, I'm terrified of the uphill and the downhill. I've got at least a second between those 2 turns if I could overcome the fear.
I respect the fear. I respect the fear, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's fascinating because really, if you look at the Club TR running order right now, McLaren, then Persing, Gatus, and Bailey, you take a second out of Bailey's time, put him at a 58.9, that puts him right where he needs to be for the weekend.
Yep. And Evan improved down to a 58.3 there, so that's a fairly big improvement.
Yeah, and again, I think he'd been in the
57.5.
57s, yeah, thanks. 57.538. But Peter Granberg at a 56.8 still, the fastest time. That is
insane.
Unbelievable.
Just insane.
I'm having a hard time comprehending that. But there's Bucky Lasek again. We caught up with him earlier with Cerise. We saw that piece in the previous session. But pretty solid laps there in that Bug-Eye Subaru. These are such cool cars. The Blob-Eye.
Just amazing to think that Street GT 10 seconds faster than Club TR at Road America. Street GT slower so far than Club TR at Lime Rock.
Horses for courses, right?
It's quite something. Quite something.
I mean, basically, you could the lap times here. You could run 2.5 laps of Lime Rock in what you can run in one at Road America. And despite Road America, and Road America is basically what 2.5 times the size.
Yeah.
Effectively. So the average speeds are not that different when you think about it.
Nope. No, I think the Lime Rock gets undersold sometimes as a slower average speed because it's a smaller track. And the average speed is fast here. There's just the corner, there's so many slow speed corners at Road America.
I'm going to do a little, I meant to do this for this weekend, and I didn't get a chance to, but I wanted to get an average speed in the ticker so we could look at not only the time, but the average speed.
Like that.
So that'll be Autobahn. We'll do that. But I think it would be, let's see, time, I want seconds.
Club TR was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, basically right on at Road America.
94 miles an hour average.
Wow.
Which is fast.
Do a Peters just for fun.
That was a 56.8.
Yeah.
95.
Okay, check 4 miles. I think Road America's 4 miles, right?
4.048. I know that one exactly.
Wow, I like that. And he was 230.0, I believe.
Yep. And that was, I typed that incorrectly. That was going to be
150.
Thank you. 97. So within
Lime
2
Rock,
miles an hour.
Lime Rock is a fast average speed.
That's a great data point.
Yep.
Cool. For those that weren't obviously
small but mighty.
yeah. For those that weren't obviously watching what I was doing, I accidentally typed in the calculator I was typing in took in seconds, and I put in 230 and it wouldn't take it, and it spat out 7,000 miles an hour. So that was not how fast he was going.
No, he was going fast, but not 7,000 miles an hour fast.
No. Daily Pagano in the 327 Street GT car. I think that's another M car, isn't it?
John Veloso just did his first 56 on lap 10 of the session. When you buy when you have a pro car like that, you do as many laps as the session will stand.
Yeah. Well, and he's on. Is he on?
He is on a Toyo RR.
Okay.
56.4980 just did.
Okay. So
there's not a lot of choices when it comes to sizing. When it comes to that.
It's on a 20-inch wheel.
Those are 18s.
18s. Okay.
All GTD is 18s.
You think I would know that?
I would have thought you would have known that. But there was a Toyo, or sorry, I think it's the new one. I think it's the Toyo R. Was available in a size that was really, really close to what the IMSA GTD sizes were. So that was kind of neat. And he wanted something that maybe didn't need warmers and stuff like that you could just kind of put on and turn some laps and not stress about it quite as much. He's still out there.
that was sort of my point. Was 10 laps into the session, for an IMSA car in GTD spec on a Michelin or Pirelli slick might take 5 or 6 laps to get to temp. Right there's Bronson McNeamer, by the way, second in the session, currently to Veloso. But checkered flag is out here for Group B, and that means one more group. And again, James, you let me know when you got to go to do your GLGT thing.
I'd love to see this Group A release before I head out.
Okay, because I would like you to go out and win that race, and we'll take a look at your data and see if you're still getting beat in the corners by by a Mustang from 30 years ago. So oh my, sorry, come back please. I need you here.
I feel bad because I always thought Bronson's last name was McNamara. And you call him McNeamer. Is it McNeamer or is it McNamara?
It's first time. Maybe I've been saying it wrong for 3 years. I don't know.
We're gonna have to ask him.
Oh boy,
Bronson, we're gonna need to know.
I could be wrong. please, someone correct me. No one's ever corrected me on that one before.
It could go either way for sure on that one.
A lot of drivers. I have a bone to pick, James. This is true of drivers.
They don't correct you.
They don't, and then they say, "Well, I don't really care," and then 5 years later, be like, "Oh yeah, by the way," and it's like, dude, like I don't want to say it wrong.
I want to be right.
Yeah.
And I appreciate there's a lot of challenging names that sometimes that you get right, and I'm always impressed by it.
Well, you take a swing at it, and you generally get good at guessing, but I don't think McNeamer is an unreasonable guess, so that's why it might have stuck for so long. But McNamara also makes sense now that I think about it. But all right, cars are on track for Group A, and I mean, you take your pick of which car you want to follow because all of them are great. Tomo just texted me. Let's see if he's got a solution. Oh, he's just roasting me for roasting you. Oh, man.
He liked the 30-year-old Mustang beating the TCR car.
Yeah.
Yes, Tom. I'm not doing it right. I will try harder,
well,
but not too much harder.
Let's
just
have
a little
a race
bit.
yet. Let's get to the race, and then we'll see if I can tone down the trash talk. All right, well, Group A on course. And this is going to be a fun one. This has been a fun one. I don't know about records per se, but I just like to see who can throw down when things get serious. Jim Rauch,
I think Jim still has potential here. I think Jim still has potential to improve.
Here we go. So he's the first car in shot here. This Honda Civic at the pointy end. Sasha Anise has the overall track record here, but he's chasing a 53.380 that he already reset earlier in the day.
He got up in that rut going into turn 1 there, right where you got to be. This is going to be a good start.
Off into turn 3 now. Right behind him is Dewey DeWitt,
who's it's tidy,
chasing street mod. Yeah, and so
both
far,
of them all 3 of them are real tidy there. I like it.
Sometimes tidy laps look clean, but
Dewey put his right front tire exactly where it needed to be on that exit of that turn 4 there.
Let's see what he's got. And then Borisma still chasing track mod. He already reset it in 2023. He's going to try to reset it again. You hear the revs climb over the crest of the hill.
I love that sound.
Ryan Matthews in the Street GT Corvette.
I just like to listen to that as I'm going to sleep at night.
Here comes Rauch across the line. And it is a 52.860.
Called it.
And what a lap for Jim Rauch.
Yep.
And that will reset the front-wheel drive unlimited record again this weekend.
That is not slow.
No, it is not.
That is not slow.
Wow. And Dewey, by the way, 55.785. He's sort of been trapped in that mid-55 region so far today. Alex Moss went quicker.
We did 54.6 in the first session.
You're right. Yep. So since then, and there he is with the pirate flag.
We love that. I love when people have like a brand, or like, a theme or anything like that. It keeps it fun, right? This can be so challenging and so frustrating and so many emotions sometimes. It's really cool when you can just keep it fun.
For sure. And again, Dewey's only a 10th off of his previous record in the all-wheel drive subcategory. There's Jeremy Lauder. Ooh, big pop and a crack from, and he went faster again, 52.586.
I think that car is on Michelin, so that it will take a couple laps sometimes, right?
Yep. Dewey crossed the stripe and didn't see it trip that time, but there's Jim Rauch, and man, what a lap ×2. To put down a new track record for the unlimited category was, again, for front-wheel drive at least, this is almost a full second quicker than earlier today.
That's really impressive. What is he going to do tomorrow morning?
I mean, he's not that far off from tickling the overall record of Sasha Anise from last year in the hybrid powertrain 600 horsepower 350Z.
I'm very curious how, for bragging rates, it'll be interesting to see if he can go faster than we did in the Evo in 2022 there.
Yeah, that's a more realistic one to beat, I think.
I would love to see that.
Yeah. You have to bring it back out again.
It is no longer in the country or on the continent.
Oh, where would it be?
It went away.
To where?
It went to another place.
Okay.
I might get to drive it in that place sometime, and when it happens...
I know what you're talking about.
When it happens, we will announce it.
I got it. Okay. Dewey, 55.785. That was what he ran before, so no pickup still. Alex Moss leads the way, 55.450 in this session at least.
I think that might have been PB from earlier too, maybe.
Alex? I would almost certainly say that's Alex's PB. 55.9, yeah.
Wow,
half a second.
That's a big pickup there.
For sure. There's Ertel in the 379. That's the unlimited Class C6 Corvette. He just had his personal best of this session, and not quite the best of his weekend so far. He's been in the 56s. But there he is. It reminds me a lot of Jackson Jensen's GLTC car from a couple years ago.
Yep, for sure. That body style is just absolutely timeless.
Yeah.
C5s are great too, but a C6 body is just incredible, especially with a splitter and a wing on it. That will look good 30 years from now. I'm very confident.
Great looking cars, a lot of performance for the dollar. Dewey still cooling it down. I wonder if Dewey's going to try to go for one more.
He's definitely. If he's still out here, he's going again.
All right.
I'm confident.
Well, let's keep
and
our
there's not
eyes.
that much traffic right now. This is a good time.
Chris Smith leading in track mod for Smith. That is a new PB for him by a long ways, 0.8 of a second better than he ran earlier today. So leads track mod now. Now 54.1 is what he's chasing. That'll be tough to get there, but if he just took a second out of what he ran earlier, I mean, why not?
Close.
Dewey's.
That 55.4, I wonder if it's fast enough to make Jackie uneasy tonight.
It could. It could.
If he just like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about this when he goes to sleep. Does he come back? Does he go, he's too close? Does he come back in the morning?
I mean, he's only in Pocono. How far is that away? It doesn't feel that far.
I feel like that's one of those spots that feels closer than it is.
Yeah, that could be.
I could be wrong.
All right, Dewey is throttling up, maybe? Or is he still on a cool down here?
Double cool down?
Double cool down. And he's going to let Chris Smith go on by. Yep, he's going to give the point by.
But Chris Smith is also on a cool down.
Yep.
It's only 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, he's coming back. He'll be back.
He might be back. Was he going to go and try to do a session today? Still? Jackie was going to do something today, or was he going to be back for tomorrow's? Like?
Oh, I don't know.
That'd be interesting. Maybe he's going to go back and come back for the morning session again. 3 hours is not that far.
Going to put more miles on the car, getting it to and from the events that he's double dipping in.
Did he drive it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he drove it. Yeah, he didn't trailer that thing. Not between those two events.
That's hilarious because it's got like hardly any interior.
Yes,
or anything.
they're street driving it.
That is amazing. Leave it to Jackie. Like when he brought it from New Jersey to Mid-Ohio that time.
Yeah.
He street drove it, but they had a support vehicle to carry the splitter.
Just bolt it to the roof.
I was just going to say it needed a snowboard rack on it or something.
Here comes Zertel again in the unlimited class car. Dewey's still cooling down.
What is he doing out there?
He must just be waiting. I mean, it's hot. Maybe just waiting for those engine temps to drop. But I don't know. Street class, by the way, we haven't seen anyone break those yet this weekend.
Yeah.
So that one's still dangling up there. We've had some really fast times. Luca Barberas at a 57.6. And we haven't honestly seen Josh Hulka get super close to that yet, I don't think. Josh only a 59.0. He actually ran better in this most recent session.
So interesting. Well, you know, it's always tricky. You never know if someone's going to overcome the track degradation with setup changes, getting more comfortable and everything like that.
Yeah,
I think that's what's happened there.
What about the cloud cover here shading a lot of the racetrack too, especially in the uphill? Does that affect anything quick enough for people to consider?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it would have to be out for a while there, but I don't know that. I don't want to comment on it because I'm not sure. But I think that it takes a while to cool pavement down. Like when you think about sometimes at night when it's been a really hot day, the pavement still feels hot to the touch, sometimes 2 hours after the sun has gone down. So I think it takes a bit of time.
And Peter Granberg is still on track as well, we should know. Dewey's still off power for the time being. And James, I do have Ito here, so if you want to get going to GLGT, why don't you skedaddle?
I'm out.
All right, see you, James.
I'll see you guys in the morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, James. And Ito is coming to save me for Ibach GLTC in a couple minutes, but we're finishing up Group A here with the Track Battle Time Attack group, so we'll stick Ito back in the hot seat. Just like we're playing hot potato with the headsets here this weekend. And just while you were...
Why is this headset so sweaty? It's also so big. It's like falling off my head here.
It's a big melon head. And anyway, so things you should know. We just broke the unlimited track front wheel drive record.
Actually, it happened twice in this session. The first lap, then the second lap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. And then we saw some improvements from a couple of the drivers. Mark Kilgore got close to improving. But I'm also keeping my eye on Peter Granberg because he is better than McLaren. He ran a 56.8 earlier.
Yeah.
So we did an average speed analysis of his best lap here versus his best lap at Road America. The average speed here is only 2 miles an hour less than Road America.
Oh, wow. That's actually a really cool statistic.
I thought so, too, because you just never really slow down here.
Yeah, all these corners are medium speed, really high momentum corners, and actually Road America, even though it has a really long straights, most of the corners are actually pretty slow, and it kind of makes sense that a Club TR car, which doesn't get up to speed quite as fast as, say a Street GT car or in the track mod, street mod cars, that the average speed wouldn't be that different, because around here you're just maintaining the same speed almost throughout the whole lap. Like the cornering speeds are not that different corner to corner to corner, really.
No, they're not, and it's been really interesting to follow. So here's Granberg again. He's not going to go quicker in this session, I don't think, than he has gone today, but
yeah, making
a lot of laps. And so we were doing a little bit of points analysis also. So just to catch you up on our conversation around this, Mario Moroni leads the standings in Club TR. Then it's Bailey, Granberg, Stan Feingold, and Mike Bryant, Evan McLaren. So Bryant, Feingold, and Moroni are not here. If Evan McLaren wins this event and Peter Granberg doesn't finish second, Evan McLaren takes the points lead from 6th. That's how tight things are right now. But if Jeremy Bailey finishes second, he comes out of here tied for second. With Mario Moroni, with Evan McLaren should Peter Granberg win. So it's going to be really tight regardless. There's only 4 points separating the top 3 right now, but McLaren, the way he's running, he's going to be in this conversation no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely, and it comes down, when there's enough tiebreakers, it comes down to head-to-head. And if everybody starts, if it gets really close, it's really going to come down to who did the best against each other. So yeah, I mean, looks like it's 4 points separating the top 3 right now. And I think they all have the same number of events or close to it. Yeah, everybody's counting the top 4 right now.
And
so
no one has won more than one event so far.
Yeah, well, it's been super close. And CMP was weird because you had both McLaren and Mario having issues during the podium sprint.
Let's have a look at our results here for heat number 3. Sam Dooling, Tim Forsheimer, Jason Davidson, the top of the board here in Club SC, but also note that Austin O'Brien, while his times were deleted from this session, he still is the quickest in this class. In Club TR, we just saw Peter Granberg out in front of it. He still is in front, just actually improved to a 57.9 just now. Evan McLaren, then Persing, Gatos, and Jeremy Bailey. So this is going to be a really fun battle to watch this weekend.
Yeah, tomorrow morning is going to be where it matters most. So that's going to be really fun to watch here in the morning to see whether Granberg or McLaren take the win.
And then in street class, we have not seen any records fall just yet in this category. Josh Hulka leads the way over Eddie Siegel, Cody Umba, Chris Nahill, Chuck Meyer in the Subi Mods car. So that'll be a fun fight to watch. See if we can get down into to record-breaking territory in the morning with cool temps in the mid-60s. In street GT, Mark Kilgore and Ryan Matthews back and forth a couple of times. Matthews and Kilgore have been mighty close. Stephen Chang in the mix as well.
Yeah, but Nick Hendricks didn't go out in this session. He's your current leader.
Yeah, Alex Moss is at the pointy end of Street Mod for the time being in this session. Dewey DeWitt second, then Cal Fortner, Devin Hoffman, Ethan Brown in that Volkswagen GTI in P5. Fun to watch. Now, track mod's interesting because no Jackie Ding in this session, but Chris Smith, 55.4, and Chris Boersma, 55.7, effectively right up in the mix.
Yeah, cool to see Boersma back up there. He's been having a lot of troubles with his car, a lot of teething issues from big changes he made over the winter, and it looks like he's gotten back up to pace here with that car. So really cool to see him here doing so well.
And in Unlimited, we saw the new front-wheel drive record reset twice. Jim Rock in the number 921 Honda Civic, 52.586. Jake Hertel in the 56s as well with his C6 Corvette. And Louder, Johnson, and Chris Gatos, the rest of your top 5. And highlights from track battle qualifying 3. Pretty spicy stuff out there a couple of times. Started early with Club SC with some big wiggles in a couple of different categories here. Going back to this session, though, it was at the very pointy end, the Unlimited car, Jim Rock in the Civic that led the way. Dewey laid down a couple good laps, spent the rest of the session cooling things off, though, which was a little surprising.
Yeah, I mean, in this heat, you're not going to be setting any blistering time, so it's really all about some machine conservation. So I'm sure he's just trying to take it easy, keep it in good shape for tomorrow morning as we see Cal Fortner and Jeremy Louder on screen now. Cal in that Mercedes GT.
Yeah, Dewey tried to find a little bit more speed, but wasn't able to quite break the curse of 55 seconds in this session. Peter Granberg, 57s, but he has been quicker than that earlier in the weekend. Jake Hertel and others just trying to chip away at the time in Heat 3, the final heat of Friday. More coming tomorrow from the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. And Rolling through turn 1 there. That C6 Corvette looking pretty solid there. But track battle, heat 3 complete. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Eibach GLTC is on track now for the first race of the weekend. 12 to 15 minute race is upcoming. 35 cars going for glory here. The season champion gets to go to Germany and see the Eibach headquarters. And hopefully, they're only 2 hours away from the Nordschleife, so I hope that there's a little carrot dangled there to win the championship. But the first race of the weekend is upcoming. Kyle Heyer joined by Ido Waxman. Ido, this has been a pretty thrilling season. Statistically, by this point in the year, we've had more wins than by different drivers than any other season in GRIDLIFE history. So it's been a really fun year. But Andy Smedegaard in the F824 powered FRS is on the pointy end of the field here.
Yeah, this top 10 is all filled with talent and super, super tight here in the top. So Andy Smedegaard was first, but Coutil in third is your best positioned of the championship leaders here. So he's got a really good shot to gain some points on them here.
Yeah, we should get a look here at our starting grid. There it is, Andy Smedegaard on the front row alongside Paul Darling. We're going to absolutely watch that 55 car be a threat. Eric Coutil, as you mentioned, starting third alongside Nick Barbado. In the number 49, that it's Aaron Lichty and Matt Waldbaum starting alongside each other in a Corvette and S2000 respectively. Baton Rosenberg's Falcon Corvette starts 7th alongside Sam Scott in the number 85 NC Miata. And Emil Tab and Eric Magnussen round out your top 10.
Yeah, and then down in 11th, we've got Carlos Mendez with Lena Chin right next to him in 12th. And then in 13th, we've got Dana Basinski, and in 14th, Kevin Zhu with his freshly repaired Civic here. John Gatos in 15th, Jake Price in 16th. Then in 17th, we've got Peter Zhang, and in 18th, we've got Michael Pagano, who apparently instructs here normally. Brandon Ganem in 19th, and Raul Ariardi in 20th.
In 21st place is Donald Louis in the number 404. Salil Shukla starts 22nd in the number 715. Then it's Daniel Geraldo in the Lexus, who rolls off in 23rd in the 440. Jeff Wasilko in 24th, and Azmath Mohammed in 25th, alongside Thomas Lathrop in the number 84 BMW. Thomas Moss starts 27th. Dai Win in 28th in the 888. Then it's Richard Sawicki, Chandler Rowe in 29th and 30th. In the last couple of rows here, Ido, it's going to be Pat Huxley, Dakota Pionik making one of his first GLTC weekend starts, then Natalie Latos and Lisa Keys with Ragnar in the hands there in 34th, and Eric Dallariva starts 35th.
Yeah, good to see Lisa Keys back out there. She had some mechanical issues during qualifying, so hopefully the car behaves in this session. She can get some nice clean racing. As these cars now, they're going through their second formation lap. They're going to go green at the end of this lap. And it's going to be really fun to watch them going into turns 1, 2, and 3 are 1 through 4 are always super eventful here until they kind of file line astern for the rest of the lap. So it's going to be really fun to watch. Looks like Andy has chosen the inside line heading into 1, which kind of leaves. It's really dangerous when you're on the outside line. When you're gridded up on the outside line, because you could end up on the outside of turn 4 and then kind of get passed by everybody who takes the racing line in turn 4, and you get passed on the no-name straight. So it's very critical for anybody on the outside line to try and tuck in to stay on the inside for turn 4 especially.
So time to go racing in Eibach GLTC. Lights are out on the pace car, and next time by we're going green for 12 to 15 minutes at one of America's most historic road courses, built in 1957. It's seen decades and decades of racing from all sorts of different racing series. And in 2022, we brought Eibach GLTC here for the first time. We had a 60-car field here last year, trimming the things down a little bit this season, but the quality of the field is unmatched. To the start line, Andy Smedegaard, Paul Darling at the front, green flag, and we're underway at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Eibach GLTC. Look at Aaron Lichty, 3 wide to the inside of Coutil, and the V8 Corvette powering between the front runners there and sneaks past Coutil. There's still 3 wide there with Waldbaum on the outside.
Yeah, Andy had a good start, and Coutil was following him. He had a nose on Paul, but then Andy seemed to have slowed up midway through the front straightaway, and it kind of brought everybody back in.
Yeah, that was really wild. They had trouble for Daniel Geraldo at turn 1. He's turned around backwards in the Lexus. He'll get back rolling, so that's good news there. I don't think I saw any more contact than just that. So a little frantic there in the opening moments, but as we come back around onto the Paul Newman straight, up at the front, I think Andy was able to sneak away while really Lichty kind of upset the apple cart there a little bit, huh?
Yeah, and Paul Darling has managed to stay in second place. He managed to make his way behind Andy for turns 3 and 4, so he got to keep his position. Barbado is right behind him in third, and then he's followed by Waldbaum due to Coutil kind of getting held up by Andy down the back straightaway before turn 1.
Coming across the line here. 1.7 seconds. That definitely held up Darling a little bit, but Eric Coutil's not going to be stoked about that. He really wanted a better start than that.
Magnussen has gotten ahead of Matan. Magnussen started in 10th and ended up in 7th in that mess. Matan ended up in 9th, so right now Coutil in 6th, Magnussen in 7th, and Matan in 9th.
Yeah, and this is going to shake up the championship a little bit. We talked about how Matan Rosenberg leads by 30 points in the season title over Eric Coutil, but it's only 5 back to Eric Magnussen. So I think Coutil's really watching that 330 BMW, but remember, the next couple of rounds actually benefit Eric Coutil, but he has to take advantage of it, and getting swarmed on the start by Lichty is not going to help his race efforts here. And with how close everyone is and how hard it is to pass, it really matters how you start these races.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really, you know, I didn't expect that kind of move from Aaron Lichty. He normally doesn't take a risky move like that, making it 3 wide into turn 1, and it kind of really to the detriment of everybody past the top 3. So we'll see. Coutil looked like he's showing his nose on Lichty heading to turn 1. Let's see if he can complete that pass.
Yeah, and Lichty
still on the inside.
Yeah, and Coutil on the curb there.
Yep.
Big hop and a skip as he tries to take the outside line now through turn 3.
If he can stay with him, he could get the inside into 4. Yep, still has overlap. Great move from Coutil, and he takes that spot away from Lichty, and now Magnussen's going to try and get by as well.
Ooh, dropped a tire in the dirt on driver's right. And again, that was a little dicey there for Lichty. Had to jump out of the throttle there in the marbles. It cost him a lot of time. That's going to help Coutil, though, into the uphill.
Yeah, you don't want to be side by side into the uphill. That's, you can see Coutil just made a huge gap on him because they're fighting up the uphill in one of the most technical parts of the track. They're losing ground to Coutil as a result of that.
Yeah, that was what Coutil really needed, and he's got that. Waldbaum's big slide through turn 7. Woo. He was off the apex there by a couple feet. Gathered it up. He'll stay straight, though. Andy leads 1.8 back to Darling. Then Barbado 3rd, Waldbaum 4th, and now Coutil P5.
Yeah, great job from Eric. Now he can go and chase the top 3. He's got the pace over them, so let's see if he can open that up. And maybe Lichty's going to hold back Magnussen and Rosenberg a little bit to Coutil's advantage.
Let's also not count out Emil Tab in that NB winning Formula MX-5. It's a K24 powered car. He's 5th in the championship. He's only raced 2 events. He's a real threat to everyone else if he continues to run this many through the rest of the year. And he's right behind, right ahead of Matan Rosenberg, who was a driver that was dominant at Road America last month.
Yeah, and he's now trying to show the nose on Magnussen. So if he can overtake Matan and Eric Magnussen in this race, he's going to gain points on them and try and move up in the championship. And also worth noting, Lena Chen, she's in 10th. She moved up all the way from 12th up to 10th, so good job for her. I don't see Sam Scott. I wonder if he pulled in somewhere. Yeah, I don't see him in the top 10 at all, so he dropped out of the top 10. There he is. Looks like in 17th, so he lost a ton of spots on that start.
Yeah, into turn 1 there. Look at Neil Tat trying to find his way around these big V8 powered cars.
Yeah, as they come through the very technical turns 1, 2, and then 3. Oh, Magnussen gets loose on the entry into 3, and Tab closes the gap a little bit, but it's not enough. But Emil's going to give him trouble down the no-name straight. Is he going to try and make overlap, or he's going to try and get back in line and then try and make a pass happen in a more advantageous spot on track?
Yeah, it's a small car, but it's got big power. That's a 220-plus horsepower NB MX-5 with that K24 under the hood. And it's got Emil Tab, one of the more experienced drivers here.
Catching Andy. Andy's got a problem.
Trouble for the race leader. Here comes Paul Darling around the outside. And watch the championship points here as well. It's going to shift and shuffle here with the positions changing. But Andy Smedegaard does have a problem. He's off pace, and Paul Darling takes the lead.
Paul Darling and also Barbado getting through. Let's see if Andy can reset the car a little bit to see if he can make that issue go away. This is great to see, though. I'm sure both Paul and Barbado were happy to see that. They didn't really have to fight him at all. He looks like he's up to a pace, is Andy, so we'll see if he comes up to a pace. Maybe it's something that's only affecting him on the very top end of his speed range.
Yeah, again, that's a real shame for Andy Smedegard. But remember, Paul Darling last year was in this position in race 1, was leading, and then had a mechanical issue. Now he's got clear racetrack ahead of him, and he's got Barbado right behind. So this is about to get very spicy for the lead of Eibach GLTC at Lime Rock Park. Here we go. Battle through West Bend and heading down the hill.
Matt showed him the nose in West Bend to Andy, and he got bogged up, and now Coutil is trying to find inside. Yeah, he's on his inside heading into the last turn.
Here we go across the stripe. It looks like whatever Andy, maybe it was a shifting issue because he's back up to speed now across the stripe. Darling, Barbado, Smedegard, Walbaum, Coutil, top 5. It's getting frantic here as they come across the stripe.
Yeah, really great battle for 3rd through 5th here, but Paul Darling running away from Barbado here, and as you see the weekend points, Darling will take the lead, I think for the first time in his GLTC career, heading into tomorrow's races.
Yeah, look at Barbado and Smedegard tied for 2nd right now, courtesy of Andy's qualifying points. So that's something we'll keep our eyes on all weekend long as we make our way through these 4 races. But Paul Darling in a position he's never been in. Nick Barbado has won 1 race before, race 4 at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. He'd love to steal the lead from someone and earn one the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, Andy seems right back up to pace, and now he's kind of holding up Walbaum and Coutil behind him. You can kind of see Lichty's kind of catching that train back up. So we'll see if Walbaum and Coutil can get past Andy. I'm sure Coutil would love to. He knows every single position he makes up in this race is position important for his championship. So he's going to be pushing hard to get past those 2.
So Darling picked up a little bit of ground on Barbado that time, 1.2 seconds.
Smedegard fastest lap, so he's clearly back up to pace.
Yeah, was that just now or was that? I think you're
believe
right.
So.
Yeah, okay. If that was just now, then he's just fine. There's Barbado. And again, championship points. Just take note that that if Coutil is 25 points back from Rosenberg, that's a 5-point gain, 26 points back. That's a 4-point gain from where he was at the start of the race. So it's a little chunk here, a little chunk there, but this is the kind of race with Rosenberg in 9th. Coutil would really like to be P1, P2, take advantage of Rosenberg.
He's trying to get overlap on Matt, but just not enough. He knows he has to step back in line so he can keep up with them. He's going to try and make a move into turn 1 here, showing his nose again into the downhill. But now following him, trying to get that draft to get a nice exit so he can make a move into turn 1. Let's see what he can do. Lichty has caught right back up to them. They've left Magnussen, Tab, and Rosenberg behind.
Here you go. Coutil up the inside at turn 1, opens the door. Walbaum left him the opportunity to stick the nose in, but didn't take it. Now he's going to track to the inside of Big Bend here, sliding on the curbs with the rub blocks there, and he's going to go the long way around at turn 3.
This is the move he loves to make. This is the move he made on Lichty. If he can keep overlap through 3, here he goes. He has the inside of 4, and he can take that position. Great move.
A big slide, and it'll leave him vulnerable. Here comes Aaron Lichty to stick the nose in. Tried to go right. Walbaum blocked it off. By the way, getting a notification, Carlos Mendez spun leaving Big Bend. He continued, so we'll keep racing here at the pointy end of the field. Just saw him roll on by. That's why he dropped down the order. But man, it's getting spicy up in the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And Walbaum kind of playing a little dumb there, just like, I'm just on the racing line. I don't know what Lichty's doing. And Lichty's trying to get his inside, but Matt was already on the racing line, so he kind of really balked Lichty there.
Yeah, and again, so watch Coutil here. Now that he's got this spot, I think it's going to count it here. There it is, and there's the extra point, 3:06 now. Just chipping away at Matan Rosenberg in this championship fight. So,
and then there's a big jump between 4th and 3rd in terms of points. So that's going to be really advantageous to him if he can get past Andy Smedegard for that last podium position.
Yeah, this is going to be a big deal here, but he's going to run out of time, I think, pretty shortly. So no white flag displayed just yet, but he's got to get aggressive and get by Andy in this 2-1-2 Scion FRS.
Yeah, great battle to watch. Eric carving through the field after he got balked on that start, but he's recovered well, and he's left his championship leaders in the dust. So this is a great drive from Eric here. This is what he needs to win the championship, or to at least gain points over his rivals in the championship.
And Andy just a hair better, best lap of the race, as you see with the purple white there. So he is the fastest car, or was the fastest car on the racetrack at one point. Is that, big slide for Coutil, leaving 7. He gathered it up, but was way sideways all over the back of Andy Smedegard here. And again, chasing down the 2-1-2 here into the first corner.
On the outside, let's see if he's going to try and over-under him. He's still no white flag, so he's got at least one more lap. after this one, staying nice and tied up to him. I think he's probably going to tuck in behind him unless Andy makes a big mistake and try again into turn 1 on the next lap.
This is really, really tight stuff. You know, Eric is driving so hard, knowing that Rosenberg is tied up way deep in the rearview mirror. He's got to take advantage. He's in this for the championship, not just the individual race bragging rights. And Andy's here, again, trying to prove the point. You know, this is a non-K Series or non-V8 car. I don't think we've had one of those win a race yet this season. Maybe Barbado, because he has the inline
S52.
S52, yeah.
I think.
So maybe that's the lone exception there. But Andy would like to add to that list. A little bit deeper in the field here.
Here it comes. Still no white flag, so we still got another lap in addition to this one.
And traffic, plenty of it. And Paul Darling's going to drive right into it, by the way. He's up the road from this battle that we've been watching for third. So the traffic management could mean the difference here. By the way,
Tab making a move on Magnussen heading to turn 1.
That's going to be real tight for what position is that? P7.
Yep, and Matan tried to follow him into P1, didn't quite make the overlap. Oh, we can see him on the edge of our screen there. I think Tab might have the position.
And blue flags flying, and Barbado making up some ground here on Darling, I think. But this is going to get spicy again on this final lap when we get it.
Yeah, here we go. And now Coutil's closer to Smedgaard, heading into West Bend from the uphill now. I think our leaders have cleared the pack behind them, so I don't think it affected between Darling and Barbado, I don't think it affected them very much. Same with Coutil and Smedgaard, which is great to see.
White flag, last lap of the race.
Ooh.
And here comes Eric Coutil and Andy Smedgaard into traffic. It'll be the final lap between these two. Final lap for the race leader. Coutil's to the inside of Andy. Down into the first corner here. And is Coutil going to edge it away? Not quite. They had to go around the outside of Lisa Keys here. That'll be frustrating for Coutil, but what can you do?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we haven't seen lap traffic play a big part in races until here, and it makes sense. This is our shortest track here on the calendar. Yeah, unfortunate for Eric. He just got it timed badly, but again, he's still gaining spots on his championship rivals.
Yeah, up into turn 5 now, the uphill for the final time. Paul Darling, by the way, is going to be coming down the hill here in just a moment's time. And Paul Darling has never won a race in IBOT GLTC. Last year was robbed of it with a mechanical failure, but today he's going to undo the disaster of 2024. Paul Darling wins in IBOT GLTC. Race 1 at Circuit Legends goes to Paul Darling. Nick Barbado, second place, and Andy Smedgaard is just going to hang on to third place over Coutil by a car length.
Yeah, and here comes Walbaum, hangs on to 5th, Lichty in 6th, and then we're going to get, Tab and Magnussen to the line.
Woo, that was tight. Magnussen got him by a nose.
A nose.
And that was 0.03 of a second between those two.
And Lena made it all the way up to 9th in that. She passed Matan on that lap, so that's a great run for her. She gained up 3 or 4 positions, so great job by Lena Chin as well.
Wow, what a race. That was exciting up and down the order. And Emil Tab just getting sniped by Magnussen there at the end, 18.6 seconds back and 18.6 seconds back. Really, really spicy. But wow, let's have a look at the race results here for IBOT GLTC Race 1. For the first time ever, Paul Darling wins an event in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Nick Barbado in second place, Andy Smedgaard, Coutil, and Walbaum your top 5. But Lichty with that big move on the start, that little slip up when Eric got by, put him down the order a bit, you know?
Yeah, it really screwed up a lot of the people from 5 down to 10 and really changed up the order there. Really exciting to watch. Dana Basinski in 11th also moved up. Kevin Zhu in 12th, John Gatos in 13th, Jake Price 14th, Peter Zhang 15th, Sam Scott falling out of the top 10 in 16th, Jalil Shukla in 17th, Michael Pagano in 18th, Raul Iriardi in 19th, and Azmith Muhammad in 20th.
Yeah, that was a job well done there. Eric Dallariva from the tail of the field up to 21st. Donald Louis, Brandon Gannam, Thomas Lathrop, then Jeff Wasilko, Dai Wynn, Thomas Moss, Carlos Mendez, who had an off and back on, Chandler Rowe, then Pat Huxley in 30th place. And the last page here, I think we had a couple more drivers. Dakota Pionic, Lisa Keys, Natalie Lotos, Richard Sawicki, Daniel Geraldo we saw with that early incident at Big Bend. Wow, what a race, Ito. That was fun. And I'm sure we'll get a look at the highlights here in just a moment for IBOT GLTC race number 1. We had plenty of action In the first race on the start, Aaron Lichty popped out of line to the inside, caught Eric Catil by surprise, and it was 3 wide for third place, while Andy Smedegaard and Paul Darling battled out for the top spot here. As they made their way around Big Bend, Aaron Lichty tried to defend from Catil on his recovery charge, but when Catil snuck by, it forced Lichty to slip, and after that, Catil set his charge forward.
Yeah, he got past, he managed to gain a couple more spots there at the end of the race, and then Magnussen and this group, Magnussen and Tab, both to the line, separated by a nose at the finish.
And then, again, that was really, really fun. Paul Darling, again, leading the way, wins his first ever Eibach GLTC race here at Lime Rock Park. What a job well done. But it wasn't over yet, because Andy Smedegaard and Eric Catil had to fight it out when they caught traffic a little bit later. It got pretty interesting, and all to say, Paul Darling fists out the window, celebrations in order as he picks up 25 points and a victory. Checkered flag goes to Paul Darling, with Catil just coming up shy of his run to third place in Eibach GLTC race number 1.
Man, that's going to be a hard race to beat for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, so the next race is going to be set by these finishing positions, and then the third race is going to be by fastest lap during that second race.
Well, we'll be back with more racing from GridLife Circuit Legends in just a little while, because it's GridLife GT up next.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data butt. Do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends and Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Mark Kilgore for GridLife GT race number 1. It's been a fun weekend so far. Day 1 of 2 of our festival event here, round 6 of 9 of the 2025 GridLife Championship. And Mark, you've been on track a bunch today, within 2/10 of your best time in the heat of the day. So how's the track feel right now, and what are we expecting here in GridLife GT?
Track's staying pretty grippy. It's been pretty consistent. Some people are going slower. I'm also finding a little bit of time trying out a few different lines, so that's kind of been interesting. Some curbs here, staying on the track surface there. But overall, I've been pleasantly surprised, even though we have been bathed in sunlight and it's a beautiful day that is also cooking the track surface, but it has stayed together fairly well. So I'm excited to be able to see these guys get out here. And I think it's going to be a good one. If anything, with the GLTC race that we just saw, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, we saw some really good action there. And we've talked in the past about how Lime Rock has one really good passing opportunity down into turn one at the end of the front straight. But you can make passes happen other places. You just have to get brave with it, and you can't get yourself in a position where you're sandwiched between the curbing and a competitor, because if you hit that stuff, it can make a real mess. But it's a relatively small field here for GRIDLIFE GT in its first trip here to Lime Rock and first season of competition. So that means that everyone's got plenty of space, and the intensity and the need to make a pass now is sort of off the table. But AJ Hartman and James Houghton should put on a pretty good show for us. They've been pretty fun to watch. And AJ Hartman's got a home-built, homebrew car, a new Edge Ford Mustang with a twin-turbo V6 out of a Ford F-150. Let's catch up with him from earlier in the day. Cerise talked with him.
All right, guys, I am here with now AJ Hartman. You are running in GLGT this weekend. Yep. Now, talk to us about the car that you're driving.
So it's a 99 Mustang. It's got a 3.5 EcoBoost out of an F-150. A bunch of people asked me about that. And an entire rear subframe out of a 2015 Mustang. So a bit of a Frankenstein going on, but you know, it works.
I love it. It's a mouthful, but you guys are actually giving him hell out there. You're sitting in P2 right now.
Okay.
Do you have any strategies? Now, we've talked to a lot of drivers today. There's a lot of changing variables out there. You have the temperature, you have different classes hitting the track. What are you dealing with personally?
Not much. Car's running good. So I can't complain. Yeah, did all my prep ahead of time, so at the track it's just kind of drive it, and yeah, everything's going good. Better knock on wood.
First time here at Lime Rock?
No, I've been here a couple of times.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're familiar with the nuances and the challenges that this track poses for you drivers?
Yeah, the uphill takes some guts, I'll call it. And same thing with the downhill. All the aero on my car, I figured I would be pretty good here.
You think you got enough?
I could always use more.
Absolutely. We love to see this big wing out here. I mean, is this not one of like the biggest fuel cells I've ever seen? This thing looks massive. Is it just because it's inside the car, like inside the cockpit here?
So this is just a firewall around the cell within it. Okay. So it's only, I think, like a 15-gallon, so it's really not huge right now.
Mans is running like 24 hours of Le Mans out here in the Mustang. That's crazy. No, that's awesome, though. You're actually doing phenomenal. This is a new class of racing here at GRIDLIFE, and we love to see the different chassis that are out here rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for the talk. Yep. Guys, stay tuned for the next race.
I'm going to beat James.
I'm going to beat James. Thanks, Cerise. And AJ's car, really cool. We're only going to get one pace lap here, so no time to run through the grid as we head down the hill here towards the green flag. AJ Hartman, by the way, he is hiring. He's got a sticker on the side of that car. He told me, because if you got a moment, he's got only a couple of stickers on the side. AJ Hartman Aero, and he's hiring stickers. So, time to go racing in GRIDLIFE GT. Race number 1. It is a new Edge Ford Mustang alongside a Honda Civic TCR. 8.9 to 1 power to weight in its first year of competition. Green flag, and we're underway. And immediately Hans Horpenal jumps out of line, 3 wide, drives up to 3rd place. Houghton takes the lead and into turn 1 here, Mark. Hans Horpenal from the back of the field, the 2nd and 1 straight away.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting there that AJ decided to take the inside line, but it does not look like it's worked out. I don't know, maybe he had a missed shift or something. He was side by side with James, and then he kind of lost some ground. Hans jumped up there as well, so unfortunate, but I bet that AJ is going to be able to get back up there with James and put him under some pressure.
Yeah, we'll see what the pressure looks like, and Hans struggling out of the right-hander there onto turn 4, and Chris DeLucia is going to go on by, and as quickly as it started, it looks like he's already got problems. So that was hero to 0 real fast on the opening lap there, Mark.
I can imagine that you know, they just put a new ECU in that ABS upgrade as well, so maybe that is not quite going to plan.
Yeah, down the hill through turn 7. AJ Hartman's been quicker than James Houghton all day long. He wants to beat him. I was ribbing James a little bit about it during the time attack sessions, but lap 1 complete, about 10 car lengths between the two. But it seems to be closing here with AJ down into turn 1.
It does. It looked like he was able to close up on him on that front straight going into the brake zone. They braked at about the same brake marker, so looks like that AJ's got the performance. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, there's a look at it. Lap 1. James Houghton 131 miles an hour, AJ Hartman 127, but we'll see that shift and shuffle here just a little bit. Alex Pites again, quickest of the opening drivers here on that first lap of Ascot.
Yeah, and good to see David Bamforth back out there with the Porsche. He's running at the back currently, but considering what happened in qualifying, him having a little contact with the wall, it's good to see him back out there.
Fantastic stuff. This is the battle we're watching this whole race, I would think. A.J. Hartman, look at how he closes through West Bend. That's a high arrow corner there, Mark, where you can't really use the curb to your inside to your advantage. And this is so fun to watch it at work as he closes in on James.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really making that arrow work well. You can kind of see James faded to the middle of the track there, kind of protecting the inside, and then he moves back over for the braking zone as they go into turn 1. Neither one of them take much curb. They stay kind of mid-track, track out here, then turn back into turn 2, get ready to set up for turn 3. It all comes at you so quick, so fast.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, we've seen on the Fire Laps data here, all these cars running Fire Links, that James Houghton a little bit less speed through the corners, but on braking in particular has been really good with that Honda Civic TCR. On to the Paul Newman straight again, this time half a second at the line. Best lap goes to Hartman here early on, but this is going to take some time to play out. Also, DeLucia and Thompson battling for third. That's been fun to watch so far.
Yeah, I can imagine this is going to be a 2-horse race up here at the front, but then Thompson and DeLucia are going to be battling out for the last step on the podium for this first race, so we'll kind of see what happens there. As they
through turn 7, James a little bit off a little bit wider line leaving the corner here, but again, kind of nip and tuck. It's going to be a similar gap, I think, this time through. Maybe a little tighter. It's a little bigger, actually, and there's that battle for third we were just referencing.
Yeah, Thompson kicked up a little bit of dust there under some pressure from DeLucia. So 2 by 2 they run, first and second, third and fourth. DeLucia kind of closing in there. Thompson rides the inside of that curb there, gets the car, uses that kind of as a hook to get the car rotated and turned.
He's been really aggressive with the hands there through there. Again, Alex Pite's consistently one of the quickest cars here. That's max speeds from lap 3 of this race. And Zazoulis not far away, 129.5 for Pites and 128 for Zazoulis. And again, watching Thompson and DeLucia climb the uphill. DeLucia a little bit better through that portion of the racetrack, but we've seen Thompson be really aggressive on those curbs. The car seems to take those a little better. And in the uphill, look at 92 miles an hour for A.J. Hartman that time through. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, it looked like right there, A.J. kind of poked his nose into the mirror of, A.J. poked his nose into the mirror of James, trying to kind of throw him off his game. Chris DeLucia goes to the outside. We're going to see if he can make a stick. He doesn't. He cuts back in.
Yeah, he cut left really hard. He started braking behind Thompson and then sort of decided middle of the braking zone to pop out of line. And when he did that, it almost threw him off the racetrack there. So a very aggressive maneuver to try to stay around here. But, spin! Thompson goes around, turn 4.
Looks like he carried just a little too much speed, trying to keep DeLucia behind him, and then that back end just kind of came around, and it was a bit of a lazy spin, but that's a really tough place, especially there at the crest of turn 4, because you've got some camber on the inside, but at the outside, it kind of actually falls away. So once you kind of get over that edge, it's very easy to get the back end to come around on you.
A.J. Hartman within 0.3 of a second of James Houghton. This is going to be fun to watch for the rest of this race. Again, it's so interesting to me that A.J., again, gets to James Houghton, but as we always say in racing, it's one thing to get to a driver. It's a different thing to figure out how to actually pass them. Little lateral slide from the rear there from James at the left-hander, turn 3.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out, how they both protect or use their tires. I know A.J. is on the Falcons. I'm not sure what James is running, but we'll kind of see if they're on the same or similar or different tires, how that plays out throughout the rest of the race. And if AJ keeps pushing him, maybe he can make James run his tires off and then capitalize.
Yeah, the other thing through these fast corners, you're going to lose a little bit of the efficacy of those downforce components. And we did a little math earlier with James Houghton. This racetrack only has, for at least a Club TR car, only 2 mile-an-hour difference in average speed compared to Road America. You're carrying a lot of speed around here. So look at the cornering force here, 1.73 Gs for James Houghton with that
really
TCR
pushing.
arrow.
He is really pushing hard to stay in front of AJ.
Yeah, you know what helps also with the G-force in the lateral loads here is the big compressions. You can put some extra energy into the tire with those loads on the suspension. It even gets you more than the arrow can't even get. So really cool to see that on the Fire Laps data there as we watch the battle for the lead in the uphill. This is so fun to watch. And AJ on the brakes there, closing it a little at West Bend.
They both have very tidy lines going through there, both very stable, very controlled. As they come down through 7 onto the front straight. Yet again, only a couple car lengths between them.
Hopping out of line, maybe just trying to distract James a little bit. He's not quite close enough to take a lunge at him here. We're seeing speeds about 130 miles an hour or so. We'll get an answer here. And 133 for James, but last time by only 126 for AJ. So that's why he's struggling to find an advantage into the opening corner. And here it is. This is just the most recent lap, a little bit faster that time. So again, you can find an advantage, but if your advantage is always in the corners, it's tough to get to the corner and get open up an opportunity to pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you're coming down, I mean, the front straight and into turn 1 is one of the best places to try and make a pass. But if you're coming down turn 7 through that last final turn, and you're getting a little bit of aero wash, it can be a little difficult to get on the gas as much as you want, to stay as close as you want, to be able to go into turn 1 and make a move.
Onto the front straightaway again. They've got a little lap traffic. That's Alex Pites up the road here, who's been just getting up to speed. This time, Hartman a little closer than he has been previously, about 0.29 back off into turn 1. Oh, James a little wide at Big Bend, and Hartman's going to close right into the rear bumper this time.
Yes, you can see James there. He went a little wide, and so he actually cut it back and got up on the curb at turn 2, trying to make sure that he kept AJ behind him, didn't give him any opening.
AJ just throttling up here. Now, if they don't get by Alex Pites by the time they get to the uphill, this is a big opportunity here. Blue flag's waving, but that's not compulsory. And James is going to have to slow down. Here comes AJ Hartman right under the rear bumper and to the outside in the uphill, squeezing to the left of Alex Pites. Howden gets through, but Hartman closes.
I think AJ was trying to figure out which way to go there. Do I try and go behind Pites? Do I stay behind James? He decided to stay behind James, but man, that was close.
That was super, super close. Again, I think a new PB for Hartman in the uphill, 93.3. If you wanted to know how much that arrow is working across the stripe this time, Hartman lost a little bit of ground to the stripe, but that really opened up an opportunity. But where do you go in the uphill? There wasn't really another choice other than to follow Houghton through.
No, there wasn't. Houghton again, a little bit of a slide there through turn 2, so I think he is really working those tires. We'll have to see what happens, but it is warm out there, and we've got James coming down Paul Newman straight into the uphill once again. Doesn't take long for them to get right back to right around the track.
Yeah, I think James has gained a little bit this lap. You see the gap opening up here just visually, but AJ, now he's gotten a bit more clean air on the nose of that car to help with the downforce. This is a car that he's iterated over for years. So he's going to know this very well. While James is still getting up to speed with the TCR platform, car that he hadn't driven before spring of this year.
As they head down to turn 1 yet again. Both again, very clean, tidy lines. James stays just off the curbs, mid-track, and then they cut it back in for turn 2. Going to track out a little bit. Coming into turn 3, James stays nice and tight. Looking very steady. Cuts it back to turn 4. AJ still just there in his shadow, keeps the pressure on him, but just not able to really get quite close enough. And you can start to see James get a little bit of a couple car links there as they go down the Paul Newman straight.
Yeah, love seeing the braking force there. AJ getting a bit braver on the brakes than Houghton. That was something that Houghton was actually a little bit better than him earlier in the weekend. Oh, pushing out to the edge of the road through West Bend. He's really leaning on those left side tires here and closing back in again. I think he starts to feel the pressure rising as we get closer to the end of this race. He's been behind Houghton for a long time. You got to figure out how to pick the pocket here without getting noticed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm almost wondering if Houghton isn't being a little conservative down through the downhill, through turn 7, just to make sure he gets a really good run out of that turn, to make sure as he goes into turn 1 that he can make a little bit of a gap to AJ.
Yeah, the other thing is that TCR punches a pretty big hole in the air. It's a sizable car. But look at this advantage to Hartman as far as best lap is concerned by 9 thousandths of a second.
That's fantastic.
This is a rule set in its infancy here, Mark, but I have to say, for a first swing at it, you know, the parity between these homebrew cars and these homologated entries seems to be very good. Now, James himself, you know, when we saw these cars debut at Midwest Fest, he asked me, do you know who these people are? Because we all were like, all right, well, the factory cars are going to win everything. But those drivers were new to Gingerman. They were new to this series. They were new with this rule set. You give them a little time to figure it out, and they have figured it out. You see Hartman looks like he's maximizing the rules right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And he's had that car for such a long time. I remember when I started watching his YouTube channel years ago when he was making the carbon parts himself for that New Edge Mustang, and he knows that platform so well. So I think that's what's really cool. And as we see here, Bamforth has started to run down as they cross the start-finish. Bamforth has started to run down Chris DeLucia a little bit, so he may be able to close it up for that last podium position. But again, going back to James and AJ back at the front, we continue to see that yo-yo effect. AJ is able to close up on James, and then James stretches it back out. Here we have Bamforth on Alex here.
And so 2 tenths between Houghton and Hartman here. And again, we've still got some time left in this race, but you mentioned Bamforth catching DeLucia. Again, David was quick in qualifying, but just had that off. He was actually qualified 4th, I think, before he had that moment. So, driving back through the field, back where he belongs here. And here's a look at the weekend points, by the way, Mark. This is live as they run. James Houghton, 27 points by virtue of those qualifying points. A.J. Hartman up on the front row as well gets a few for his qualifying spot. So, again, little things here and there. This is for the trophies on the weekend. I don't know how many drivers are really that intense about the series championship this year, as it's such a new class, but those big plastic trophies, these drivers will dump an ungodly amount of money in to try to win one of those things.
Absolutely.
White flag is out. This will be our final lap of the race. This time through, Houghton leads Hartman, this time by half a second, and I don't know that AJ has got enough to get around him now that they've gone through turn 1 this time here, Mark.
We got Chris going slow, Chris DeLucia going slow, but I agree. It is going to be tough for AJ to try and find any weakness in James Houghton. And it's interesting, practice, AJ was right there with James, and then he took the pole position, but we know James just has such good racecraft that he was going to be hard to beat if he got out in front. And while AJ was able to catch him, just as you said, passing was a totally different subject, and AJ stayed right with him, but just couldn't quite find the pace to get up next to him.
Yeah, so Eric Thompson coming down the hill as well, finishing up his race. But checkered flag for James Houghton as they sweep down the hill here for the last time in this race. A.J. Hartman is close, but he's not quite going to get there. Checkered flag. James Houghton wins race 1 at GRIDLIFE GT at Lime Rock Park, just over A.J. Hartman. That was close, and it's a 3-point advantage, Houghton over Hartman in the weekend standings to start things off here. And to your point with DeLucia having issues, that's going to promote David Bamforth up to 3rd, provided he can get back around without any dramas here.
Yeah, well, while we hate to talk about consolation prizes, I think Bamforth is going to at least be happy with to come away with that 3rd place after a little bit of a setback in qualifying. I think that's a really strong recovery for him, and I think that that's going to be good for him to set him up for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, so checker flag here as they got another one up at the top of the hill. I didn't know that. Here comes Bamforth across the line. He picks up the 3rd. And then Alex Pites, he was a lap down, I think, to Thompson, but so he'll be down the order just a little ways. But good fight there. And again, I think we were treated to something similar at Midwest Fest between Houghton and Patton. Same thing was true with Houghton and Aaron Lichty at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We're just getting these little pockets of action, even though the field isn't enormous. Just watching these drivers go at it and their different builds, trading blows here and there has been really fun to watch. Let's have a look at the results here for GRIDLIFE GT before we wrap things up. You see James Houghton there, A.J. Hartman, David Bamforth, Thompson, and DeLucia, your top 5. And Mark, I don't know what you learned, but I learned that the start of the race matters a little bit, but for Hans Horpedal, they got to go back to the drawing board and make it last the whole duration.
Yeah. It was good to at least see them get out here. Hopefully they have an idea of what the issue was. And again, great to see these 2 guys up front battling it out. I have to imagine that if you said, hey, AJ, later this year you're going to be battling out with a TCR factory-prepared car, he would have loved that. So good on him.
Yeah, look at that drone shot in the background. That's too pretty. Look at that. Oh, man, Max is killing it with the drone stuff here today over on the Prime side. Look at that. Circuit Legends. GRIDLIFE underway, Friday afternoon action. There's more coming your way. Drift up next, followed by GRIDLIFE Rush race number 2 to close out our day here on Friday. Kyle Heyer with Mark Kilgore. We'll see you soon for GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2 right after Drift.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
And GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, a celebration of modern tuning culture, grassroots racing, drift, and everything else that comes with car culture. Kyle Heyer up here in the booth at Lime Rock Park. It's drift up next on the racetrack, and we love Lime Rock Park. We've been here 4 years running now for the Circuit Legends event, and there is a huge team of staff of people that make it all happen. And one of those that is in charge of all the things that happen here is Dickie Regal. We caught up with him a little earlier today.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? I am here with the CEO of Lime Rock Park himself, Dickie Regal. You have been into motorsports for how long?
Well, I feel like it was kind of before I was born even, because my dad was a partner with Roger Penske, always collected cars, was always involved in motorsports, and so I feel like it was kind of in the DNA even before I, alighted on this earth. So it took me a little while to really get into it, but I used to follow Dad around to all those races, a lot of IndyCar races growing up. And then when I got old enough to even think about driving, well before I got my driver's license, I had the opportunity to run around in some go-karts and, other motorized things. But I think the key event for me was I went to school right about 5 or 7 miles from here, and my dad came up in a 1931 car as a part of a rally. And he picked me up at school and he said, "Hey, we're going over to Lime Rock Park." And I said, "What's Lime Rock?" And so I came over here with him, and he let me drive the car with him sitting in the passenger seat. And we did a couple laps around Lime Rock, like 35 miles per hour, going down the downhill, and I got my dad sitting next to me. So it was a pretty formative moment for me, and something that really cemented this place as a home.
That's awesome. That's definitely core memory material. Now here we are, 2025. We're back at Lime Rock Park with GRIDLIFE. Why do you love GRIDLIFE so much?
I mean, this is GRIDLIFE 4. Can you believe it? From 4 years here. GRIDLIFE is an amazing event. It's probably my favorite event of the year because it represents the future of Lime Rock. You know, we've been here for 68 years, having a great time, and we've got a lot of people that have been here for all of those 68 years. And so we owe it to the future of Lime Rock Park to build that new customer base, that new enthusiast. And I think the first few years with GRIDLIFE, 80% of the people that were here for the first time. Yeah. And so that built a sense of joy, of real sort of people feeling so free and just absolutely in love with this place because they got to do what they love here at a world famous and, you know, we think the most beautiful racetrack in the world.
I couldn't agree more. We've been to a lot of tracks, not only with GRIDLIFE, but other series as well. This place is special. So if you guys haven't gotten that touch, pay closer attention because the chemistry and the overall magic of this place is really, really something. So we can't thank you enough for allowing us to be here, for drifting on your track. I mean, you take care of us so well. You, and it was 6'4", 6'5", driving a Miata with a drop floor. It's incredible.
It's a little crazy. So I'm actually about 6'7", and you know, I do race a spec Miata, and let's just say it's not an elegant process, me getting in and out of the car, but I do fit in it. It has a drop floor. I've got the thinnest race seat imaginable. Everything kind of, I think I more wear the car than fit in it, and so maybe that's, you know, why I run mid-pack, because I'm, you know, just sort of wearing this thing around, but it's really nice to be here, be involved in Lime Rock Park as the president of this place, but I get to test the product. And we've got a really incredibly competitive Miata series here, and we now have our own event called MiataCon, which is in October every year. This is our 3rd year of MiataCon. We developed it, and now we have Mazda factory support, and you know, it's a great event, and another one of those really joyful events because people are just having fun.
You can't be mad driving around in a Miata, guys. Thank you so much, Dickie, once again. Guys, stay tuned for more. We can't thank you enough, and we'll see you around.
Thanks so much, Cerise, and welcome back. Welcome home. You know, it's so good to have you back here. So
I can't thank you enough.
Anyway,
awesome. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Cerise, and thanks, Dickie. I've got Dickie up here in the booth now. I'm so excited for GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends to continue. Dickie, thanks so much for joining me up here. This is a special day, a special weekend for Lime Rock Park for GRIDLIFE. We've been coming here 4 years now. What makes Lime Rock Park as such an exciting venue for us, and why are you guys so excited to have us here? Because I'm stoked.
Well, thanks so much, Kyle. It's really great to be here. This is, as Cerise just reported, this is the 4th year of GRIDLIFE here at Lime Rock Park. And, you know, I got to tell you, thinking back, I can't believe we're already in the 4th year. It's really amazing because, you know, going into that first year in 2021 was, you know, we were probably thinking, we were a little scared about it, right? Because we didn't know GRIDLIFE then. You guys didn't know us. And yet we were able to really forge a bond immediately, and all that sort of nervousness, anxiety quickly turned into, you know, that partnership that really creates a great event. And I think, you know, the Circuit Legends fans that have been here have seen great changes, improvements, modifications, and everything getting better and better year after year. And the size of the crowds here really, you know, demonstrates that because people are having so much fun.
Yeah, it's exciting for us. Hopefully, we don't have a huge turf budget for you at the end of the weekend. We just saw a car knock some dirt off. But this racetrack, one of America's historic road courses, you know, there was a big boom of racetracks in the 1950s that everybody knows globally. Lime Rock Park in 1957. You know, how important is it to you to not only push this facility forward with all the improvements that have been made to it, but also keep that historic feel?
Well, so our group purchased the park from Skip Barber 4.5 years ago, April 1st, 2021. And, you know, from that point forward, to be sort of handed the keys to this historic venue and racetrack and a park, we really do celebrate the fact that Lime Rock Park is a park. No ticketed seats. Everybody's here in a lawn chair or a picnic blanket, having a great time with their families. But Skip Barber is the guy that, you know, must be celebrated because he owned Lime Rock Park outright for 38 years before we got involved. And he kind of turned over the keys, if you will. He remains a major investor, a major owner, and how lucky I am to have that Skip Barber as a partner. I mean, I get to do that every day. So the fact that we have all the great bones of this place to build upon and to be able to attract some of the best, you know, racing talent motorsports talent in the world. If you look at the Wall of Honor here, the type of people that have driven here, that held course records, Sam Posey, Skip, of course, Paul Newman, John Fitch. These are just incredible names in the annals of motorsports history. And so I kind of pinch myself a little bit every day because I get to come here and be a part of that. But a lot of that is historical. And so, Kyle, I think the most important thing that we have to do here is build upon that past to secure a really bright future. And GRIDLIFE helps make that happen. I said to Cerise earlier on that piece that ran, we had in the first couple of years here, I don't know the stats this year, of course, yet, but it was 80% of the people that were here for GRIDLIFE were here at Lime Rock Park for the very first time. And when you bring that group of new eyes, new experiences here to the track, it makes us better and it helps build our future. So it's wonderful to have all these young kids, and I'm talking about the really young kids that are here with their family, their mom or dad may be driving out here, their grandfather may be up on the hillside, and that's the future of Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, you bring up a great point because, while GRIDLIFE has one of the youngest paddocks from a driver perspective of any organization in the grassroots world in the U.S., I think it's also, this event is a real family-friendly environment. The racetrack is a family-friendly environment, but bringing that the younger generation into motorsports is critical for the future of all motorsports in general. And I mentioned earlier how Lime Rock is historic for, it's an old-school racetrack. But, I talked earlier about how it was the first racetrack to be designed to U.S. highway standards back in the day, which was a big step forward in safety for racetracks at the time. So it's been a pioneer of technologies in many ways. But some of the facility improvements as of late as well. I saw the new garages over there that just look absolutely gorgeous.
They're so sweet, aren't they?
They're so sweet. Yeah. But they're also, they're painted that foresty green that just fits in with the environment. And I think that's why, every time I see an improvement here at Lime Rock, I go, man, they really thought that out. It looks great. It's a great addition for the people that are here, but it just fits in with the vibe and the facility as a whole.
Well, I think that's the challenge for us in this, let's call us the next generation, the next stewards of this historic place, is you want to make only improvements. You don't want to make changes. You want to make sure that you're making modifications that make things better, whether that's for drivers on the track, whether it's for the fans that are here, members of our drivers club. The Lime Rock Drivers Club is we've got some of our drivers club members that get out and drive with you guys. I think Torsten Gross, by the way, was he is he pacing a couple of the classes
I don't know,
weekend?
maybe. I haven't been told that, but I'm sure that's a possibility.
Well, I got to mention, so Torsten is kind of famous because he's at the helm of the Just Hands Foundation.
Okay.
And so he has several cars that are here. Torsten is quadriplegic, and it's called Just Hands because he drives and he races with only hand controls. And so, he's involved with GRIDLIFE, and, again, everything is kind of meshed together. And that's what's helping push this facility forward, but not really changing it too much. So yeah, the garages, we've got these, beautiful 20 new storage condominium garages that have just opened, and they fit in with the landscape. It's a metal building, so it's got some cool features, but it really fits in. It doesn't look like it's out of place. Same, we've got this great partnership with Country Carpenters that builds wood structures all over the place, timber frame, and we have a new pavilion here that's our foolproof brewing pavilion here at Lime Rock Park. And those partners have created a brand new, beautiful pavilion open air where we're having the Sunoco welcome party tonight. So that'll be a fantastic event. So again, lots of good new things that are here, helping us get better.
It's so exciting. And I've been poking my head around, taking a look out the window, because in this session at some point we're expecting to see the FCP Euro Porsche Cayenne out on track with Michael Essa behind the wheel, but the passenger of that car will be someone very special. You talked about him a little earlier, Dickie. It will be Skip Barber riding along for a lap, and as I understand it, it's been a long time since he's been a passenger in any kind of race car, drift aside, but we'll talk a little bit about drift here while we're waiting for that to happen, because this was sort of one of the new elements that GRIDLIFE brought to Lime Rock Park. And you talked about, maybe a little scared about, bringing something this radically different in the motorsport scene to a racetrack like this. What's been your impression so far of bringing this new spectacle to this racetrack?
So I'll be honest, I'm not, really, I don't follow a lot of drifting. Sure. And Lime Rock Park had never hosted drifting before GRIDLIFE came here. And so it was a little scary. And we have a great but sometimes challenging relationship with our neighborhood, because Lime Rock Park is in this really quiet corner of Connecticut, and yet loud things happen here. And we're governed very strictly by a stipulation agreement that's linked to an injunction that's been in place that governs all the activities of Lime Rock Park and has done so since 1959. So back in the days when the stipulation agreement was forged, the most recent version I think was 1988, drifting really didn't exist, certainly not in this form. And so when GRIDLIFE came to us and said, hey, we're going to drift the full track, we said, that could present a challenge, for the neighbors. So what we've done is we've communicated very clearly and specifically with the neighborhood to say, this is an important element of this weekend. And as we revise the agreement that governs what we can do here, GRIDLIFE will be the only drifting at Lime Rock Park kind of ever. And we've got it written into the agreement going forward. We do these drifting demonstration sessions. It's not drifting all day long. In fact, they're fairly short sessions, and maybe people want more of it. But it's the right balance right now for us, for the neighbors. And I've ridden in these drift cars. I may or may not be riding in a drift car tomorrow. But one of the key things that I think you're looking at right now on the screen is my partner, Skip Barber, getting suited up and into, there he is, look at Skip. Looking very handsome as usual. That is an amazing icon of motorsports right there. And I'm not going to tell you how old Skip is, but he's been around for a long time. He owned this place for 38 years, and this will be the first time in 20 years that he is out as a passenger in a race car. And the fact that he's drifting is, kind of speaks volumes of how flexible and eager and curious Skip is to understand every element of motorsports. So this is really, really cool.
Driven everything from, IMSA to Formula Ford to Formula One. Formed the Skip Barber School of High Performance in 1975 right here at Lime Rock Park. And then, of course, we're in the Skip Barber Tower right now. The gift shop is now named the Barber Shop. I mean, you've got all this stuff named after you. You have to be important in some way. And in many ways, Skip Barber, you mentioned, a legend of motorsport, and going for a ride in something that he's never experienced before. Again, you mentioned it's been 20 years since he's been inside a race car with someone else piloting it. This is a really cool moment for everybody here at the racetrack and everyone watching to see a name like this, climbing behind the passenger seat of the FC Puro Porsche Cayenne. This is really cool.
I can't wait to see Skip. I can't wait to see his face when he gets out of the car.
We'll be sticking on that when they go out, because it's going to be a blast. And we've got our Hyundai Ioniq and Canberra car going out there as well. Matt Kaufman's on track. He's one of the drivers that's just been pushing, drifting. But Skip is belted in and going on track here in just a few moments.
Yeah, I've had the distinct pleasure of riding along with Michael Essa as well. What a consummate pro. He is just, an incredible driver, and so Skip's in great hands, obviously, and going around a circuit that he knows incredibly well. Skip held the track record here. I think it was in the late 60s. I'm going to guess 1967, and the track record here in those days was just around a minute. And now a Spec Miata will do a lap around here in a minute. And, we've got the Rush cars are doing 54s and 55s here. Yeah. And those cars, that's an amazing series and a really incredible addition, I think, to this offering here at Lime Rock Park Circuit Legends with GRIDLIFE.
Yeah, from 8 to 5:30 both day, or 9 to 5:30. It's just packed full of action, and the Porsche Cayenne containing Skip Barber is headed towards the racetrack now to the gridding area. So we'll see them on track here shortly. There's Pete Collins, one of our kind of homeboys here in the ASM camp with his BMW on track. There's drivers that follow us all over the country. Some are, sort of grid life native. Some come from Formula Drift in the world of professional drift. But it's a great mixing and matching. Gray Sitton, who works with us in the office, does all the graphics for the social media. He calls it Bro-Am, which I think is fantastic. One of my favorite terms he's come up with. And he's riding along in the camera car at the moment as well.
Well, I think it's a credit. You mentioned that this tower that we're sitting in it was designed by Sam Posey, and it was just the start-finish tower for years and years. But 2024 was the year of Skip Barber. We celebrated Skip all the way through last year, including the renaming of this tower over Memorial Day weekend through part of our Trans Am Classic weekend. We have had all kinds of other elements, including the renaming of our store, now called the Barber Shop. And when we opened that, we had Skip Barber and Skip's Barber, giving Skip a haircut
awesome.
To help open up. We don't actually do haircuts over there, but the Barber Shop actually has a barber pole outside of it. Skip was inducted into the New England Racing Museum Hall of Fame. And then most recently, I know it wasn't in 2024, it was in March of 25, Skip was inducted into the International Motorsports Hall of Fame in Daytona. And to have been a part of all of those events side by side with my partner, with Skip Barber, is something I'll never forget. It's just an honor to be with him.
It's
Here he
really,
goes.
really cool, and they're on pit lane now. So Skip Barber in the FC Puro Porsche Cayenne. Here they come out onto the racetrack. And again, this is a wild looking SUV as well. And one of the cool things about Grid Life Drift, it's not a competition. This is just for fun. But one of the neat things is when drivers are building cars to run with us in Drift, they can kind of build whatever they want. And in many cases, we've seen CUVs, SUVs, all sorts of things show up. Of course, you see, Nissan 240s of every generation. But here they go. Skip Barber in the ride-along car with Michael Essa down into turn one. Here we go, Dickie.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Whoa, almost immediately dropping a tire there. So Michael's getting after it. They've got a couple cars out there.
Can I mention how incredible this footage is? I mean, it is so spectacular to be able to watch this, kind of live. You feel like you're in the car with Skip. And that to me, having again, done the ride-alongs, I am going out again tomorrow and really looking forward to that. I'm not sure we're going to be hitting 160.
Yeah, you're right with Matt Kaufman.
I am going out with Matt
The
tomorrow.
viewers know really well because he has made ESPN at a Grid Life event before. And Drift doesn't show up on ESPN very much. That should give you an idea of how wild he is.
Well, when you hit that turn one at Road America 160 sideways, usually if somebody's going sideways at 160 there, it results in real trouble.
Yeah.
Our top speed here at Lime Rock Park, just before you get to the pedestrian bridge on Sam Posey Strait, is 174.2 miles per hour. And wow. I know we're not going to be hitting that. We've got a McLaren Artura pace car, hybrid, and that stock vehicle now will hit 155 in ride-alongs. And it's just, amazing the progression of technology that allows things to just go faster, more adhesion, more grip and less grip when you want less grip. I'm just looking here. I want to see that shot of Skip get it. Oh, look at him. Come on. You want another lap, Skip. You want another lap. Come on. Close that door. Let's go again.
Awesome.
Here we go. Come on, Skip. Can't just do one and done.
That was awesome. There was a plan to do only one, but hey, close that door. Let's go. What are we doing in pit lane? Oh, that's awesome.
So as you might imagine, this historic place brings with it a fair amount of emotions at times, and when special things happen here, it creates a reaction among the fans and among all of us that get to work here every day. And I honestly will never forget when Sam Posey was here a couple of years ago, and Sam, who is one of our owners, a wonderful partner, the most incredible man imaginable, he was able to get into one of these race cars, even though he is dealing with some physical limitations. The smile on Sam's face when he got out of that drift car was was something I'll never forget. And there were many, many tears in people's eyes as we saw that happen.
Yeah, we had a chance to chat with Sam that year on the broadcast, much like you're doing now, Dickie. And then a couple of years, actually, it was just last year, I bought Sam Posey's book about his life and career, and made a little bit of an edit to showcase the history here at Lime Rock Park, using some old footage and using some photographs from that book to just sort of show the life and story. Some audio clips from that interview made it into that. It was really special for me. It was very special to put that piece together because it was sort of through the lens of a corner worker here that had been here for decades. Just seeing all the history in real time, and for GRIDLIFE, a lot of the times with what we're doing, it's sort of the next page, but at some point it's the first page, right? So just looking back on all the things that we've done, our history is short, yours is very long, but we're very honored to be a part of it.
Well, I mean, look, I'm as I said, a steward here, if you will, and my history here is relatively short. I mean, I started coming here 42 years ago or something like that. So I've had lots of experience at Lime Rock Park. Used to race here and Grand Am, and so it's always been my home track, and I've built my own passion for this place. But always the most rewarding thing that happens to any of us that work here. Sometimes you take it for granted, right? You drive up, time to make the donuts. You drive up every day, and you get to work here and obviously look over this beautiful place. But when you interact with the fans, when you're on the spectator hill,
I see it smiling ear to ear right now.
You go, yeah, that looked pretty darn good. Looks like they're going in for maybe a tire change, wheel swap right now, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So interacting with the fans on Spectator Hill, whether it's when I get to tour, the governor of the state of Connecticut, Ned Lamont, or our Senator Dick Blumenthal, who loves this place and really supports it. He gets to walk up on the Spectator Hillside, and you get to feel the spectator, the fan engagement, if you will. You can always talk about fan engagement, but here it's fan passion. People really, they just love it. Becomes part of their blood, part of their lives. And so now we get to see grandfathers with their grandsons and great grandparents up there, and with newborns, and always got to make sure they got their hearing protection on. But really seeing that generational effect of this little place in the northwest corner of Connecticut that means so much to so many people.
No, it means a lot to me as well. This is one event that I treasure. I'm so stoked to be here and be a part of all this in my little way. My car's the pace car this weekend. I'm really excited about that.
Oh, yeah.
So just little things like that. But Dickie Regal, thank you so much for joining me. It looks like Skip's hopping out. I'd love to hear what he's got to say. I know that we'll probably see that on the broadcast tomorrow once they edit that down. But we'll watch him climb out. But Dickie, thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure as always.
Well, Kyle, it's the pleasure is all mine because GRIDLIFE has become a member of the Lime Rock family, if you will, and I think, look at that smile. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Cerise is down there live. Let's hear this.
How was that experience? You did 2 laps.
Wow. That guy's really good.
Yes, he is.
Very impressive. A little bit complicated because sitting in the passenger seat isn't any good in anything. And that makes this a little harder.
Sure, absolutely.
But boy, I'm impressed.
And was there after the fact? I can hear myself on the broadcast. Is there any part of the track that was exceptional?
Well, I thought we were going to lose it, entering the back straight over here. First time, I think. I don't remember. Yeah, that corner. There's the corners.
Fair enough. As we do, we drift around the corners. It's very action-packed, everything. Essa, why don't you come over here really quick? I just want to get your input. Now, this was obviously a legendary experience for you. I'll switch sides here.
Yeah, definitely.
And he did 2 laps. Was that surprising for you?
He had a giant smile on his face, and I looked over and I said, "Do you want to do another lap?" And he's like, "Can we?" And we went again. So that was awesome. I mean, this thing is obviously not like a professional drift car. It is a big, heavy car, but it gets around the track, and it gets around the track sideways. And that's really what it's about, right? Is getting that experience.
With a lock differential.
With a lock differential,
which surprises the passenger.
It is definitely not a race car, right? The setup on this is nothing like anything you've ever experienced before. It's kind of backwards almost.
That's totally correct.
Yep.
Well, for all of us that knew that you were in there, me included, of course, I just watched with a huge smile on my face as well. Here we are at GRIDLIFE, giving people the experiences that they're looking for, both the drivers, the passengers, and the spectators. Thank you so much for participating and giving us this fun experience.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Hey, and from
Thank you guys so much. All right, back to you.
From the booth, congratulations, Skip. Well done, my friend.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great. And Dickie, final thoughts on that? I mean, that was a really cool experience for me to watch. Just watching him go down pit lane, I could see the smile from 50 feet away. You know, that's got to be an important moment for everybody.
I have to say, I just want to take 1 minute here to say a special thank you to our partners at FCP Euro. I think FCP Euro makes a huge impression on people when anybody comes into Lime Rock Park, but particularly when we're here with GRIDLIFE. FCP Euro brought GRIDLIFE to Lime Rock Park. That was our original introduction, and I have to say thank you to the entire FCP Euro team that has helped make this happen. They are our most important partner here at Lime Rock, and what an amazing company, one of the fastest growing companies in Connecticut, based in Milford, and an amazing, you know, foreign car parts European retailer, online retailer. And if you ever have the opportunity to visit FCP Euro in Milford or in Mesa, Arizona, and you can see their expansion firsthand. They've entitled our FCP Euro Proving Grounds, which is our inner track. It's hosting camping right now for GRIDLIFE weekend, but that 0.6 of a mile track is where hundreds, thousands of people every year test their FCP Euro parts on their cars. And so the Proving Grounds is where they prove them out. And again, they are here in force. The founder of the company, Scott Drozd, is here with his family. I think they've been doing some ride-alongs, which is really cool. And they've got hospitality. They have their important partners that they're meeting with here at Lime Rock Park. And so it's safe to say that FCP Euro has a home here in the northwest corner as well, and I just have to say a big thank you to them.
And I hope that we do too. I love it. I love being here. Dickie, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for everything that you've done, and thanks for joining me today.
Awesome, Kyle. This has been great. So much fun.
Thank you, Dickie. Appreciate you. And, well, with that, Full Track Drift is just wrapping up here in a moment's time. We're going to be going rush racing here in just a few minutes. We'll be right back in just a minute.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can. Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
All right, guys, I am here with Ryan Leach. You just finished your race one of the weekend. You're finishing in P2 right behind Mr. Blair himself. Talk to me about what's been a challenge out there today.
I think everybody's been battling a little bit of a loose condition. The track's super greasy right now. It's supposed to be 80 degrees, but it feels like 100. So yeah, that's kind of what we're fighting, trying to get the car set up right.
Right. Now, this track is challenging. This is not like, you know, a simple track, and there's not many opportunities to pass. So do you have a strategy that you can throw down out there for passing Blair?
I think the best place to pass is going to be the start, because just coming out of the final corner here, if you're too much aero wash, push off, and yeah, it's tough to pass.
And I was talking to Blair earlier, there's two different options for setting up your car for this track. One is setting up the straight and getting maximum power, or you can go ahead and set it up for more of a torquey feel and less top end. Have you decided which way you're going?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
All right, I like that. No, don't tell me everything. Let him guess out there. You guys watch race 2 and tell us what you think he's doing out there. All right, Ryan, we'll keep giving him hell, and we're excited for race 2.
Thank you very much.
And GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 2 from Circuit Legends is just moments away. Kyle Heyer joined once again by Ido Waxman up here in the booth, and the cars are on the false grid about ready to roll. We were treated to a pretty exciting race earlier, but it was all Blair Hosey and James French out front, or was it Ryan Leach?
Ryan Leach, yep.
right up there in second. Sorry, and they were just going back and forth in lap times, but again, just trying to find a little bit of an edge. Andy Vogel in the mix there as well. Ayrton Grimm will continue to see claw forward in his brand new car here. Bryce Merceberger had a mechanical issue. He started up in the front, so I'll be excited to see him claw his way forward here in the second race.
Yeah, and then we had Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt fighting for the top 10 spot. I think Hamilton came away with the 10th spot.
Yep.
So we'll see them fight each other again for those top 10 positions there.
Looking really good in their sort of alternate color paint schemes. Makes it a little easier. When they first started running these cars, they all looked exactly the same. So they're making it a little easier for us. Brett DiGiacomo starting right ahead of them in that number 12 car, the teal and the blue. A couple other cars ahead of them. Ethan Alexander, he's got different bodywork on the nose of that car. We saw him in the wall, I think, at turn 1 earlier in the day. Just minor contact, but enough to probably require some different body panels. And then James French and Andy Vogel, that battle for third was pretty fun to watch. But again, I think the real battle, for the weekend points is going to be keeping an eye on Ryan Leach because, like I said, he's leading the series championship by a lot still. But the weekend titles, that's what's really up for grabs with Hosey now with some solid points on the weekend. So we'll see how it goes here in just a few minutes. But any expectations? It's going to be a little cooler than the race earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, well, the sun's going to is setting here. I don't know whether it'll reach below the local mountains we have here. Lime Rock is kind of in a valley surrounded by these mountains around it. So the sun sets here pretty early just because the sun gets below the mountains so quickly. I don't know if it's late enough for that, but definitely cooler conditions. There's going to be more shadows out on track, so that could make it a little bit more tricky for the drivers. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to watch. I really want to see James French and Andy Vogel try and take the fight to the top two, so it's not just a top two fight. But still, it's going to be really fun to watch all throughout the top 10.
Yeah, one of the cars after the drift session coming back in on a tow truck, and that's what's holding us up about 30 seconds behind, not super delayed at the moment. So waiting for the cars to get cleared off the racetrack, and then we'll be headed back out on course in just a moment's time with GRIDLIFE Rush Race 2. So one of the things we were talking about was the weekend points, and I mentioned that it would be worth following. Let's have a look at the weekend points after race number 1. Blair Hosey, 28 with that race win, plus the 3 points from qualifying, puts him ahead of Ryan Leach. So Vogel and French, that's going to be a fun one to go back and forth. And Jason Ayler, really impressed with his run. He actually won a couple of races at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but those weren't part of the championship. So he's got to win where they count, and that'll be here and at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca upcoming.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot on his plate trying to catch these top 4 guys. And then, we're going to have Mersberger, who's going to be trying to fight from the back and trying to fight his way up to the top 5. If he can get back into the top 5 and start giving these guys a fight in race 3 and 4, that'll be really interesting to watch as well.
So Carson given the point on the left and the right. Here's a look at the championship points as they run right here. And again, Ryan Leach with a pretty sizable advantage still over Vogel, but French not too far back from taking second from Andy with how things are running, and Blair Hosey there in P5. So looking good there. So championship points out of the way, and let's have a look at the starting grid here in just a moment. It's Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach starting basically where they finished in race number 1. Andy Vogel and James French in row number 2. So Andy going to try to move up into the mix there. Jason Ayler, Nico Bratz in row number 3. That's 5th and 6th for those two. Ethan Alexander starts 7th alongside Michael Perotti in 8th in the number 31. Then it's Brett DiGiacomo and Nate Hamilton wrapping up the top 10.
Yeah, and now in 11th, we're going to have TJ Hunt and Ayrton Grimm. Two coming from very different motorsports backgrounds. Very cool to see. Lee Keller in 13th, Gage Hughes in 14th, and then we've got in 15th, Matt Wilson, Larry Brady in 16th. Then in 17th, we've got Jake Sanders and Jeremy Boyson in 18th. And now down in 19th, we've got Michael Woodward and Bill Dorrance in 20th.
Yeah, looking good there. Bill Dorrance climbing up in the mix. Jeff Hardesty, 21st place in the number 29. Joseph Tang starts 22nd, followed by Paul Klitsch in the 71. AJ Campo rolls off 24th in the 227. Bryce Mersberger at the tail of the field alongside Jalen Batley, who we saw pull off the racetrack a little earlier. That is it for the grid. 26 cars and double up, racked up, stacked up to go racing here at Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends year number 4. Coming over the crest and around the racetrack. Look at the hills. It looks like something out of Harry Potter. I mean, like seriously, the landscape here is unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see all these campers parked out on the skid pad and the kart track here at the top of the hill at Lime Rock Park, surrounded by the beautiful trees of upper northern Appalachia, which we're still technically in the Appalachian Mountain Range. So it's a beautiful racetrack. I highly recommend coming here if you ever have a chance here in the Northeast. It's a beautiful place to be.
Yep, so the pace car has the light still on. We'll go one more lap as we make our way around the 1.5-mile duration of this racetrack. Like I mentioned before, I'm just really excited because that is my car out there as the pace car. And again, it's been the pace car before, but not on broadcast. Just really neat to see it.
It's doing a great job. It's leading the field right now.
It is. Probably the only circumstance in which it would.
Hey, don't discount it. Don't discount it, okay?
It's got 106,000 miles on it, and 1,000 of those came from the drive from Chicago to here. So,
yeah.
But
hey, it makes more power than these cars.
Not by a lot. Not by a lot. And it weighs a good 1,000 pounds more.
Yeah, just a little bit more. Just a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, it's cool. We started printing pace car banners now, so we're going to officialize them a little bit here.
Yeah, whoever made those banners did a really good job.
That was also me. That's all right. Field working their way through turns 3 and 4 now, and they'll be doubling up for the run to the start next time around. And when we get started, that's a little micro packs. And
yeah.
I think for Andy Vogel, his main goal is just don't let
a clean first couple laps so he can get in his rhythm and then try and chase those guys down. He can't let them get away too much. It was interesting to hear Ryan Leach talk about in his interview how these cars respond to dirty air, so maybe that's part of it. This is a very technical track, but here they come through West Bend right before they come down the hill for the start of this race.
And Jalen Batley is on pit lane. They're working on the left rear of the car right now, so that car had some issues in race 1. They're not going to take the start on the racetrack here, at least in Rush Series race number 2. Well, this car again, the Rush AutoWorks SR, about 150 horsepower from a chain-driven GSX bike motor. They make great sounds, they make for great racing, and almost 30 of them are taking the green flag in just a moment's time. For GridLife Rush Series race number 2 from Lime Rock Park, GridLife Circuit Legends, we're back underway, and a great launch by Blair Hosey, but Leach pulls even, and we're 3 wide behind, and Brett DeGiacomo's in the middle. That's TJ Hunt up the inside, big squeeze there, side by side for the lead through Big Bend.
Yeah, and this time Andy's on the inside, so he's going to have an advantage here over James French, but James French has a better drive out of turn 2. He's going to take that position away from Andy Vogel.
Nate Hamilton sneaking up the inside there of the 33 of Ethan Alexander. They were starting kitty corner there, nose to tail. Big slip for Alexander in the blue car there. And up the inside, I think that's Parati in the pink number 31, who dropped a couple spots in the opening corners, but single file now. TJ Hunt goes defensive and offensive into the uphill.
Yeah, TJ Hunt really got balked by that 3 wide moment heading into turn 1, so he lost out on that top 10. Let's see if he can recover there.
Yeah, through West Bend for the first time. Jalen Batley is now rolling towards the pit exit. Don't know yet if he'll make it to the racetrack or not, but down the hill for the first time, it is going to be Hosey leading. Batley is going to go on the racetrack, but right in front of the leaders. So this is going to get pretty interesting here as we head down into turn 1 and look at the weekend points with Hosey leading at Advantage 8 car by 9 points.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Hosey responds to this lap traffic now. Clearly they try to get him out before he got lapped, but he's going to get he's letting them by, and now let's see if he can continue to let Vogel and French by. Oh, he gets a little bit in the way of French. Vogel has a better drive into the no-name straight.
Yeah, can't hit the disappear button. That was sort of inevitable. Not really anything he could do about that, but it's still French, then Vogel, then Bratz in the number 7. That's the red car.
And Merzberger has made his way 9 spots already into 15th, so he's making his way up there. Let's see how far he can get.
Yeah, really impressed by Merzberger. Again, had the issues in race 1 with the body work, and now is charging his way through the field here. Lap number 2 complete already. They happen in a hurry here in about 55 seconds. Hosey has the best lap, 6/10 back to Leach, then French and Vogel.
Andy making the move into turn 1 on the inside of French. Let's see if he completes it. He does not. Looks like he's still on his inside, still side by side, heading into turn 3.
Oh man, and Vogel can't keep the nose on the outside there, and he can't tuck to the inside at 3. So he's just trying to keep the overlap long enough that he can complete that pass on French. But French is not going to give it up easy, and Vogel lost some ground there.
Man, French really put his elbows out there, really bullied him a little bit off the racing line heading into 3. Tough racing here for the 3rd place position.
And Bratz is actually closed in on Vogel as they climb the hill here, so keep an eye on the red number 7, who's currently in the mix. Hamilton up to 7th place, by the way, so a couple spots gained for him.
Yeah, and Hunt into the top 10, and Grimm looks like he stayed in 12th, so good start for him. And as we see, Hosey still ahead of Leach heading into turn 1 again.
Yeah, so keep an eye on the delta here. Best lap for now Vogel up to 4th place behind French, but he's half a second slower on the best lap delta. That's a pretty significant difference. And that's why Vogel has really struggled to get by French, is he can match him sort of in race pace, but that initial lunge, it seems like French is a little quicker.
Yeah, and definitely on this lap, he was kind of bogged down by French's move heading to turn 3, so now he's got to work his way back up to the back of French and make a move stick. He's kind of leaving Bratz behind, so he's really got to focus on French ahead of him.
TJ Hunt's on defense right now, right in there, the Sunoco car with Ayrton Grimm right behind it. And
Merzberger
up the inside there. Well, he had to back out of it on the climb up through the uphill. That was, I think, Wilson in the 188 that he was on the attack of, perhaps. I didn't get a great look at that car before they went by the shot.
Yeah, even these cars are hard to pass heading into the uphill. Not a good place to pass. So we'll see whether he gets it done, though, on these next laps. Vocals, that's his best time here, trying to catch James French.
Yeah. And,
Bratz, I think?
Is that the 7? That's going to be a big dust cloud. Everyone's going to, it was him. He did drive away, though, but leaves a big cloud of dust there through turn 1. And Jason Ayler chasing, he got by Bratz because that slip up, but he was a little offline.
Yeah, and Mersberger made that move stick. He's now up to 13th. He's coming for these guys. They better watch out because he's got the pace to catch them. We'll see if he can get back into the top 5 where his qualifying pace was.
Yeah, Mersberger still trapped behind. That wasn't Wilson. It was a white car.
Yep.
Which I think is going to be
behind him there
Lee
again.
Kellert in the 13, I think.
Yeah, they were nose to tail going up the hill and into West Bend. As we see Hosey and French again passing the start-finish. Vocal not really making that much ground on French, but these two have checked out again, and really Hosey's kind of checked out on Ryan Leach a little bit.
Yeah, and again, we've seen this, once you kind of get your speed established, it gets really difficult to find an advantage. Brett DiGiacomo and Matt Wilson going side by side. Here's that battle. Whoa, big lockup from someone up the road, but DiGiacomo trying to claw his way back forward past the 188. Or maybe on defense from the 188.
Yeah, and Eric Grimm has made his way past TJ Hunt into the top 10. So great job for him. And Mersberger is now right behind TJ Hunt.
Yeah, this is the battle really, 9th through 12th right now on your screen. Brett DiGiacomo, there's Wilson on the attack in the red and yellow car.
And Bratz managed to get his way back up ahead of Ayler. They were separated by just 100th of a second at the start finish.
Wow, really, really close. Leaders across the line again. And Leach, a little gain there, but not a big gain. A little twitch on the brakes for Hosey. And have a look at this. The difference between their best laps, 29 thousandths of a second. They are so evenly matched right now.
Yeah, it seems like Hosey kind of manages to get up to speed faster than Leach, and then Leach kind of builds up his pace and then starts matching it with Hosey.
It's Ethan Alexander on pit lane. He's dropped out of the top 10 and come to the attention of the crew. Not sure what for, but it takes him out of the mix. And whoa, big lunge from, I think that was the 51 of Gage Hughes on Lee Kellert. That's for 12th place. And that was almost a little bit of contact there. And Kellert rather is off. And
that's a big balk there.
That was he tried to sneak up the inside at that right-hand kink, but it just ran out of road there.
I mean, he had the door closed on him. He had nowhere to go but the grass there. Not necessarily a great move. Very defensive, kind of a block. But we'll see if he can get past him on the next lap.
Yeah, it's right leaving the corner as well. Just realized he dropped the tire, had to cover it off, but forced Gage Hughes to take to the grass in a big cloud of dust. Ooh, James French a wiggle and a wobble leaving turn 2.
Yeah, now, he's real loose heading into turn 3 as Andy's going to try and close the gap on him.
Yeah, there's DiGiacomo moving by one of the drivers he was fighting. That was Lee Kellert. That was the 13 car we saw touch the grass a little while ago. So DiGiacomo gaining a spot. He's got some more on the horizon here. Gage Hughes, he split the difference between those two cars. Gage Hughes is sideways through turn 4. Look at him yawing that car out.
Yeah, now he's going to go, the car ahead of him looks like he bobbed down.
That was Kellert in that 13.
Yeah, the interesting place to kind of slow down here. He catches him into the uphill and has to slow up for the uphill, which brings Wilson back into it.
Yeah, and no white flag yet. We still got racing to race. Blair Hosey gains some ground, but there is some lap traffic on the horizon right up the road. AJ Campo is one of them. Paul Klitsch is another. And there's a few others in this mix. Woodward and Hardesty. Jeff Hardesty, I think, is in this mix. And here comes the leader. Blair Hosey going to carve his way through this, and hopefully Leach doesn't get caught up too much and he can gain some ground here.
Yeah, and Perotti got by Grimm, I think, and Mersberger is now in 9th. He's all the way up into the top 10. Let's see if he can catch Bratz to try and get into the top 6.
Oh, look at this from Gage Hughes trying to go the long way around at the left-hander. Couldn't get there. And DiGiacomo clings to P12 for the time being. And a lot of traffic behind Nate Hamilton as well. To your point, the 7th place car, the yellow 144, definitely a lot going on there. Gain for Leach in the traffic, but he needs to get by Campo there at turn 1. I don't know that he got there before the pink car. He did, but it's going to hold him up a little bit. I think it does.
It definitely holds him up here. I mean, they're not really fighting for a spot, but you don't like to see that and kind of open up the gap as we see Hamilton cross the start-finish with
trouble.
Contact.
And that's contact at turn 3. Is that Campo in the 227? I think she got turned around. And that's right in front of this battle here. There'll be a yellow at sector 1 while this is all going on. And DiGiacomo, Keller, Gage Hughes, and great work there by AJ Campo to get that car off the racetrack.
Yeah.
With all that damage.
Well, let's see. Yeah, and hopefully she stays there. But great job from everybody respecting the yellows there.
And that leaves opportunity for Wilson to close in on Keller and Hughes. He's been hunting them for a couple laps now.
I'm trying to figure out who made contact with Campo. It might have been James French.
Vocal past French, yeah, and makes the pass there into turn 1.
And that's Merzberger, I think, who's right there with him.
What was that, Merzberger?
It was a red and white car.
No, we haven't seen Merzberger cross the line yet. Here's Merzberger here.
Yeah,
that was the lap down car that they were fighting.
Very similar livery in my defense there.
There's Hamilton, and then
taking the defensive there.
Boy, look at, oh man, the 12 was out of shape.
It up.
Everybody committing too deep to 1. We saw DiGiacomo slide, and he kept it on course, and then a lockup from Gage Hughes on his mission by Keller there. That was fun.
Yeah, and now he's going to try and, Boyson's going to try and take it to Keller as well. Doesn't quite get there. Looks like AJ Campo is pulled up into the inside of turn 4. Still clear of the track. Still got yellow showing in sector 1, taken away now.
Yeah. And again, I think she's pulled off to the inside. They might be all right with that here as we get to the tail end of this race regardless. So we won't likely go full course for that. Look at Wilson closing on the brakes there. And there's Nico Bratz getting by some lap traffic as well. Bratz still scored in 5th. And field heading around Big Bend again.
Hamilton still leading those guys, fighting for the top 10. Perotti and Grimm right behind them. And Hunt, again, still in 11th.
Coming out of turn 7, down on the front straightaway, Blair Hosey has put some distance on Ryan Leach. And I think this time they come out of turn 7. They're going to pick up a white flag. Yes, it is. White flag, 1 lap to go now as Hosey and Lee. Oh, Hosey's 3 wide with traffic into turn 1. Oof. That's a little dicey.
Just a little bit. Andy has maintained his lead over James French. Nico Bratz has dropped way back from these guys.
Yeah, he's been back behind a little bit, but
I think the traffic definitely played a role there as
here's Ayler crossing the line there in the 74, and then just ahead of him is Paul Klitsch. That car's a lap down. And then Hamilton, Perotti, Grimm. That's a pretty tight fight for 9th place here. Hosey's likely in the uphill right about now as we watch this battle for position, but Blair trying to go 2 for 2 on the race weekend.
Yeah, he's been doing a really great job. When he started competing in this championship, he's really taken the fight to Ryan Leach. And he's really, getting every win is critical for him to try and capture the points.
Yeah, well, they're going to come out of turn number 7. And the white flag being exchanged for a checker. It's going to be 2 for 2. Blair Hosey wins race 2 of the Grid Life Rush Series over Ryan Leach by less than he did the last time, 0.6 of a second. Andy Vocal picks up a podium. James French in 4th. And Nico Bratz will score a 5th. Boy, there's a lot going on in that race.
Yeah, traffic is going to start playing a major role here, especially tomorrow. We can see the top 5, top 10 are passing deep into the back of the field. So they're going to start playing a role here for sure, and it's all going to be about who can manage the traffic and time it just that little bit better to end up on top.
Wow, that was a fun one. And Ayrton Grimm up in the top 10, strong result there. Where did TJ end up in that one?
P11. Still in 11, yeah. There was a lot of movement for him to end up basically where he started, which is kind of funny.
Yep.
And then Nate Hamilton made it up to 8th. Ayrton Grimm from, I think, 13th into 10th. So great job for him. DiGiacomo as well. A great race for him. Lots of action for him with Hughes and Wilson as well.
Wow. That was fun. And unfortunately for AJ Campo, I took my eyes off the screen for half a second. When I looked back, she was turning around backwards with bodywork damage.
Yeah, it definitely looked like there was some miscommunication between she was getting lapped and the car that was lapping her. So Hopefully it's just some minor bodywork damage, and she'll be back out there this next race.
Let's have a look at the results for GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 2. Blair Hosey again gets it done. Then Ryan Leach, Andy Vogel, James French, Nico Bratz, your top 5. The Jason Ayler, Merzberger, that's a great drive by Merzberger from the tail of the field after issues in race 1. The Nate Hamilton, Parati, Ayrton Grimm in the top 10.
Yeah, and in 11th, we've got DJ Hunt, then Brett DiGiacomo, Gage Hughes in 13th, Matt Wilson in 14th, who had a really great fight with Lee Keller in 15th, Jeremy Boyson in 16th, Bill Dorrance in 17th, Jake Sanders in 18th, Michael Woodward in 19th, and Joseph Tang in 20th.
Yeah, looking down the rest of the order here, Larry Brady, Paul Klitsch, Jalen Batley did get back out on the racetrack, but was 4 laps down. AJ Campo we saw get turned around. Jeff Hardesty and Ethan Alexander wrapping up the rest of the field. Heartbreak for Ethan, who has so much pace and is a front runner in the championship. But let's have a look here, tail end of the day of the GRIDLIFE Rush Series action, because we got 15 minutes worth of it. You know, it was packed from green flag to checker.
Yeah, lots of great races from 5th all the way through to 15th, so really fun to watch for sure. Here at the start, we had 3 wide halfway through the field with Nate Hamilton and TJ Hunt. And then James French makes the move on Andy Vogel and kind of bullies him out of the way a little bit. Tight fight there between those two.
Yep, and then there's Lee Keller and Gage Hughes. They were chasing each other. Then watch Keller here, runs a little wide, grabs the curb, tries to pull the car back on the road, and Hughes had to dive for the grass. And then Blair Hosey, while he was leading, just driving away.
Yeah, leading throughout the race. Great drive from him as always, and Ryan Leach as well. Staying with him somewhat. Oh, there we see AJ Campo spinning. Looks like she kind of went on her own. Oh, and then she got tagged on the way through.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better that she wasn't knocked into that position. But either way, a day complete here from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Look at that. The concourse is filling up. The campers are here. The paddock is full. Gorgeous weather. I'm so looking forward to the evening festivities. You know, a lot goes on behind the scenes to make it all happen, but day 1 of 2 of Circuit Legends is coming to a close, at least with the on-track action.
Yeah, and I can't wait to do some karaoke tonight up at the top of the hill. Come out. It's a great time. Everybody's camping here. Some food trucks up there. It's going to be a really great time. This is a marquee GRIDLIFE event, a chiller event than our festival events. It's a very pure car event, you know, car meet with some socializing happening together. It's such a great time here.
Well, a great show again by the boys at Project Prime, putting us all together. Great drone shots today. For those that were wondering about the camera shots at West Bend and down at the bottom of the hill, we do have cameras there, but the crash earlier today severed some fibers. So again, that put us in a tough spot. But Max flying the drone, certainly doing a great job making up for it. Look at the landscape here. I'm so stoked. Can't wait to enjoy the evening with all the people here at GRIDLIFE. We'll see you tomorrow morning about quarter past 9 Eastern time for Track Battle Heat 4. Kyle Heyer with Ito Waxman. Thanks so much. We'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
You want me to take you back.